We're continuing to get new video into our newsroom of some of the scenes of Idalia.
Take a look at this. It's storm surge in Fort Myers. Interestingly, it's actually from the balcony of a home that's being rebuilt after being damaged during Hurricane Ian just last year.
And here's some more video from Fort Myers. This is actually at a restaurant where boats could usually dock. You can see the water going over the dock there now.
And as our area begins to feel the effects of Idalia, some folks in Hillsborough County flock to open shelters. We got to look at this. This is just one of many shelters across the county, but there are a variety of them. Some are for the general population, some are specifically for folks with special needs. And if you have pets, some allow those as well. If you need to go to a shelter, check out our website at abcactionnews.com/hurricane. We have all of the information there for you.
Well, we've seen it in past hurricanes. The bay gets very full and can flood the streets near downtown Tampa.
Yeah, that's definitely a concern with the high tide that's due to hit around 3 a.m. Our Adam Walser joins us live from downtown Tampa near the convention center. And Adam, I know with flooding, it's a major threat in South Tampa. So how is it right now?
Well, right now it's all good, and in fact we've seen people walking their dogs, people out jogging. It's the calm before the storm, but of course the main concern is if that flooding does happen. That convention center just underwent a multi-million-dollar renovation, so it could potentially be damaged should we see a huge storm surge, as has been the prediction throughout this storm. Now, Davis Islands has been under evacuation order since yesterday at 2 p.m. We were there a little while ago, and earlier this afternoon, many of the businesses were still open, but beginning to make preparations for the hurricane's arrival. Now, we helped out Davis Islands Pharmacy as they were boarding up. Because most of that island sits around sea level, there's a high potential of flooding with a strong storm surge and heavy rain. We found several businesses had already boarded up. As the first bands of rain fell earlier this afternoon, we were already seeing water standing on the road in several places, including on the bridge to access Davis Islands. The biggest concern is that storm surge associated with the hurricane will push water into the bay, and then we'll have nowhere to go. That could cause a lot of flooding, especially at high tide, which is expected here just as the storm is off the coast. Now, people who have weathered past storms were not taking any chances.
We've seen it flood all the way up the streets before up here. Definitely in the back alley. It gets pretty bad up the back there too. So it's just better to be prepared than not.
Now, we've been going around South Tampa area throughout the day. We've been to Davis Islands, we've been to Ballast Point, we've been around Bayshore, and so far it looks like not that many people really getting prepared as that business owner has, so hopefully things won't turn out on the worst side of this storm. Reporting from downtown Tampa, Adam Walser, ABC Action News.
Adam, thank you. Meanwhile, Tampa General Hospital is getting ready for any potential flooding in the downtown area from Hurricane Idalia.
Yeah, you may remember this from Hurricane Ian last year. This is video today of crews putting up the aqua fence around the hospital. The fence is meant to protect the building from storm surge as well as flooding.
All right, let's check back in with Chief Meteorologist Dennis Phillips. Dennis, I know we've seen the streets of downtown Tampa flood really during regular afternoon storms, especially in the summer. Do you think it will be worse overnight, especially when that high tide hits?
I do. I actually think, listening to Mayor Castor talking a couple of minutes ago, she was kind of reiterating what we've been saying for a while now. So the tide overnight tonight, Wendy, drops down to 1.7 for high tide, 1.7 feet, okay? So the high tide today was 3.0 earlier on, but we weren't feeling the effects yet. The water wasn't coming up. Tomorrow, between noon and 3, it's another 3.0 high tide. But at that point, the storm is going to be rapidly moving out of the state. So it still has a big enough pull that I think water is going to rise. But I'll be honest, we may luck out that the one tide that arrives tonight is lower than the other two. If that high tide tonight was 3.0, the flooding would be even more. And do the math. If it's 3.0 versus 1.7, the water is 1.3 inches or 1.3 feet rather higher tomorrow and earlier today than it will be tonight. So you hear us talking a lot about the water and the tide because the hurricane conditions that were possible, and officially, we are still in a hurricane warning. We absolutely are. The NHC has it. But I'm telling you right now, we are not going to get hurricane conditions. We are not going to get sustained hurricane winds. Now, we will get some gusts, but remember, our afternoon thunderstorms, when you get a severe thunderstorm warning, that's a 60-mile-an-hour wind. That's only 15 miles an hour shy of a hurricane gust. And that's our everyday thunderstorms. The one that was happening right there. See that one? They're getting 60-mile-an-hour winds. So sure, we will see gusts in these bands as they come in. But the chances of us getting sustained hurricane force winds, it ain't happening. And it's pretty simple. Why? Because, and I'll show you in a second, but when we're taking a look at kind of a nice little dry slot right now, and then we see the next band of rain coming in. And here's the thing. This is about 50 miles from some of the heaviest weather. This is a giant rotating thunderstorm. In a sense, that's what a hurricane is, and a hurricane that's getting stronger. So within this giant rotating thunderstorm, you get little vortices, little small spin-ups, water spouts. And if it's over land, you get little small tornadoes. Happens regularly, and it's going to happen again. But as we're looking at the bulk of this rain, it's clearly offshore because this storm is farther west than the models were originally anticipating. And we talked about this yesterday, and I've said this all day today. This ain't taking a turn into Central Florida. So the people are holding on, though. Yeah, but what about Charlie? And what about Ian? And what about... No, it's not happening. This, unfortunately, is an issue for the Panhandle. It is. And it could be, as Governor DeSantis said a little while ago, could be a really substantial issue for the Panhandle. We've talked a lot about the Big Bend area. The Big Bend area is very, very rural. There's not a lot of people that live in that area. I mean, there are some folks, Steinhatchee and some other areas, but pales in comparison. It's very marshy, too, by the way. So what we were hoping, which can still happen, by the way, that this were to go into the Big Bend area as opposed to continuing to go north. Because if this continues to go north, it's going to be perilously close to Tallahassee with all those massive trees, and there will be power outages for weeks if this comes through. But let's go ahead and look at this. So everybody, you want to look at the track, you want to look at the center of the eye, and the hurricanes wobble. But at some point, this is going to start reaching the perimeter of the high that's been forcing it north, and it's going to start to curve. Now, not into our area, mind you, directly, but if it starts to curve sooner than later, then that's better news for the Panhandle because you will not see a direct hit. And even still, these bands continue to roll into coastal areas. The heaviest ones are still offshore. So as this starts to curve northeast, it's going to bring these bands with it into our area. So that's when we're going to see our heaviest rain from midnight tonight till 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, which is the worst, right? Because it happens at night. It's dark out. You got no power if you're going to lose power, and it makes for a terrible night and a pretty scary night when you hear about possibility of tornado warnings and whatnot. So that is why I'm imploring you guys to download our app. And I'm not doing it because management says, oh, you need to have people to get their app. No. Get the app because if you lose power, you're still able to watch what's going on. You scan this QR code right now with your phone, and we'll leave it up for a second or two so you can take the time to do it. You download the app, and here's why that's important. I've chased hurricanes when I was younger and able to do such things. And when I was chasing Hurricane Rita back in 2005, we were in Beaumont, Texas. And when that storm hit, and after it hit and the power was out everywhere, it was a real awful feeling not to know what was going on. And especially at night. When the overnight's out, if your power is out and you hear about tornado warnings, but you don't see where. So by downloading our streaming app right here, that gives you the ability to watch our coverage, which we are going to be on all night long. You're going to be so sick of hearing you probably already are, but you're going to be so sick of hearing my voice in the overnight hours as we talk a lot. So Jason will be on a lot also, so you won't get too tired. But the point is, you'll be able to see the things that we're showing you, and you'll need to. And if you have family or kids in Tallahassee, you're going to want to follow up with us as well on there because they are in a really, really tight situation, which we'll get into again in just a minute. So we still have hurricane warnings. We do. They're probably not going to be dropped, nor should they be, I guess, because there's a hurricane and a powerful hurricane just off to our west. But the hurricane force winds only extend 25 miles out. It may end up going to 35 miles. It doesn't have a lot of time. It's going to make landfall in 18 hours. Maybe less than that. probably 14 or 15 hours. But regardless, the point is, so as this moves northward, it will continue to strengthen somewhat, but those hurricane force winds, if they only extend 30, 40 miles out, and this thing's 100 miles offshore, we're not going to get a hurricane force winds. It's kind of basic math on this one, right? So over the next few hours, we're going to see if this goes from north to north-northeast to northeast. And eventually it's expected to do so. But the longer it goes north, the more it becomes an issue for the panhandle. As I said, and you never want to wish this on anyone. I mean, I don't know if you felt this way. I certainly did with Ian. When Ian was coming our way and ended up going to Fort Myers, you've got that survivor's guilt thing going because you feel bad that you didn't get it and someone else did. And we kind of feel that way for the track here of a storm that's going in to the Big Bend, which is far more rural in this area. But here's the bottom line. This track was shifted 25 miles west from 11 a.m. to the 5 p.m. advisory. And in the discussion, the Hurricane Center is saying it's possible we may have to move this more to the west for the next advisory. This is going to make land. This is 2 a.m. This is 2 p.m. It's going to make landfall, you know, around 8, 9 o'clock in the morning, tomorrow morning, with its forward speed. Right now, Tallahassee is on the fringe of the hurricane force winds. They're probably looking at 70, 75, which is doable. But I was talking to Jason, who went to FSU, and was talking about Hurricane Hermine. Hurricane Hermine hit back in 2016. It was a Category 1 hurricane with winds of about 80 miles an hour. And there were folks without power for 3 weeks in Tallahassee. And the schools were closed for weeks because of the power outages, because of all those trees, right? So right now, a track in this area has that on the fringe of hurricane force winds. But if this track were to shift another 25 miles to the west, and I'm not saying a what if because you guys know I don't do what ifs because I think they're a waste of time. But when the Hurricane Center comes out and says we may have to move this later on tonight because of the existing track, that is no longer a what if. That's a it could happen. And if that happens and then you have a track here, then you have a storm much closer to Tallahassee. So my point of spending time on this, contact your kids or your family or friends in Tallahassee and make sure they're on this. They're not going to get water. They're not going to get surge. There's no issue there, and it's moving fast. And that, unfortunately, might not be a good thing because it's moving so quickly that it really won't fizzle out very much from here to there. So have a conversation, text them, reach out on Snapchat, whatever, and just say, hey, you know, do you have your kit ready? You might be without power for a while. Are you prepared? And the answer is probably going to be no. So kind of help them through that process. Kind of the ones that we went through the last couple of days, wondering whether or not this was going to have a bigger impact on our area than it really is going to. So that's kind of where I am. I really am going to spend a lot of tonight tracking the storms as they come into our area. We are not going to see sustained hurricane force winds. We'll barely have gusts to hurricane force in a few spots along the coast. Most of the issue will be the high water. And as Wendy said a few minutes ago, the bulk of that high water, the issue of that is tomorrow between around noon and 4. And I do think we are going to see water rises in places that have not seen water rise nearly this high in areas that we have seen in a long, long time. So we're going to be on continuous right on through tomorrow morning. And actually, I think to at least noon tomorrow. So we'll give you up to date on our area as well as what's going on with landfall in the Panhandle. All right. So I think.
We want to remind you, you can watch us live on your phone during the storm, even if you lose power.
So again, make sure you download that ABC Action News free mobile app. You can do that right now. Grab your phone, open your camera, scan that QR code. It's going to take you to our free apps, and you can go there and download it.
And we've also partnered with 6 local radio stations. You'll be able to hear ABC Action News on their stations using a battery-powered radio if the power goes out. Our radio partners are 99.5 QYK, 98.7 The Shark, 92.5 Maxima, Q105, Wild 94.1, and Talk 1010 AM.
Live from Tampa Bay streaming news leader, this is ABC Action News, tracking Idalia.
Good evening, and thank you for staying with us for our continuous coverage of Hurricane Idalia. I'm Wendy Ryan.
And I'm Jameson Mueller. ABC Action News has complete team coverage along the Nature Coast all the way down to Sarasota County. But we want to begin at this hour of continuing coverage by checking in with Chief Meteorologist Dennis Phillips. Dennis?
Hey guys, so yeah, if you've been watching or if you've been following on social media or whatever, let's just go ahead and give you the latest. First of all, the timeline. The NHC, the Hurricane Center, will give an updated advisory in an hour, usually right around 8 o'clock. Winds right now are 100 miles an hour. It's a Category 2 hurricane. There's absolutely nothing in its way of getting stronger. As a matter of fact, we're seeing a few lightning strikes right there. You see that? Those little lightning ticks? That's a sign of intensification. So as this storm moves north, it likely will get stronger. And I honestly think winds of 130 or 131, which would make it Cat 4, are a possibility at this point before it makes landfall farther west than originally anticipated from the models earlier on. So if you're just tuning in or you haven't been paying attention, whatever the case may be, there's still those folks are saying, but I still see it coming closer. It can still turn to the right. No, it can't. It cannot. This is not a landfalling hurricane in the Bay Area, not even close to the Bay Area. So take that off the table right now. It will not happen. That is a guarantee, okay? So what we're looking at is a storm that poses a much larger threat, unfortunately, to the Panhandle and specifically to Tallahassee. It isn't there yet. It's still forecasted to stay just to the east of Tallahassee by about 30, 35 miles. But the Hurricane Center already shifted the track 25 miles west at 5 o'clock, and there's the chance, they even say, we may have to move it even further to the west at 11 o'clock. So if you have, and I'll talk all about our stuff in a second, but this is important because this is stuff that has to do with safety, with personal safety. Look, there's not a lot of people in the Bay Area who are going to have to worry about any wind issues at all. In fact, I don't think there's anyone in the Bay Area that's going to have to worry about wind issues, other than, I guess, if an isolated tornado would pop up. The water is the big issue, and that's what we'll spend most of our time on. But in Tallahassee and areas around it, the wind is a major issue with this because this could very easily get even stronger. Now, granted, the hurricane force winds only extend 25 miles out. And by the way, that's why I'm using the word guaranteeing. And I should never do that because the last time I guaranteed a forecast was on Halloween 29 years ago. And I guaranteed it wouldn't rain, and it did. And I still have nightmares over that one. But regardless, I'm going to use the word because it is going to move north. And there is no way that this could turn all of a sudden right and go directly in the Bay Area. So what we're hopeful for is that it does start turning more to the northeast faster and possibly impact the Big Bend area and an area that is much more rural because there's a lot of marshy areas in the Big Bend. There's a lot of areas that there's very few people at all. Tallahassee obviously is not one of those places. So that's why we're trying to avoid that at all costs. 2016 Hermine, no power for weeks from a Cat 1 hurricane. This will be a 3 and potentially a 4. So for us, again, look, there's all the rain. There's all the heavy stuff. It is off to our west. Now, as this moves north, it is going to move in our direction, and we will see gusty winds with these bands. That's the way it works. You get breaks like we're getting now. The bands come through. We can see a 50 or 60 mile an hour wind gust, just like we do with our afternoon thunderstorms. But we are not going to see those sustained winds because they're way closer to the center of circulation. Certainly no hurricane winds. We might see 40, 50 mile an hour sustained winds along the coast. That could happen in the overnight hours. But I'm more concerned about the gusts and the possibility of some small tornadoes that can pop in these areas because think about a hurricane. It's a giant rotating thunderstorm. And within that rotation, you get these little bitty vortices that develop, and those are waterspouts or tornadoes, right? And sometimes a waterspout will come on shore as a brief tornado, and we get damage, and they can be dangerous. We know this. So those are an issue for us overnight, okay? And then as we continue to see this storm getting stronger and it tightens up, you know, kind of like, think of, if you ever watch figure skating, and I don't know what the heck it's called, but you know, even the figure skaters do that little spin thing and they just go spin and they bring their arms in tighter and they go faster and faster and faster. Well, that's kind of what happens with a hurricane. As it gets tighter and faster and spins quicker in a sense, the winds go up right around the center. So when you hear a Cat 3 or a Cat 4, whatever the winds are, it's in a very small area. We're talking like 5 miles. 5 to 7 miles. So the motion of these storms coming toward our coastline are just going to kind of skirt the coast. And with these, there could be 50, 60 mile an hour wind gusts, like there are with an afternoon thunderstorm. But our bigger concern is where landfall occurs, not for us, for the Panhandle, of what could very easily have Category 4 wind, 130 winds. We could. I would not be shocked at all if we don't see 130 upon landfall tomorrow morning. Now, again, it's in a very small spot, though, and that's why it's so important. As you see, the warnings have now been pushed more to the west. It makes perfect sense because the track is going more to the west. And yes, officially, we're still in a hurricane warning, but I'll say it again, we are not going to get sustained hurricane force winds, so take that off the table. The water is still our biggest concern. But if at 11 o'clock, and I will tell you, and since we're on all night, I might as well take the time. So I have a son that goes to FSU, and I just got off the phone with him, and I was giving him some options. And I know there's a lot of people out here who have family and friends in and around the Tallahassee area. And I said, look, if that 11 o'clock advisory comes out, and it's a category, and the track is another 25 miles to the west, that makes a big difference for Tallahassee. That is a bad thing for Tallahassee. Right now, they're on the fringe of hurricane force winds. If that were to move another 30 miles to the west, they'd be right in the middle of it. So my point is, have conversations with your kids or your family or anyone up in the Panhandle in that area and let them know what's on the way. Because what I keep thinking about is Ian and Fort Myers. And again, not like that, not as strong. But the fact that a lot of folks in Fort Myers said, we never knew. We thought it was going to go to Tampa. And the last minute it changed and we weren't paying attention. And I have a feeling there's a lot of folks in Tallahassee that feel the exact same way right now. So it's an important conversation to have. At the very least, make sure their phones are charged. And there's so many trees up in that area that you know there's going to be a lot of trees that can go down and a lot of power outages. So that is something to consider. It's certainly, I would never, ever suggest anyone calling their kids right now and say, come home to Tampa because you got a hurricane coming. Because you don't want to drive in an area where actually this storm will be coming in. But might it be an option that they were to evacuate more to the west for an hour or two if the track shifts at 11? Maybe, and there'd still be time. So that's a conversation I think worth having. That's from a parent to you if you have kids up in that area. If you don't, for our area, again, we're really not looking all that bad at all for most of the area. A closer look, I mean, this is my point. Right there is the line. I know you're not supposed to look at the line, but you know what? Yeah, you are. With this one, you're supposed to look at the line. And why is that? Because where the eye of this storm is, 5 to 7 miles from that center is where the extreme winds are going to be. And that is important. So if this line, the center, the eye, were to move, Jason and I measured it, it's like 31 miles from here to there. So if this track, and it moved 25 miles from the last advisory. So if the eye of this storm were to go over or close to Tallahassee, there would be some spots that could get some extreme winds. So that's why that 11 o'clock advisory is important. Our hope is the track settles down, maybe even drifts a little bit to the right if this starts to go northeast soon, which could happen at any time, and we're okay. But I would feel like I didn't do my job in letting folks know that that is a possibility. Again, if this were someplace maybe where we didn't have a lot of local people there, maybe that's the job of the Mets in Panama City or in Tallahassee. But in this particular case, there's a lot of people in the Bay Area who have kids and family in Tallahassee. So in my opinion, that's why I'm spending so much time on it. But I promise you, if you look right there, there are the hurricane force winds. I mean, there they are. There we are, okay? Watch as it goes north. Nowhere near us. So those are the sustained 75-mile-an-hour winds. We're not seeing it. But we will see some gusts close to that in some areas. Matter of fact, the European model overnight brings models 40, 50, 55 along wind gusts. These are not sustained. These are gusts like we get with our afternoon thunderstorms. And the farther west you live, by far, the higher the winds will be. Now, if you get a band across our inland areas, like an afternoon thunderstorm, sure, you're going to see some very gusty winds. And the tornado possibility is something else we have to address. But overall, the threat for significant severe weather for our area continues to drop as this storm continues to track in a more westerly direction as opposed to a northeasterly direction. So that is a little peace of mind for us in the overnight if you do happen to lose power as some of these bands come through and again, give us the opportunity for an isolated tornado and some pretty decent thunderstorms as they move through. Sustained winds, again, not as much of a big deal. Next hit, I'll talk a lot more, like I haven't talked enough, I'll talk a lot more about the flooding potential for our area tomorrow. But again, for surge, it is not rainfall, it is not flooding. It is actual Gulf water being pushed into the coast, being pushed into the bay, being pushed into areas that feed the bay. That's where the water rise will occur, and that will happen at high tide tomorrow. More on that coming up in a couple of minutes, guys.
Oh, we'll check back with you shortly. Thank you, Dennis. We have crews along our coast right now. Reporter Kylie McGivern is live in Manatee for us. Kylie?
Yes, we are in the Cortez Fishing Village, and this is in Bradenton. We are in a mandatory evacuation area. Behind you will see different mobile homes, manufactured homes. What I'm told is there's a lot of 4th, 5th generation fishermen that live in this area. It is a lifestyle. A lot of that goes straight to a restaurant behind us. This is an area where they bring in that fresh seafood, area not stranger to any storms. What we want to bring you over to, just to give you some perspective, across from us is Anna Maria Island. And this is an area where everyone has been told to evacuate, to get out, and the threat is the storm surge that's going to be coming in the coming hours. So we spoke with the owner. They said they have a routine every storm, and that is get everything out inside so they can rebuild and come back as soon as possible. Take a listen.
We have 50 employees, and we want to keep everybody working. And it's a lot of work, but we go above and beyond everything to make sure that if the building is back, if we come back to a building that is here and viable, that we can put our equipment back in it and we can get up and running and we can feed the public.
And one of the other concerns that they have as well is there are boats that are out in the water. Their concern is if any of these boats could actually come and hit their restaurant as well. So everyone taking the precautions necessary. And if you have any questions about what's going on in your area into the coming hours, when we're talking about any down power lines, any street closures, flooding that's happening, 311, we're told that they have upped their staffing to be able to answer those questions as they are on 24 hours as we get through this storm. We'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Kylie, thank you. And as Dennis has been saying, the Big Bend area of the state is expected to get hit hard by Idalia.
Yeah, that's right. Our colleague anchor Paul LaGrone joins us live now in Taylor County. And Paul, what have you seen there? I know you've been there all day long. What's it look like? Have the conditions deteriorated?
Not yet, Wendy. This is the proverbial calm before the storm. People are still seeking shelter as we speak. In fact, we're at a hotel here. This is where we're coming to you live from in the town of Perry. And people are coming into this Holiday Inn trying to see if they have any rooms left, and they don't. They shut down the only official hurricane shelter here in Taylor County with a population of about 22,000 residents. Town of Perry here, about 7,000 people. They shut it down and they told everyone, go to Tallahassee, go to Leon County. Well, that was when they thought the path was going to sort of stay east of Tallahassee. And now, as Dennis has been tracking this thing, we're seeing it starting to shift closer and closer to Tallahassee. So it's one of those catch-22 situations that folks were told, okay, there's no shelter here in Taylor County, which at the time, and it still may be the case, that the eye could come right over us here in the town of Perry in the northwest part of Taylor County. But if it keeps going west, that's obviously not going to be the case. And I know a lot of folks went to Leon County to seek shelter today. In fact, the county here provided buses for some folks who didn't have transportation. I know at this hotel, they've never been at full capacity before. It's a rather new hotel, and the lady inside told me that they're having to turn people away. They don't have any rooms left, and we've seen people steadily coming in with their pets. There's a lady now, families, kids, cats, dogs, you name it, and it's kind of like Noah's Ark in here. They're having to kind of ride it out here for the next 48 hours or so, especially the next 24 hours. I spoke to a 90-year-old man who was sitting on this bench, and he said, you know, I've seen worse. I've lived here my whole life. He's lived through a couple of hurricanes in this area. He recalls some of the ones that, you know, before they had names, and he's confident that everything's going to be okay. But along the coast, and granted, there aren't a lot of people that live in these places like Keaton Beach and Fish Creek and these fishing villages along the nature coast. But if you live there, you live there, and it's your life, and you've got a home. And we've talked to people that, you know, relocated from Michigan, from other parts of Florida to come up here to live the peaceful nature coast life. And now they're in a situation where they're worried about whether it's a mobile home or their camper that they're living out of. They bought some land, and now they're coming here to ride this thing out, not really knowing what the next 24 hours will bring. So the situation here is a wait, see, worry perhaps, but you also have some folks here who've been through storms before. They're ready for whatever comes their way. The question is, as we do this dance of storm surge and tide and negotiate that, and how far inland will the storm surge go, and that we're here, 15-foot potential peak storm surge here, what will that mean to the folks who live further along the coast and inland? And then, as Dennis was saying, the actual shifting of the path itself and the severity of the winds and what the power of that storm can bring of a Cat 3 hurricane. Where exactly is that going to be felt, and the consequences of that, be they trees knocking down power lines, trees falling on top of homes, storm surge, rain, wind. In this center of the powerful punch of the storm of Hurricane Idalia, you're going to have all the components of the hurricane. This is a bullet, really. I mean, coming for the Big Bend area of Florida. We just don't know exactly where the entry point is going to be. The one sort of good news that you could, possibly hold on to, we all remember Ian, we remember Irma, remember some of those slow, grating, soaking, slow-moving train storms that just sat over us. That, at least for now, does not seem to be the case. It's going to be a quick punch and get out of here. That's some of the good news I'm holding on to here. But, you look around, you see the cars. They're in this field, wide open field. You got cars and golf carts and campers. And, I mean, I don't know what it's going to look like in the morning. Obviously, we'll be here, we'll be somewhere. But you just wonder, there's really no shelter for these vehicles, and what is that going to look like? I can tell you, behind this hotel, there's new construction, apartment building. It's all lumber and wood. So how much of that stuff is going to go flying in the air? And it doesn't look like even the neighboring business over here, that a lot of stuff is tied down. So these are the risks you take, right? When you're either living in an area that hasn't seen a big hurricane before. How much preparation? When do you leave? When do you stay? Where do you go? If you're, right now, I would say if the path is shifting west, you want to go east, not to Tallahassee. Doesn't look like that's the place to go to right now if you are seeking shelter in the Big Bend Nature Coast area of Florida, where this thing is going to hit. So that's where we are right now. This is going to play out. We're 12 hours away, perhaps, from the big, powerful force of this storm being felt to its full potential here. So we'll be with you every step of the way. Guys, I'll send it back to you.
All right, we're going to check back with you a little bit later, Paul. Thank you. Let's go ahead and check in now with Anthony Hill. He's in southern Pinellas County for us right now. Anthony?
Yeah, we're on Indian Rocks Beach. I would say that's right between Clearwater Beach to our north and St. Pete Beach to our south. I want to show you, though, the main attraction, though. There are quite a few people out here on the beach. We've been here pretty much all day, and this has seen a lot of people. The next thing, though, look at the water, though. I mean, you can see the waves. This is something that's normal on the Atlantic coast. We know the surfers like to come and surf, but here the allure is the calm tranquility of the Gulf waters. That is not the case right now. A harbinger of what's to come as Hurricane Idalia makes its way towards the Tampa Bay area. We spoke with one father who was playing with his son earlier today. We asked him if he had any concerns. He says, I've been living here for a while, but, well, this is what he had to say. Take a listen.
I think it's just the beginning phases of it, but we're Floridians. We've been through this. I think we're going to be all right. We got plenty of water. We got plenty of food stocked up. So I think it's just, you prepare for the worst, but hope for the best.
All right, and I'd be remiss if I didn't say that we are in an evacuation zone. This is Zone A, which means that nobody on St. Pete Beach, Indian Rocks, Point Beach, any beach for that matter, should be here. They're recommending that if you live in an evacuation zone, you go to Zone C or higher for your own safety. Quick break here on ABC Action News at 7. Our coverage continues after this.
Welcome back. Floridians in evacuation zones who have been told to leave are seeking higher ground.
Reporter Matt Cesny from our sister station in West Palm Beach reports tonight.
The southbound Florida Turnpike here in Port St. Lucie, the way for many Floridians to get away from the path of Idalia. We caught up with some at the Port St. Lucie rest area along the turnpike. People from northern Florida taking advantage of the clear weather now to get on the road and head for family, friends, or even a hotel to wait this out. For some, this storm is nothing to mess with. We talked with an attorney from Gainesville who says she packed up the car and is heading to South Florida.
Gainesville's bracing. You know, we are batting down the hatches. I had my neighbor bring back trash cans, put away some extra stuff and all that good stuff. But we're batting down the hatches and getting out of Dodge while we wait for the storm to come through.
For many, reaching the calmer weather here from the Treasure Coast down to South Florida hopefully is not a long stay, just a couple days before returning to also hopefully no big problems. In Port St. Lucie, Matt Cesny, WPTV, News Channel 5.
As part of our commitment to show you Idalia's impact across the Bay Area, we have several crews up and down the coast.
Let's bring in our Mary O'Connell now. She's in Pasco County for us tonight. Mary?
Hey, things are still pretty calm out here. We haven't had rain, I'd say, in about an hour, but we do have a lot of people who are out here as this storm inches closer and closer. But again, it's pretty calm here in Pasco County. We're at Hudson Beach right now, and you can take a look and see just pretty calm water out here, and people are enjoying those last couple minutes before they've got to head home. Now, earlier today, we saw people bringing their boats in preparation for this storm. We also saw windows boarded up in the neighborhood, too. People mostly are pretty calm. They say they've been through this before and that they're prepared. We heard from one woman who lives in the area. She's been here 23 years and has all of her supplies, from propane for the grill to batteries for flashlights, and of course all of her devices are charged up. We know a lot of people have moved to Florida in the last year, so as we get closer to this storm coming our way, she shared a bit of advice.
Take heed to the evacuation notices. Don't better safe than sorry, I guess. And don't panic, you know. I mean, try to stay as calm as possible. And if worse comes to shove, I guess, is that the phrase they say? Our community and our city stands like close knit. They're so close knit, and everybody's there to help you in the end. So just stay calm.
Now, if sheltering with your family and friends aren't an option, of course, there are shelters here in Pasco County. We have a list of those for you on our website, abcactionnews.com. Live in Hudson, Mary O'Connell, ABC Action News.
Mary, thank you. And just a reminder here, we've partnered with 6 local radio stations. You'll be able to hear ABC Action News on their stations if you prefer to use a battery-powered radio if your power goes out. Our radio partners are 99.5 QYK, 98.7 The Shark, 92.5 Maxima, Q105, Wild 94.1, and Talk 1010 AM. We'll be right back. Thank you for staying with us here on ABC Action News.
We're providing continuous coverage throughout the night as Hurricane Idalia approaches our state.
And our team of meteorologists is tracking the storm. Let's check in now with Chief Meteorologist Dennis Phillips. Dennis?
So we obviously got a lot of stuff to talk about. And usually, guys, we focused specifically on the Bay Area. Tonight, that is not going to be the case for a number of reasons. Obviously, we do have some pretty decent rains and some solid bands coming through. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about the tornado risk. We'll talk about the surge risk, which is a significant issue for tomorrow. But we're also going to talk about the panhandle because, unfortunately, we have an intensifying hurricane. You can see the lightning going on in the northeastern quadrant. That is almost always a sign of intensification. Ironically enough, you usually don't see a lot of lightning in tropical systems, in hurricanes, at least near the center of the storm. But you do when you have a core that's getting stronger. So let's look at the distance because this is very important. It's still moving to the north very quickly, 16 miles an hour. Hurricane force winds extend 25 miles out from the center. So in other words, you go out 25 miles, that's as far as hurricane force winds are. The center of this storm is nearly 130 miles away. And by the way, Jason, go over why we're going to be doing a lot of from now through tomorrow. It's going to be a lot of ad lib, a lot of changing as we go. Go ahead and draw an arrow actually from its closest point to the Bay Area. Let's say the center was maybe from Tampa and maybe at the close. See how many miles it is maybe to there. Because there's a reason for this, because I'm showing you this because there is no way that these maximum sustained winds of hurricane force are going to be anywhere near the Bay Area.
So from Tampa?
So yeah, let's just go from Tampa to maybe like right there as a north path, where my finger is, right there. So right there. So again, you're still at about 122 miles away. So as the storm moves north and even eventually starts to turn northeast, let's go maybe right here and see how far it is from that area over. You're still at, about 100 miles. So the reason I'm showing you this, if hurricane force winds only extend 25 miles from the center, and this is never going to get closer than 100 miles to the Bay Area, we are not going to get hurricane sustained winds. It's really simple. So yeah, we do have a hurricane warning that remains in effect. And there's other things that go into hurricanes, not just the winds. There are the surge. There is the tornado threat. There's the flooding potential. So there's still a reason why there would be a warning issued, just not necessarily for sustained winds. In other words, winds of 60 seconds at hurricane force or greater. So there again is what we're looking at. And I was talking also about these bands as they're coming in. So there's another one that's approaching Sarasota County. This eventually will probably just sort of brush Pinellas County as well. But from 8 o'clock tonight through 5 or 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, we are going to be looking at these bands coming in. Now, we're not going to see the sustained winds of hurricane force, but any of these bands can have winds gusting 60, 65 miles an hour. I mean, think of an afternoon thunderstorm. When you get a severe thunderstorm warning, how fast are those winds? They're 60 miles an hour. So even though we are not going to see any of this core get anywhere near us, and by the way, you can see that lightning really well right there as this northeast quadrant. It's trying to develop the eye wall. So what the eye wall is, it's an area around the eye itself. And sometimes they actually go through what's called an eye wall replacement. And when that happens, this one kind of collapses, then a new eye forms and it's bigger. And when that happens, sometimes the winds go out farther. I'm not so sure it's going to have enough time to really do that before making landfall tomorrow. But again, without getting too sciencey, I just want to remind you that the bulk of the wind is within 25 miles. And I'll go one step further. The extreme winds, when you hear about a hurricane with maximum sustained winds of 100 miles an hour, let's say, that 100 mile an hour wind is probably only 5 or 6 miles from the center. The extreme winds, the highest winds, this wind, whenever you're looking at a graphic that says winds, it's always maximum sustained winds. It is not the entire area, far from it. It's only right around the center, okay? So the concern that we have is how close to that center, based on the current track, how close will that center get to Tallahassee? That's a real concern tonight, and we'll be talking more about that in a minute, and Jason will talk more about that as well. So we still have these hurricane warnings in effect. There's tropical storm warnings inland. You know, that's 39-mile-an-hour winds or greater. It's usually sustained, but winds will not be the issue for this storm for the Bay Area. Simply put, it just will not. And if you're just tuning in, you were busy all day, had things going on, if you're concerned about this turning right into Tampa, it cannot happen. It cannot happen. So it guaranteed will not happen. That is not the issue. The issue is, unfortunately, that it's still moving due north. And by now, the models had been saying it was going to start to turn to the northeast, toward the Big Bend, right? Originally Cedar Key, you know, maybe Steinhatchee, you know, maybe Appalachie Bay. So the problem is, at 11 o'clock compared to 5 o'clock when the two new advisories came out, the Hurricane Center has moved the projected path 25 miles more to the west. So why is that important? Well, when we take a closer look at the track, 25 miles west is pretty much Tallahassee. So all of a sudden, instead of right now, which would be 70, 75 mile an hour winds on the west side of the storm, which is traditionally not the strongest. Obviously, you're not going to worry about water in Tallahassee. There's no surge whatsoever. It's way too far inland. But what we are more concerned about is the center of this hurricane moving very, very close to downtown Tallahassee. I mean, you've got FSU, you've got FAMU. I mean, you've got the community college in that area as well. So there's a lot of people with folks in the Bay Area who have kids in schools in that area, which is why I'm spending a little more time on a panhandle landfall. Because if it goes more in this area, it's way more rural, very marshy, not a lot of folks. So you never want to wish a hurricane major 3, possibly 4 at landfall on anybody, but you would at least like to think maybe it would be better in a rural, remote, isolated area with marshy conditions as opposed to a metropolitan place in the capital of Florida. So that's kind of where we are. Landfall will occur tomorrow morning between maybe 9 and 10. It's picked up its forward speed pretty good. It's at 3 at 2 a.m. when it's west of us. Again, all that wind, the heaviest wind, well offshore. But by the time it gets here, it could be a 4. I mean, it is a possibility. So this is something that we're watching. Again, I've been saying this for the last couple hours. My son goes to FSU. I actually called him, and we had a conversation about it, because I think a lot of people in Tallahassee were thinking this was going to be way east of them, kind of like what Fort Myers was last year with Ian. Now, this is not going to be the same situation as Ian. I'm not comparing the two, other than the fact that I think a lot of people in Tallahassee were thinking it's not going to be our storm. So it does concern me that if at 11 o'clock, all of a sudden, this track does go 25 miles. And by the way, you guys know me. I'm not a what-if guy. I'm not a, well, what if this does? In fact, I make fun of that a lot of times. But the only reason I'm referencing this now is because the Hurricane Center in their discussion said flat out, they said that we may have to adjust this track further at 11 o'clock, further to the west, because the storm continues to move due north. All right, so that's kind of where we are. Now, we've talked about the wind for our area, not a huge deal. Rainfall totals, rainfall totals certainly will be helpful. We need it. We've been in a drought for so long. We didn't need this, but we definitely needed it. But if you look at the overall track, you kind of see that area of hurricane force winds are still extremely small. It will be tropical storm force winds for us. So let's go over to Jason Adams in the Weather Center. Jason's going to talk more about the storm surge issue for our area. And again, Jason went to FSU, so he knows that area very, very well. And I'm sure there's a lot of parents, again, with kids in Tallahassee right now, wondering, what should I do? I mean, all of a sudden, are you telling me that we may have a child that could be in the midst of a Cat 3 hurricane? I mean, this is a real conversation, and it's one that we're trying to save lives and letting people know about it in advance. So, Jason, why don't you take it from here?
Yeah, so for the winds tonight, like you had mentioned, we're looking at the hurricane sustained force winds. Those are 74 miles per hour or greater, well to our west. Even though the hurricane warning is still up, it will be extremely unlikely that we're going to see sustained winds. Could we see a gust up to that, perhaps at the coast and some of the stronger feeder bands around the system? But right now, the focus would be on tropical storm force winds, which is better news for our forecast area, especially at the coast, where a couple of days ago, we were seeing maybe the chance for even gusts well over 100 miles per hour. So this is going into tomorrow morning. You could still see the 40 and 50 mile per hour winds. What you're not seeing, though, on this map is the direction of the wind at this time. So this is 7 a.m., and unfortunately, we have southwest winds, and that funnels in all the Gulf of Mexico Mexico moisture into the bays, the estuaries, and of course that includes Tampa Bay, and that eventually pushes some of the water into the rivers as well, and that's where the surge risk does come in. So even tomorrow morning, and even though we're still not expecting this to be the worst storm that we have seen, we could see some near record level surges because we just don't often get a setup that produces high surge in this area. Of course, you think back a couple of years ago, and something that Dennis has been talking about since last weekend and even the week before, you have to go back to Ada, and that produced several feet of 4.5 feet of storm surge in Tampa Bay. We also had the Riverwalk underwater in downtown Tampa and also in St. Pete at that point too. By the time we get to tomorrow evening, we're back below tropical storm for most of the area as far as the gusts and certainly the sustained winds go, and then we're back to quieter weather here for the remainder of the week. So I want to focus in on our area first as far as timing out when the worst of this will be. Dennis kind of gave you a hint about that already. And then I'm going to focus a bit more up into the Panhandle for those of you that may have family up in the Tallahassee area. So this is going into 11 o'clock tonight. The band that Dennis showed you west of Sarasota right now is what's going to be the main focus for our forecast moving forward, not only for the heavy rain potential, but this is where we could see some of those gusts exceeding 50 miles per hour at the coast. Again, it wouldn't be sustained winds. The sustained wind risk is pretty low for us to see extreme winds at this point. But in these bands themselves, the air spinning and very fast moving aloft, and some of that could get pushed down in some of these showers and thunderstorms, and that may give us those gusts that are over 50 miles per hour. The tornado potential also picks up as we go into the overnight as well. Good news though, right now, we're not looking at this being an extreme event. If you remember back in 2004, we had Hurricane Ivan that produced over 200 and something tornadoes across the United States, and we had even EF2 size tornadoes, rather large tornadoes for hurricanes. That was up in Panama City. Unfortunately, a couple people were killed there in Hurricane Ivan. That will not be the case with this. We'll likely see very weak tornadoes. I hate saying weak tornadoes, though, because a tornado is a tornado. But that is the potential for us going into the overnight tonight. The heavy rain threat, 2 to 4 inches, a good bet for most areas along and west of 75. Now, if you are east, unless we get a band that develops and stalls, the flood potential is pretty low. We do have a flood watch in effect area-wide for that chance for these bands to produce some heavy rainfall. But clearly you can see the center by 1:30 tomorrow morning is now at our latitude. And that's when we're going to start to see the winds coming back onshore. With the center being south of our area, it's offshore right now, so the surge has really been kind of more so the king tide versus it being the actual water rise with the storm. The southwest winds, the center being closest to us at high tide tomorrow morning. That's what's going to set the stage for us to see some higher tide numbers, and then the system continues to move up to the north. So here's the rainfall forecast. Again, 2 to 4 a good bet, with some maybe over 5. But let's talk about that surge potential. And these numbers have updated for just one spot. They look the same everywhere else. So here in Tampa Bay, the forecast has been 4 to 7. It's down 4 to 6 now. That still could be approaching record heights for us. From Sarasota, I should say, the Longboat Key area, right where it splits in half between Manatee and Sarasota County, down to Inglewood, 3 to 5 foot surge here. And in Fort Myers Beach, we've already seen water rises with the high tide earlier today. We'll likely see that continue down south as well. But once you get north and closer to where the landfall is going to happen, this is where we could see a historic surge potential, 10 to 15 foot surge. Thankfully not in our area. We don't want to see it anywhere, but it's really here from Taylor County south to Levy. This is where Steenhatchee is. A lot of you up toward the Horseshoe Beach area too, Keaton Beach. A lot of good scalloping in these areas that some of you may be driving north to, and you've done this there. This is where we're looking at the highest surge potential. But from the Anclote River to the Chassahowitzka, this is where we're looking at a 6 to potentially 9 foot surge. We have not seen numbers like this threat in a very long time, because most of our storms have gone inland, which has given us an offshore wind, which has limited the surge threat. Well, now that this one is staying west and it's a stronger one, it's still close enough to us that that's going to give us that risk to see some of the stronger surge. All right, now I'm going to talk about what it looks like up into the Panhandle for those of you that may have friends or family or some kids that are up there into the Panhandle. This map's probably going to look a little funny here at times because I haven't had a chance to put it all together, but there's where we are right now. There's the center of the storm. But as we fast forward to tomorrow morning, this is 8:30 into the morning. Again, it's going to look a little funny here for just a second, so bear with me while I get this organized. By 8:30 tomorrow morning, there is the chance that this could still go to the east of Tallahassee, but there is also the likelihood, based on tonight's data, that this will be a little more to the west. Back in 2016, we had Hurricane Hermine. It was a Category 1 hurricane. You probably remember that one as well. It hit Tallahassee. It was a Category 1 with 80-mile-per-hour winds, and the city of Tallahassee, especially the rural areas outside of the city, were without power for nearly 3 weeks, some of them even longer than that. Tallahassee is and I-10, if you've ever driven I-10 between Jacksonville and Pensacola, there's nothing there but tall trees, pine trees everywhere. And what we saw with Michael, when Michael hit Panama City back in 2018, I believe, we saw about a 50-mile strip of I-10 that completely lost all of its trees. But all those trees fell on power lines, and they had to do a complete restoration, not just of some power lines or county-wide power lines. They had about a 40 to 50-mile wide path or stretch that had complete tree devastation, which took out all the power lines, which led to some people being without power for weeks. When I was up at FSU, the downtown area, of course, has trees, but it's a lot more urban. It's a lot less rural than some of these areas outside of that. So the potential for this to make landfall there is a Category 3. If we had a Category 1 do that damage, and we're not talking about 60 years ago, we're talking about now in modern times, then the potential for the power situation up in the Tallahassee metro, if this comes on shore as a Category 3 there, it could be pretty extreme. And then we could be talking about some of the schools being shut down for quite some time. So as far as evacuations go, there's no water threat in Tallahassee. If you have friends or family that live south of there in Wakulla County, in the St. Marks vicinity, these areas will likely see storm surge 10 to 15 feet. If it goes a little more east, those numbers will be a little lower, but we're still looking at a surge much more extreme up in that area than what we'll likely see in our coastal spots here from Sarasota north to Crystal River. So Dennis talked about should the kids evacuate at this point. It's kind of late in the game, but there is still time because this isn't going to happen until 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, a landfall potentially up in the Appalachee Bay. If they were to evacuate with the storm path, don't have them go east, don't have them go south, have them go west. Places like Destin, Crestview, Pensacola, even to Mariana. We'll likely not see the extreme winds over into Mariana, which is one place that was decimated by Hurricane Michael. If they want to go northwest, you've got places like Dothan. That's an opportunity for them. But north, Thomasville, Valdosta, east over to Savannah. The storm's going over there, and it's clearly going over to Jacksonville. Jacksonville was prompted under a tropical storm warning. They may have that upgraded to a hurricane warning if it comes in a little stronger. So these are just some suggestions. There's no water threat in Leon County where FSU, FAMU are. So we're not looking at a surge threat being the concern there. It would just be that the schools may be shut down for several weeks. If they don't want to sit in a Category 3 hurricane that may be grazing Tallahassee and the state capital, then have them go somewhere to the west if they are. Don't have them come back down to us because they'll be driving through a lot of this mess as we go into the next couple of hours. And right now, again, the worst of it, mainly offshore, but we're still looking at this also moving onshore within the next half hour to 45 minutes even. As you can see, I'll pull the radar a little bit closer back here into home and I'll loop it for you. And we've got those feeder bands that are already filling in here from Sarasota up to Pinellas County. So quiet now for most of the Bay Area. The surge threat hasn't reached its peak yet. That's not until tomorrow morning between midnight and 3 a.m. That's when high tide comes. And at the same time, Jameson and Wendy, that's when we're also going to shift the winds back out of the southwest, 50 to 60 mile per hour gusts, likely filling in a lot of that water into the bay. And that's when we could see those water levels begin to rise at that point. We'll keep you guys posted.
All right. Thank you, Jason. We'll check back with you. We're checking in now with our crews who are stationed from the Big Bend area all the way to Sarasota County.
Our Vanessa Ariza is in Pinellas County for us tonight. Vanessa?
Yeah, we're in the Short Acres, you guys, and we've been here for a number of hours speaking with residents here. A number of them, I would say the majority of them, have chosen not to evacuate. I want to give you an idea of where we're at. We're near, this is Bayou Grand. You can see the water picking up, very choppy in this area. And residents who are here, they are heeding the warnings. They are preparing. In fact, a number of those residents, they were on golf carts rolling up. They just want to check out the water. They want to see how it's looking right now. We spoke with one gentleman. He actually had flooding in his home. I think he said about 3 rooms in his home last year. So this, you know, it's a little eerie for him, but he said, we've been here for a while. We know what to expect at the end of the day, usually, so we're going to stay put. And that's what a lot of people are doing. Mind you, they are preparing. They're putting their sandbags by their garages. We drove around the neighborhood. We saw a number of sandbags by the garages. The doors are taped up. They've got the sandbags there, so that's a good thing. And where we're at right now, we're maybe a block away, if that, from the Shore Acres Elementary School. And that parking lot right now, you guys, that is filled with vehicles. And that is because people in this area, they know that the water can get high, that high tide can come in. So they moved their vehicles to higher ground at the elementary school. They've done this before. They know what Mother Nature can do. So they are just preparing. So a lot of people here heeding the warnings. We've heard at least 2 people say we'll continue to watch Dennis Phillips to see what he has to say. When he says you need to leave, we will leave. So they are taking caution and they're getting prepared. You guys?
All right, Vanessa, thank you. And we just got this note here. Hillsborough County Fire Rescue will close 2 fire stations located in evacuation zone A. The personnel from these locations will be reassigned to surrounding stations at 8 p.m. Emergency services may not be able to respond during the height of the storm because of this shift.
Right. So let's now go to the Tampa Riverwalk area. ABC Action News reporter Adam Walser has been out there throughout the day. So Adam, how's it looking now?
Well, right now it's kind of like a night in the park. We're seeing people jogging by. You can see somebody just going by right now. We've seen people with baby carriages, people playing in the playground here, just basically enjoying this calm before the storm. But of course, the real fear here is the possible storm surge, and with the possibility of coming up as high as 6 feet. I'm nearly 6 feet tall, so it would be about up to my head, and it would cover up a large portion of this downtown area. Right behind me, that's University of Tampa. Yeah, they're closed for the day, closed for tomorrow, and hoping that it doesn't get into the buildings there. They've battened down the hatches. Also nearby, the Art Museum, the Glacier Children's Center. Most of the people who are out here tell us they're not really so worried because they live in these downtown high-rise apartments and condominiums, so they're not really worried about the storm surge getting up to them. They do say that they plan to go inside, once the rain gets started and the conditions worsen. But right now, people are out here enjoying the night and enjoying this time before we see any of the real effects of the hurricane. Reporting live from downtown Tampa, Adam Walser, ABC Action News.
Adam, thank you. And for those of you wondering where exactly Taylor County is, it's in the Big Bend region. And here's a map right there for you.
Yeah, quite north of where we are, and the Big Bend area of the state is expected to be hit hard by Hurricane Idalia.
Yes, it is. Our colleague Paul Lagrone is in Taylor County for us right now. Paul, what have you seen there throughout the day? I know the last time we were checking in with you, it's been pretty quiet. Yeah. But you mentioned that they shut down one of the shelters there, even though this storm's headed that way.
Right. I suppose that was a calculated risk on the part of emergency officials here. It was one shelter, one official hurricane shelter, Taylor County Elementary School. I mean, keep in mind, it's 22,000 people in Taylor County, 7,000 people in the town of Perry, which is where we are right now. And this hotel that we're, it's a Holiday Inn. It is packed to the brim with families, their animals, people of all different backgrounds and ages and different kinds of situations. We got a family here just showing up right now with their fur baby, as we love to call them. They're part of the family, right? So everyone's having to figure it out, and just figure out where to go and what to do, because the original advice, guys, was, hey, this shelter shut down, go to Leon County, go to essentially Tallahassee, which is a 56-minute jaunt up the road, US 19 to I-10 and over. So we're 56 minutes southeast of Tallahassee, and now, as we've been telling you, as Dennis has been tracking it, and Jason Adams as well, that it's starting to shift, another click or two to the west. If that keeps happening, then it's over Tallahassee. And all those folks that were told to go west have now, are now in that situation. And we've seen that before with past storms where, you can leave too early or you can leave too late. And it's kind of a dance with time that you play and the risk that you play when calculating where to go and when to go. Right now, you don't want to go west. You certainly want to go to the south and to the east, but more to the south if you can. Taylor County, Perry, where we are, we're about 3 hours north of Tampa. We're about 2 hours west of Gainesville. So that could be an option. But Tallahassee, for the folks who've already left and found shelter there, they're kind of locked out in that situation. And for the small amount of hotels that they have here in Perry, they're full. They're having to turn people away. And so the people that I've been speaking with here that have been showing up with their kids and their family and their pets, they're showing up knowing they're hunkering down in this. It's a newer building. I think they'll be safe, but they're hunkering down for a long 24 hours, as we all are here wondering what may come our way. And they've been, people have been asking me, when is it going to get bad? And that timetable shifting a little bit from, getting later in time. But, the good thing about this storm is at least it's not sitting over you, soaking you, sort of torturing you. It's quick in, quick out. But still, whatever is in its path is going to be a problem. That way, we've seen the clouds start to darken. We've seen, small signs of something coming our way. That is the direction of the Gulf of Mexico. Beyond those trees, about 25 minutes due west, is sort of the unspoiled, untamed nature of the Nature Coast, the Big Bend area that can absorb, that storm surge, that 11, 12, 13, 14-foot storm surge in peak times that we're expecting to get. The problem is, yes, it's relative when you compare it to Tampa Bay or a population center like South Florida, obviously, or even Tallahassee. This is a relatively speaking uninhabited area, that coast, and all those folks were under a mandatory evacuation order. But still, if you're in town, if you're in a place like Steinhatchee, if that's where you call your home, or Keaton Beach, or Fisher Creek, or some of those towns to the south of us even, and certainly to the west of us, it's all relative, right? That's your world. That's what you know. It doesn't matter that there's only 1,000 people that live there or 500 people that live there. That's your life, and that's what people are trying to figure out as these folks are now checking in and bringing what belongings they have. So the mystery is what's on the other side of this. What are we going to see out here tomorrow morning as the storm does pass through here? I'm concerned about those vehicles out in the open. I'm concerned about the trailers they're just parked in the field there with golf carts, and they're things that look like they're not really tied down. So again, this area, they're no stranger to severe weather, but a Cat 3, Cat 4 hurricane coming through right through their area, that is something that we haven't seen here in a long time. And so at least they're taking shelter. The question is, what is life going to look like on the other side of this thing? Right now, the priority is obviously hunker down, stay safe, find shelter, get to a dry place, get away from the storm surge, run from the water, hide from the wind. I think by and large people are doing that. At least that's what I've seen here today. People are moving. You've had those family conversations. I know because I've spoke with folks here that particularly their older family members that want to stay. They say, this isn't going to do anything. I'm staying in my mobile home. Those are family arguments, trust me, that are playing out, that are echoing all throughout the Big Bend, Nature Coast area, and even now maybe parts of Tallahassee as well. But we kind of all been there before when it comes to having conversations with family members about where to go and what to be. It's all out of love and caution and risk and how do you play it out. But we are going to be here every step of the way. Guys, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Paul, thank you. We want to remind you that you can watch us live on your phone during the storm, even if you lose power.
And before that happens, please make sure right now to charge your phone and other electronics. Also download our ABC Action News free mobile app, and you can do that right now. Grab your phone, open your camera, and scan that QR code on our screen. It will take you to our free apps to download.
Well, the governor and state regulators are warning Florida insurers they need to take care of homeowners who suffer any damage from Hurricane Idalia.
Investigator Jackie Calloway explains how a new law aims to keep carriers in check, and she joins us now with that. Jackie?
Wendy, under that new law that took effect earlier this year, insurance companies are now required to report their claims handling policies to the state. They must also use best practices for handling claims or face fines of up to $100,000. Now, that bill passed after Hurricane Ian victims complained about companies. They say they shorted them on claim payments. Some carriers have already started reaching out this time around to policyholders, confirming their contact information and providing hurricane preparedness information along with how to file a claim. First Security Company tells me it's beefed up resources and hired third-party experts to be able to quickly process thousands of claims post-Idalia.
So if you believe you have damage and you aren't sure, do contact your insurance carrier and file a claim. They can walk you through the process. They can inspect your home and let you know if you have damage and let you know if it's covered. Also, quite a few insurance carriers can put you in touch with contractors that they've vetted and that they know will do a good job helping repair your house. So if you have damage, do call your insurance carrier first.
Now, if you are impacted, go ahead and take pictures and videos of the damage just in case an adjuster cannot make it out right away. In some cases, insurers will send out a crew to tarp or put on plywood on the damaged area. Insurance companies do typically prioritize the hardest hit customers first. Dennis?
Becky, thank you very much. So as we continue to track Idalia, we will see a storm that I think eventually in the next hour or so, maybe less than that, we will see a tornado watch issued for the entire area. And I would expect that that watch would be in effect all night long. And that's usually the way it works, because as long as this storm is south of our area, in other words, let's say Tampa, you look at the east-west line. Once that goes north of that east-west line, usually at that point the tornado threat goes away. But it's going to take a long time to go from here all the way to Citrus County, which is the northern fringe of our viewing area. So actually, Jason, the new number's up. We're up to 105. I was just going to say, yeah, we got the new numbers. The intermediate advisory just came out, and we'll show you that. Well, there it is. Winds of 105 miles an hour. And it is still moving due north at 16 miles an hour. So that continues to be troublesome for folks who live in the Panhandle, specifically Tallahassee, because the thought, the thought is, as this eventually turns to the northeast, at that point, it's going to turn away from Tallahassee. But because this has been staying on a northward track even longer than the models were anticipating, it clearly takes away any direct threat to the Bay Area and starts to lessen the threat to areas like Crystal River and Cedar Key. Now, again, that's where it starts to jet out, so they're still going to see. But the worst of the surge at landfall, and this will not be us, but the worst of the surge at landfall will likely be 10 to 15 foot surge, which all of a sudden is starting to get kind of close to numbers like they had in Ian. I believe Ian had about a 15-foot surge. So there's a lot of rural areas here in the Big Bend area. So when we look at, and very marshy too. So when we were looking at places like Steinhatchee and areas west toward Appalachia Bay, there's not a lot there. If you've ever made the drive on US 19, you kind of know it's pretty rural. There are folks that live there, and we never ever would think, okay, well, let's hope that it goes somewhere else. But at the end of the day, this track is getting dangerously close to Tallahassee. Matter of fact, the Hurricane Center moved the track about 25 to 30 miles west from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. Now, there is a new advisory, but this will not give us a new track. The tracks are updated every 6 hours. And I'm talking about this because if this track were to go more, 25 miles more to the west in the next advisory, then all of a sudden you would have a landfalling hurricane, which will not be a 3 at landfall. Well, I guess it could be a 3, but it's probably going to have stronger winds than this. It could be a high-end 3, low-end Cat 4 at about 130 miles an hour. And you would have a landfalling hurricane eventually going very, very close to Tallahassee. Now, overall, the hurricane force winds aren't very wide from the center, 25 miles. So the area right now, if this storm, let's take a closer look for that matter. This is a better way to look at it. And I'm talking more about this because for the Bay Area, and Jason's going to talk more about this in a second, we're just not expecting hurricane winds. We're just not. I mean, simply put, hurricane force winds extend 25 miles out. This storm is 130 miles away. And there it is. We're not going to get sustained hurricane force winds, but we're getting other issues. And we've been saying this for days, that the water, the storm surge by far is the biggest threat for the Bay Area. But what are we going to see? All right, if you live east of I-75, you're going to have winds 35 to 40 miles an hour. They will gust higher in thunderstorms. Think about our afternoon thunderstorms in the summertime. When you get an advisory on your phone, it says severe thunderstorm warning. That means there were 60-mile-an-hour winds. So we get that a lot in the summer, and we kind of get used to it, right? It blows like crazy for 15 minutes or so, and then it's over. Well, we are not going to get sustained winds of that strong. In the beach, we may get gusts close, but that's probably about it. But we will get these bands that come through, and within the bands, there will be 60-mile-an-hour winds. So we're still going to see the gusts, but we're not going to have the steady wind of those levels as if this storm was closer, and it just isn't. But as I was saying, so about 6 hours ago, there was where the landfall was supposed to occur, right on the border of Taylor and Dixie County, right there on the border. Well, now that track has been shifted 25 miles to the west at 5 o'clock. And the Hurricane Center, and I've said this before, you guys know I typically don't do what ifs because I think what ifs are a waste of time. Why talk about what ifs? Let's talk about what is happening. This is an exception to that rule because the Hurricane Center, in their discussion at 5 o'clock, they said we may be forced to move this track more to the west at the 11 o'clock advisory because this northerly path continues. It has not started to turn yet. So the longer that it goes north, the more west that this track is likely going to be. So all of a sudden, we're now talking about a 25-mile swing that could very easily be much, much closer to Tallahassee. And that 25-mile wind radius of hurricane winds would go through Tallahassee. And then there's the possibility they could even be close to the area of extreme winds. Now, they're not going to get surge. And Jason, the area is right in here.
Yeah.
I mean, is there a lot of buildup right there as well?
No, there's the town of St. Marks, and St. Marks is extremely vulnerable to surge. And Hurricane Hermine, I believe they had close to a 10-foot surge in that area, which basically put the entire town underwater. So you're talking about St. Marks, you've got Carabel just to the west there, Alligator Point, Shell Point. These are some areas, but it's not built up like our coast. It's a lot more rural. It's a lot more swampy area here. But there are some towns in the Wakulla County area, southern Jefferson County, and then of course when you get over to Taylor County, that's where Perry is located. That's where you have a lot of communities in those areas too. But that coast there is more swamp and less population, if that makes sense, than what we have certainly down here at our coast, which is completely built up from top to bottom.
So when you have this come back to the area, when you have this, let's come on back to me, guys. There we go. So when you have this line right here, okay, most of the weather, the roughest weather, will be east of that line, 10 miles, 5 to 10 miles is where the extreme weather, and that's where the highest surge will be, by the way, as well. So right now, if this track were to verify and we don't see an adjustment to the west or the track doesn't go to the west, then Tallahassee is going to be in the fringe of hurricane winds. And they're going to have, similar to what Jason said, probably winds similar to what they had with Hermine back in 2016, which there were still power outages for a week or two. But if this track, like the Hurricane Center said, if this does go a little bit more to the west, as they anticipate they may have to expand it west, because this is going north, it has not started that east component yet, I think there's a reasonable chance the track is going to go a little bit more to the west. Then all of a sudden, it's another animal entirely. And you're talking about a landfalling hurricane, even though there will not be surge, it's moving very quickly. Look how it goes from 12 hours to 12 hours, really moving fast. So it will not have time to weaken going from here to here. So we typically don't talk a lot about Tallahassee or the Panhandle in terms, because it's not impacting the Bay Areas directly, and Tallahassee is actually its own TV market, and they've got stations there as well informing their folks. But because we, as parents, a lot of parents or a lot of alumni or a lot of people who have gone to FSU or FAMU or even the community college there feeding into FSU, you know, there's definitely an issue here. And so what we're going to do tonight is we're going to continue to give you coverage from the weather perspective, at least, of what you need to do, especially if you have a child in that area and you're thinking, well, what should we do? Is there still time? Do we need to move? Is it something that we should consider moving them out of that area? And I think the 11 o'clock advisory is really, really important, because at 11 o'clock, you're then at less than 12 hours out from landfall. And at some point, you get to the point where like, you got to hunker down and ride it out. But we're not there yet. And Governor DeSantis actually even an hour or so ago even said that folks that live in this area still have the ability to evacuate if they can, if they need to. And most of that's off the surge. So this is another animal entirely. So Jason, let's go on over to you and you talk a little bit more about what else is going on with that surge and the wind direction and the wind issues for us locally, which pale in comparison to what's going on up north.
Yeah, for sure. So back here at home, I'm going to pull up this latest surge forecast map. I still forgot to adjust that number. This is now 4 to 6 feet here for Tampa Bay, for Pinellas County, for Anna Maria Island, Bradenton Beach, Coquina Beach, and then the northern tip of Longboat Key. Right where Sarasota and Manatee County split Longboat Key, it drops to a 3 to 5 foot forecast. And then down past Inglewood, down to the Charlotte County area, Fort Myers Beach, they're looking at 2 to 4 foot surge here. But if you are north of Tampa Bay, the Anclote Key area up to the Chassahowitzka region, so of course that is coastal Hernando and coastal Pasco counties, this is where we're looking at 6 to 9 foot surge. That number has not changed from the National Hurricane Center. And then for Citrus County's coastline, 7 to 11 feet, which would be challenging some of the records here in our area for peak heights of storm surge. And that's why everybody here west of 19 in our northern spots has been completely evacuated. Places like Pine Island had to evacuate. Hernando Beach, I had some friends there that left their home here in Hernando County because, of course, the high surge total. So this is what it looks like here at home. And if you're saying, well, yeah, we saw some water rise earlier today. I know there was Shore Acres, one of the spots here in St. Pete Beach in South Pasadena. Gulfport also experienced a little bit of flooding too. That was actually more so from the king tides that we've been talking about for the last several days. We're at the highest tides of the month, coinciding with our full moon. And that was high tide number 1 for today. We have high tide number 2 setting up just after midnight, and then a third high tide that we're going to be watching toward tomorrow afternoon, about 12 hours later. That one could be actually have been a lot worse if the storm was a little bit later for us, because that's the highest high tide tomorrow afternoon. But the one we got to get through tomorrow morning, that's the one that's going to potentially set us up to see a little bit of a surge threat here. So again, 4 to 6 foot surge. That's what's setting up here in the Pensacola or Pinellas County area, I should say. Here are the tide times, the ones that we're going to be watching very closely. Crystal River 302. That's when the storm is also going to be closest to Crystal River. That's when the winds are also going to be turned back onshore, which will start piling up the water, unlike the offshore winds that we're seeing right now. In Bayport, 256 tomorrow morning. Ballast Point, we're looking at 302. Sarasota, I've got it at 153 in the morning. And then here in St. Pete, 331. That is when our tide times are going to be at their high tides for tomorrow morning, the first one of 2 tomorrow. But this is also, unfortunately, when the winds turn back onshore instead of being offshore like we've been seeing out there here for most of the day today. So here's what it looks like wind-wise. We talked about that we're still under a hurricane warning, but Dennis had mentioned clearly the hurricane force winds will stay offshore. The only chance for us to get even 270 plus miles per hour would be in some of the stronger rain bands that set up for us here as we go into the next couple of hours. So now let's go through midnight. You can see the wind gusts starting to pick up here in Pinellas County, perhaps some 50-mile-per-hour gusts. These are tropical storm force winds. Honestly, our summertime thunderstorms produce some wind gusts stronger than this, but of course this would be over a larger area than our summertime thunderstorms. Fast forward to 6 a.m. tomorrow, still looking at 40 to 50 miles per hour here in Tampa, Clearwater, and St. Pete, with the highest winds being along the coast. Lightest winds, 42 miles per hour, not that light, but you get the point. East of I-75 and inland sections here from Brandon east over to Valrico, Plant City as well. Then as we get into tomorrow afternoon, the winds will really start to come down pretty quickly. So that's what it looks like here as we go into tomorrow morning. If you're looking at those higher tide areas here north of I-4, this is when the winds are going to start to become a bigger concern for us. So notice as we go to 12 a.m., already some 45 to 50 mile per hour gusts showing up here at coastal Pasco. As we go to midnight to 2 a.m., that's when these winds begin to turn onshore. And notice they're a little bit stronger here the farther north we go. 51 showing up here at Pine Island. And these winds are what's going to stack up that storm surge to potentially highest levels that we have seen in a long time here west of Highway 19. So 50 to 60 mile per hour gusts, the best chance for that will be here north of I-4. If you're south, I'll really quickly go over some speeds here for those of you in Manatee and Sarasota County. I still think 50 mile per hour gusts are certainly possible, especially here on the Barrier Islands, Anna Maria Island, Longboat Key, pretty exposed here from the mainland. We have the big Sarasota Bay that separates them. So the winds will likely stay at the strongest here right along these Barrier Islands. But notice no hurricane force gusts. These are gusts. So you know if we're not getting them in the gusts, we're not getting them in the sustained winds. And that's why hopefully this will limit the surge potential. But unfortunately, with it being such a large storm and for several consecutive hours with 2 high tide cycles of the winds constantly pushing the water toward the coast, it's got one thing to do, and that's pile up and give us those storm surge risks. So that's what we're looking at here, the very latest. We're going to go over the data. Again, Dennis mentioned we're looking at the potential for a tornado watch that will be issued here shortly. It will last all the way through tomorrow morning, and it will encompass most of the area, perhaps maybe not inland sections like Highlands County, maybe Polk County not included in that. I'll let you know once that watch gets issued. We'll cut back in from our anchors and we'll let you know exactly where and who is under that watch. Jameson.
All right, Jason, thank you. Pinellas County is asking everyone to stay off the roads as Idalia's outer bands hit that area. I want to bring in our night side and overnight crews, and Chad Mills is one of those several crews spread out throughout Pinellas County. And Chad, what do you see in there as you're standing on the beach? Where are you at?
So, Jameson, we are in Indian Rocks Beach. We're right on the Gulf right now. And as Jason just mentioned, the story here is a worry about storm surge and how the king tide will play a factor in that storm surge. If you look behind me, you can see there's actually people walking on the beach right now. Believe it or not, several people in the Gulf right now, several surfers catching the swell that you so rarely catch on a Florida beach. They just couldn't resist despite the danger of being out here right now. But yeah, it looks like there were several dozen people out here. They're heading to safety. Of course, we're in Zone A, an evacuation zone, mandatory evacuation. Talking to some of the local mayors here on the island, they tell me they think that people did a very good job of evacuating those who are at most risk. But talking to people, some of the old timers here, there were a number of people who decided to stay put for various reasons. Maybe they have a newer home, maybe they have one off the ground, maybe they were watching the track of this storm and felt comfortable with where they are. But one thing is for sure, Pinellas County wants people, once nightfall is here, to find a safe place and stay in that safe place. Let's go back to storm surge. They were expecting and are expecting 4 to 6 feet of surge in this area of Pinellas County. You know, whether we get that much or not, it kind of depends on geography. Where we're standing right here, this beach actually has some pretty nice dunes capped with sea oats. A couple of the neighbors were saying that they've really grown up over the past year, so they feel pretty comfortable about this stretch of beach, but they know that others are more vulnerable here in Pinellas County. But you see the Gulf right there, kind of a strong red flag on any other day, I would say. Hard to visualize the storm surge yet, but we are in a period of low tide, kind of coming out of one right now. The key times here in Indian Shores, Indian Rocks, 1 a.m. or so, that's when we have a moderately high tide overnight, and then there's another one tomorrow afternoon around noon or so. That's the one that neighbors are most worried about, because that one will be a king tide and could play a factor with some of the water being pushed by Idalia into this area. We're going to stay here overnight, bring you updates throughout the evening. For now, we're live on Indian Rocks Beach. Chad Mills, ABC Action News.
All right, Chad, thank you, and welcome to our coverage here tonight. We want to remind you that you can watch us live on your phone during this storm, even if you lose power, so you can make sure you download our ABC Action News free mobile app, and you can do that right now by grabbing your phone, open your camera, and scan that QR code. It's going to take you to our free apps, so you can download them there in the App Store. We've also partnered with 6 local radio stations. You'll be able to hear ABC Action News on their stations. If you prefer to use a battery-powered radio if your power goes out, our radio partners are right there on your screen. Our coverage continues right after this short break. Welcome back. We want to go back out live now to some more crews out in the field. Our team coverage continues tonight in Oldsmar, and that's where we find our JJ Burton to tell us what's been going on out there. JJ?
Hey, good news. There's not much going on, and that's a good thing because people are heeding the warning. They're staying off the road. Deputies driving up and down. We're along Tampa Bay Road here in Oldsmar, and everything along the road area is closed. Nothing's open. Again, not many people out on the roads. A few blocks from here, though, is the mandatory Zone A, where people should be evacuating. Now, we want to go to some video and show you some families that were putting up boards and things like this. This is a video of a father and his kids. They live close to Shore Drive, where they have to evacuate. And they were putting up boards, and you see they do this every year. 2017, they had for Irma, and then 2022, and they also trace how the kids are aging. And you can see this cute picture. That's what they do. And along the house, they have 28 windows, 28 boards along the house there, making sure the house is safe. The family will not be there throughout the storm. But along Shore Drive, we spoke to a guy who was cutting up some boards in his yard. This guy here, his name is Brad Knuth, and he was in the middle of remodeling the home, and then they had to put those boards up. They were tying them up to make sure they're not flying around. They will be planning to stay there throughout the night, and they'll be watching, though, to see if they need to leave. They live right across the street from the bay, and storm surge is a problem, so that's why they will be watching that to make sure it's safe. And if they have to leave, they will go. They have some friends that live nearby who closer up in Zone B where they can stay. But that's what people are doing right now. And along that area of Shore Drive where we were, most of those families say that they plan to stay, but they all have sandbags, and a lot of them are putting boards up along their doors and heeding the warnings. Another thing here in Pinellas County, if you do want to go to shelters and you don't want to drive, you can take Uber for free. Just go to the Uber app and you want to put in the storm name, Idalia. Put that in, Idalia Relief, and Uber will come get you for free and take you to one of the shelters here in Pinellas County. Reporting live in Oldsmar, I'm JJ Burton, ABC Action News.
JJ, thank you. Let's turn our coverage next here to Pasco County. Tonight's storm surge also a concern there. Let's bring in ABC Action News reporter Mary O'Connell live on Hudson Beach for us today and tonight. Mary, you've been checking out, we've been checking in with you all day here. What's the latest you're seeing out there?
Still pretty calm at this hour. We've had very, very light rain on and off, but at this point it's light, no rain at this hour, and the water behind me is pretty calm, and really not much of a breeze, but we have a lot of people who are out at Hudson Beach right now, kind of taking in those last moments before I expect that they'll go back and hunker down as this storm inches our way. Now, county officials do want people to know that if you're in Zone A, you're under a mandatory evacuation order. They expect storm surge along the coastline. They say it's not safe, so you should head elsewhere. Of course, if you can't shelter where you're at, they do, or with family or friends, they do say that you can go to the county-run shelters. Those are available, and we have a list of those online for you. They are also asking for people to stay off the roads later on tonight when they expect conditions to deteriorate. But right now here in Pasco County, things are pretty calm, but we'll be out here as the storm heads closer this way. We're live in Pasco County. Mary O'Connell, ABC Action News.
All right, Mary, thank you for that update there. And our team coverage of tracking Hurricane Idalia continues. We want to head to South Pinellas County now, where our Anthony Hill has been for us. Anthony, you were out there earlier tonight. I know it's dark behind you now, but those waves were certainly picking up earlier right around sunset.
And they're still picking up. You can't see them, but you can definitely hear them. And not only that, but we noticed that the wind is intensifying ever so slightly. I mean, as you can imagine, when a hurricane is in our vicinity, there's going to be quite a bit of wind, but you can see the trees for some perspective right here. Our Chad Mills was on the ground not too long ago on the beach, and you know, he was talking about how he noticed people walking right now. I mean, there are still people that we can see. I can see about 3 people down there, and that has been one of the constants of reporting from here today, noticing that there are people on the beaches, the waves, this as night falls. We spoke with one guy who told us he's new to the Bay Area relatively. He moved here right before Hurricane Ian. So we asked him, how are you preparing and how do you feel before this hurricane? Take a listen. Okay, so apparently we don't have that sound. We're going to try to get that when we get a chance. But essentially what he said was that, you know, during Hurricane Ian, that gave him a lot of anxiety. As you can imagine, a lot of people moving to Florida. But he said that he knows what to expect now and he feels prepared. We are on Indian Rocks Beach. As we said before, this is an evacuation, a mandatory evacuation zone. City officials are strongly urging people who live here to get to Zone C or above for their own safety, their family's safety, their pets' safety. Because again, one of the concerns is storm surge. Talking about storm surge, we're expecting anywhere between 4 and 7 feet as Idalia makes its way up the coast here along Pinellas County. Again, not sure how much you can see, but you can probably hear the waves kicking up. This, a harbinger, as Hurricane Idalia is right off into the Gulf of Mexico. We will continue to cover this. We're going to stay right here. We're going to be reporting into the night, but I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio.
Anthony Hill reporting live for us in South Pinellas County tonight with Nature's Sound Machine behind him. All right, Anthony, thank you. And if you are evacuating from Hurricane Idalia, be sure to bring your pets with you. Today, Governor DeSantis and the State Restaurant and Lodging Association made this easier for people, waiving pet policies. That means hotels and other lodging are allowing folks to stay with their animals despite policies that might be in place saying that they can't. Again, that has now been waived. Meanwhile, our Adam Walzer has spent the day all around South Tampa. He spoke with some business owners over in the Hyde Park area, seeing how they are preparing.
I'm Adam Walzer here in Hyde Park, where one local bar is still doing business, even though everything around is shut down. The manager here, Spencer Smallwood, has been talking to us a little bit. Why'd you decide to stay open here?
Well, it is the local hangout here in Hyde Park. We've been here over 10 years. This is, people know that we're open, pretty much ready to shine. Still looking good right now. I know it's going to deteriorate later today, but these are all regulars. These are all our friends. They've all been coming here for years and years. So while we can, come here, be safe, have a couple drinks, head home, shelter down tonight, and we'll deal with it tomorrow because it looks like it'll end in the afternoon.
We're kind of on high ground right here. I guess that the bay's right down the street, but a lot of these other businesses have a bunch of sandbags. Does that make you worry a little bit?
Only this part of town, just the topography, it does tend to flood with the hills and valleys of the streets just in this area. But as far as the location itself, it's never gets to the point. As long as I've been here 7-8 years, it's never gotten that bad.
No trivia though.
No trivia. That was the one thing. I've had a few people because the Tuesday trivia is a big deal here. But yeah. We'll fight another day next week.
Next Tuesday.
Yep, absolutely.
All right. Reporting from Hyde Park, I'm Adam Walzer, ABC Action News.
All right, Adam, thank you. And as Idalia continues to churn in the Gulf, there's obviously some unease amongst people that could potentially be in the path. In just the past hour or so, we heard from FEMA, which says it's keeping an eye out for retirees and people with disabilities specifically.
There are more than 2.8 million Medicare beneficiaries with 110,000 plus electricity-dependent beneficiaries, which will become a focus should the power go out in any of the counties. Most of these folks are dependent on electricity for life-sustaining medical equipment, mobility, and other assistive devices.
Let's check back in now with Chief Meteorologist Dennis Phillips. During that package there with Adam, he was over in Hyde Park, and I'm sitting there trying to see what people are drinking, and Dennis is going, what are they watching?
Yeah, they have the Weather Channel on. Come on, dude. What are you talking about? Yeah. Stay local, right? And honestly, when you look at what we're dealing with locally, the impacts for our area, very, very different for Central Florida compared to the Panhandle, compared to South Florida. I mean, 2 days ago, I think the big concern was, and for our area, we certainly know why, because it's happened a lot, is this going to hook into our area? I mean, I think more often than not, people just figured it was a foregone conclusion that was going to happen. Never did. The models were all over this, and honestly, this is now so far offshore that the sustained hurricane winds are simply not going to happen. We're not going to see that. But what we will see, and we're beginning to right now, is these bands, and these are some of the stronger bands, not the most intense ones. The most intense ones are right there. But these bands are moving north because the storm is moving due north. So expect this pretty much from around I-75 west over the next hour or two. This area is going to bring very heavy downpours, gusty winds, 40, 50, 60 miles an hour, very often like what we have with our afternoon thunderstorms when we get a severe thunderstorm warning. And I suspect we're going to see a tornado watch issued shortly for the possibility, because, I mean, think about this. This is a giant rotating thunderstorm. That's what it is. And by the way, look at how that eye wall is closing around right now. I mean, it's just getting stronger. I really think this is going to go to 130 before landfall. I mean, there's really nothing in its way to cause it to slow down. So, I mean, I think the minimum is where we're at 105, but I would not be surprised at all if this goes Cat 4 now at this point, and that's just the worst news for the Northern Gulf. But we'll get to that in a minute. But regardless, again, we're looking at this rain that continues to work right on up towards Sarasota. I mean, it's just offshore. So if you live along the coast, you will see heavier rainfall with this band and probably with most of the bands, because at least until we finally see a turn more toward the northeast, and that'll start to swing some of these long extended moisture plumes right across the area. So we're going to see it, but I still think the heaviest rain is going to be west of I-75, where we need it the most, of course, because we're still in a drought. We'll see if we will be after this pushes on through. some lightning, a lot of wind, and again, the potential for a couple of isolated water spouts to move onshore as a tornado. And I would think that that watch could be issued at almost any moment, as we see right there some pretty intense weather ready to move into Sarasota. And there is some lightning with that as well, with this band as it comes on through. So there's the center, there's your eye, and you can see the eye wall, and it is still moving due north. I mean, there's wobbles, and that's a great shot there, because watch how it looks like it goes a little bit to the right and then goes back to the left. And the untrained eye would look at this and say, oh, no, that's going to turn to the right. That's turning. No, these are wobbles. They're not perfect circles. And as they rotate north, they kind of have that look. And unfortunately, that look is a much stronger hurricane. 105, that's the latest winds. Now, we're close enough now to landfall that recon continues to fly through this constantly. And there might be a time, even outside of an advisory, which is every 3 hours, that they could bump this up. If recon comes in with a 115, they're not going to wait till 11 o'clock. They're going to say, we have a 115 major hurricane because it's 111 or above for a major Cat 3. Still moving due north at 16 miles an hour. Hurricane warnings for most areas along the coast. Inland areas, they're tropical storm warnings. We've already been covering this for hours and hours, that we are not going to see sustained hurricane winds in the Bay Area. It just can't happen. We're going to get gusts, and pretty high gusts, 50, 60 miles an hour, but sustained, it can't happen. Hurricane force winds extend out 25 miles from the center. That's it. This thing's 130 miles from the center or from the coast, and it's never going to get any closer than 100 miles. So it just cannot happen. And again, anyone thinking this is going to turn, that's not going to happen either. So over the next couple of hours, we'll continue to watch this track carefully, because our concern is a couple of things. One, the more north it goes, the more likely this goes into Tallahassee tomorrow at some point in time. Two, we're going to start to see the water push through the overnight hours, but the high tide tomorrow between noon and 4, that's the tide that I think we're going to start to see a better chance of surge. So we're going to have our reporters out in the field all night long. Jason and I will be here covering it, tracking the storms, looking for the tornadoes, seeing the winds gusting. But I think it's going to be tomorrow at that second high tide, the one that's a 3.0 king tide. You've heard a lot about it, I'm sure, the supermoon king tide tomorrow afternoon. That's the one that I think is going to give us more of our significant concerns for surge across the area. There's the updated track. I throw this out here because some of the models were doing that. I mean, look at this big old bend at the end. No one's really talking much about it with good reason, but the GFS actually took this and did a complete loop. Has a much weaker system, but did a complete loop and brought it right back into the Gulf again. We'll worry about that if it ever happens. But again, taking a closer look right now, there's the track, 2 a.m., about its closest approach to the Bay Area, and then as a Category 3 hurricane. 12 hours later at 2 p.m., it's already going to be in Georgia. So, I mean, that's how fast it's going to be moving, which makes landfall here around 9 or 10 o'clock in the morning. Of course, our concern is if that track moves more to the west, and the Hurricane Center said that could happen at 11, and as long as this is moving north, I suspect that track will continue to move off to the west. And so that's something that we really, really need to keep a close eye on. So look how small the hurricane force winds are. See that? Those are the orange right there, 58 to 73. They're the stronger winds. The yellow ones are where we're in right now. So we're seeing these winds along the coast. But as this moves north, those hurricane winds never get really any closer to the Bay Area. But the winds that we are dealing with and the surge, let's go over to Jason to talk about that. Jason.
And Dennis, while you were just talking, getting ready to send it over to me, tornado watch has been issued. Let me see if that's already been loaded graphically. It has. So there you go. Everybody in our area, that includes our inland spots. We were wondering if it would be that far east. It goes right to the border here of Polk and Highlands County. There is not a tornado watch over to the eastern side of the peninsula. So that tornado watch means that we are going to expect to see a couple of isolated tornadoes. We see this nearly with every tropical system, whether it's a depression or a tropical low or a strong hurricane like this one. Like Dennis said, it's a spinning thunderstorm, and we have all these individual spins that happen, plus you have land interaction, friction, and all that sets the stage for us to potentially see some of these supercells offshore that may turn onshore and develop into something a little stronger. So I'm going to spend just a second on here with the radar, see if we've got any suspicious areas that are showing up. Of course, the squall line, or the squall that we're talking about coming onshore, it's literally within 15 miles of the coast right now, and it's within these areas that we'll watch for the potential for some rotation location to develop. So if we were to see tornado warnings begin to get issued, it would be here in our southern counties first, south of Tampa Bay. I'm going to flip the radar off. I'm going to turn the rain off, and we're going to look at the winds inside of this. So it looks a little funky, and yeah, there are a couple of areas of suspicion that I am seeing. So let me pause it. We'll zoom in onto these spots here. What we look for is a difference in color on the radar. And what that means for you and me is that when you see two colors that are the kind of the same color, but not necessarily. We've got this spot here, and then maybe a few spots under the radar down here as well. But this is a little bit of spin. So we've got the blue going this way, the red, green going this way. These two right next to each other indicate that we do have some rotation out there within these cells that are offshore. So that's a potential heading into the next few hours, hence the tornado watch until all the way tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. So right now, no tornado warnings, but just be advised that we may be doing a little bit of tornado coverage here as we go through the night if some of these can hold together and move a bit farther south. But like Dennis said, we've got to talk about the surge. The surge is going to be the biggest forecast headache for us here over the next couple of hours. And I say that because we're looking at the onshore winds that are coinciding with high tide times, and that all working together to give us the surge potential. But it's all about the wind direction first. So take a look at this. This is Futurecast in the Gulf of Mexico right now, with the eye being just to the west of Port Charlotte right now in southern Sarasota County. That means that our winds are just now beginning to turn onshore here to the south of the eye. To the north of the eye, where we're looking at the peak forecast for surge potential, we're still looking at winds around the eye coming and out of the east. That's an offshore wind, and that is right now limiting the surge risk. As we go forward in time, though, as the eye begins to move north of your latitude, that's when your winds shift back onshore and back out of the southwest. So by 1 a.m., as we're gearing up for high tide, some of you around midnight, others as late as 3 to 4 in the morning, just depends on your location from north to south, and I'll have those tide times here in a second. But by 1 a.m., the center is now basically at the latitude here of Clearwater, and that means that we're beginning to see the onshore winds coming into Tampa Bay. The surge has already started in our southern spots, maybe as early as 9 to 10 o'clock. The water's starting to creep up here in southern Sarasota County, where you do have the potential for 2 to 4, maybe 5 foot of surge in these areas. And in Tampa, that's when we're going to start to watch and see how much water can get pushed into the bay, because in Tampa area, we're looking at that tide time, high tide being around 2:30, 3 o'clock, and that's when we're looking at the center beginning to bring in some of those stronger areas of winds and more of a water push. Then you fast forward to 4 a.m., the latitude has now reached Citrus County, so we're seeing all of our coast at that point beginning to get the water pushed onshore and beginning to fill the bays and estuaries, and also pushing into some of the freshwater rivers that go out into the bays, and that's all setting up the potential for us to get these near record level surges that we have not seen along our coast in quite some time. The last several strong, powerful hurricane systems have moved inland before they got to our latitude, which kept offshore winds nearly for the entire coast the whole time. Even in Hurricane Ian moved onshore just south of Sarasota County. So while we had the eye wall in southern Sarasota County, the whole time it was moving with winds offshore. So we had the significant and severe wind damage in Northport, and then of course the freshwater flooding that happened after. But in places like Inglewood, Manasota Key, Casey Key, Nokomis, we didn't see that significant surge in these areas because of the offshore wind. So that's what was different with this storm compared to last year, compared to Irma, compared to Charlie. So often the storms have moved in to the southern peninsula and then have come up, which have kept us on the offshore side, the off-wind side, I should say, of our surge. So let me find the surge tide map. This is what we're looking at. So in Crystal River, around 3 o'clock, the eye should be approaching your latitude, and we're looking at 3:02 into the morning for high tide. So if we can hold off the eye going past Crystal River by 3 a.m. as the tide is at its highest, we may save a little bit on this first high tide of that flood surge potential. But the next high tide, like Dennis was saying, is at 2:47. The storm will be well away from the area, but we're still looking at, of course, the onshore wind around the circulation, with it being to our north. In St. Petersburg, 3:31 in the morning is our high tide. We're already going to start to see the onshore wind here by midnight. So this is where we could actually run into high tide coinciding with the onshore winds in our central and southern spots. In Sarasota, 1:53 a.m. By that point, places like St. Armand Circle, Lido Key, Siesta Key, you're beginning to get the surge pushed back onto your beaches at that point as well. So 3:02 is what we're looking at here in the Tampa-St. Pete area, and that's what we're going to be talking significantly here, Dennis, about the surge potential. So I'll send it back over to you.
Yeah, Jason, so a couple of things I want to go over, kind of administrative things, if you will. All right, so first of all, I want to welcome the folks who are watching us from Florida 24, especially in the West Palm area, because we are now kind of covering the entire state in our coverage, and with good reason, because the entire state is being impacted by Idalia. I mean, you can see right there a very well-defined eye getting stronger. The outflow boundaries extend all the way down past Fort Myers. You have a moisture plume even coming in from Miami up toward Daytona, Jacksonville, but obviously this is the area that we're most concerned about. So we're going to be talking about areas from Tallahassee to Jacksonville. I want to mention Gainesville. We have a lot of folks who have kids who go to UF, and UF is not going to have the issues that they could have if this track had been more Cedar Key. I mean, Cedar Key is only about an hour from Gainesville, and that track could have very easily been a real issue. Matter of fact, I have a daughter who goes to UF, and I was talking to her yesterday saying you could see 75, 85 mile an hour winds. You're not going to see that anymore because as this storm has moved far to the west, it's going to be more up toward the north. In fact, well to the northwest of Jacksonville as well. I think it's going to end up even closer to the Savannah and the Carolinas. So that'll happen in 24 to 36 hours. But again, we are with our Florida 24 network and our group of reporters from all the way in West Palm straight on up to Tallahassee. We're going to be all over the place. And I do want to mention one other thing. We're not going to necessarily see widespread power outages, but we are going to see some power outages. And since this is hitting the Bay Area at night, that's just a lame thing. I mean, that's the worst thing. In the middle of the night, lose power. Yeah, you can't see anything. You don't know what's going on. It's pretty scary, right? So we've got a solution for you. And by the way, you should be charging your phones at all times until that power goes out, if it actually does. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to show you on the screen. It's a QR code for our ABC Action News app. Now, I'm not sitting here trying to pitch an app. I promise you I'm not. I'm doing this because while you lose power, you can still watch our newscast. And that is huge. I've been in power outages chasing storms before, and it's kind of lonely because you don't know what's going on. You're not sure where these storms are. You don't know if there's a tornado warning and whatnot. So you scan this code right now, you download our app, you will be able to watch our live coverage all the time, all night long. We will be here. I mean, Wendy and Jameson, they actually pulled a chair up to the desk. I'm thinking, well, they're in for the duration now, although it looks like they put it away now, so I don't know what's going on over there. But regardless, like I said, you will have the ability to watch us if you lose power, and that is a huge, huge thing. We're on our local radio stations. We've been doing a lot of live shots, talking with MJ over at Q105. And so at the end of the day, we've got you covered everywhere. And it's not like we're watching you like Alexa and all the other stuff. No. This is simply us trying to be everywhere you already are. And if you're not watching on TV, maybe you're watching on streaming app, or maybe you're watching on Facebook or TikTok or Twitter or X or whatever the case may be. So that's our goal, to be in all those places to serve you. So when you get a big storm like this, you're never in need. You're always going to know what's going on, and that helps you to make those decisions you need to keep you and your family safe during the rest of this hurricane season. Jameson?
All right. Thank you, Dennis. Just took a load off there for a few minutes. Now I'm back up again, ready to go. Another reminder, as some of you start losing power, as Dennis mentioned, we've also partnered with our 6 local radio stations. You'll be able to hear ABC Action News on their stations using a battery-powered radio if the power goes out. I was just checking some of the outage numbers from all the different providers, from TECO, FPL, Duke Energy. We do have some sporadic power outages going on in the Bay Area right now. Nothing major, though, at this point, so that is certainly good news. Our radio partners, as you see, are right there on your screen. Turning back now to our team coverage out in the field. Let's go ahead and check in with our Vanessa Riza, who is live for us at the St. Pete Pier this evening. Vanessa?
Yeah, good evening to you, Jameson. As you were pitching to me, the wind started to pick up even more and the rain coming down even more. Now, we drove through downtown St. Pete. It looked kind of as business as usual. People in the bars, they were enjoying the evening for as long as they can right now. But we're at the pier right now. I want to give you a better idea. We have a little bit more light here than we did in Shore Acres. So it is whistling out here, guys. All of these boats, every now and then, you can hear the wind pick up and you can hear it through these boats just swaying back and forth. So we have seen a few people in the downtown St. Pete area here along the pier, not so much. When we were in Shore Acres about 30 minutes ago, we actually did see a person on the jet ski on the waters. A lot of people checking out Grand Bayou or Bayou Grand just to see how it was going. And we're kind of seeing the same as we come down here to St. Pete, albeit the wind has picked up. It's a little bit more windier here than it was in Shore Acres within the past 20 minutes, as is the rain. That's coming down a little bit more steadily now. And we're going to stay out here, kind of monitor, drive around, see what we can find. The good news is we're not seeing as many people on the streets right now. So we will continue to drive around, like I said, see if there are still people out here and see how this weather progresses. But for now, I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Vanessa, thank you. We want to continue our team coverage staying in Pinellas County now. We're going to check in and see what Julie Salamone has found out there for us tonight. Julie, welcome to our coverage this evening.
Hello, Jameson. We are out here not far from downtown Dunedin. The Dunedin Pier is right behind me, as well as the marina. A couple people outside walking around tonight. Their first thing they said to me was, "Where's Dennis Phillips?" I'm like, he's working hard. So I think they were a little disappointed when they saw us. They were really hoping to see Dennis. Again, we're over here not too far from the pier. Pinellas County officials are urging everyone. They really wanted everyone to be sheltering in place by 7 o'clock tonight. They're also encouraging people to stay active on social media, on their Facebook account, on their Twitter account for updates. Right now in Pinellas County, there's a evacuation order for just Zone A, but they are just urging people to stay up to date. A little bit of rain out here, a little bit of wind. We were in downtown Dunedin a couple minutes ago, a couple people walking out. Some people had the golf cart out. Not too much wind down there. Most of the businesses are closed down there. So again, Pinellas County is just urging people to really, shelter in place, stay inside if you don't have to go outside. There is an evacuation order for people living in Zone A. They're also encouraging people that power outages are likely. So if the power does go out, do not call 911. Instead, call your power company and report it, like Duke Energy. So that is the latest live out here in Dunedin. A little bit of rain, a little bit of wind. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Julie, thank you. Now from Pinellas to Hillsborough, let's check in with Adam Walser. He's been out at the Riverwalk throughout the day for us and joins us live now in downtown Tampa. Adam?
Well, Jameson, the rain just started for the first time we've seen it in about 3 or 4 hours. We had that band come through in the early afternoon, and then it's been completely dry. This Riverwalk area and Curtis Hickson Park were full of people up until about nightfall, and now people have cleared out, I guess, going back in to wait out the storm. But we ran into quite a few people. In fact, 2 college freshmen at the University of Tampa who were here from Minnesota. They said this was their first hurricane. They were out looking around to see what was going on, and we told them that the worst is yet to come and to go in and make themselves safe. But they said they were already getting calls from their family and friends up north, concerned about what they were seeing on the weather map and hearing from all the national coverage of this hurricane. Obviously, the big concern here is that storm surge, which could pump a lot of water from Tampa Bay up the Hillsborough River and in here into Curtis Hickson Park. In fact, a lot of the Riverwalk went underneath water just a couple of years ago when we had Tropical Storm Ada, and this could easily do that if these predictions hold true, depending on the timing and depending on the tide at the time. So obviously it's a hurry up and wait, and hopefully things will not be as bad as originally forecast, but lots of people here are already taking precaution in the low-lying areas around Hillsborough County. Reporting live from downtown Tampa, Adam Walser, ABC Action News.
Pretty quiet out there tonight. All right, thank you, Adam. We've been showing you this all day if you've been watching us, but we want to stress how important staying connecting to us is as people start to lose power tonight, and it will happen. So make sure to charge your phone now, any backup batteries you might have as well, and download our ABC Action News free mobile app. You can do it right now. Grab your phone, open your camera, scan that QR code. It's going to take you to our free apps to download. Our coverage continues right after this break. Welcome back. As Hurricane Idalia heads toward the coast, the nonprofit Rescue Pets of Florida is trying to give its horses the best chance of survival. The equines were tagged and released into a pasture earlier today. The group says locking the animals in barns or stalls would be very unsafe because those structures don't fare well during storms like this. Once Idalia passes through, the group will begin trying to find those horses and corral them. We're going to get a look at some of the outer bands here of Hurricane Idalia. This is video from Jen Hemmerdinger. She shot this a little while ago from Nokomis Beach. You can see those dark clouds out there in the sky. Thank you for that, Jen. And finally, our Chad Mills has also been following Hurricane Idalia. He's live in Johns Pass. Chad, we checked in with you a little bit ago. The jacket and the hat were getting pretty wet out there, and the wind was picking up a little bit for you too as well. Same from your vantage point, it looks like right now.
So we have moved from Indian Rocks Beach south to Johns Pass, and yeah, the wind is picking up. Nothing extreme, maybe 15, 30 miles per hour, but it's definitely blowing more than it was about 30 minutes ago. You can see behind me, you know, the rocks here on the side of Johns Pass. A couple fishermen scaling down them right now. You can still see the rocks because it is low tide right now. The tide is pretty low, but you can see the waves starting to crash into some of the rocks, an indication that there is a storm out there, and storm surge remains a threat overnight here in parts of coastal Pinellas County. Just got off the phone with the mayor of Madeira Beach. He tells me people kind of holding their own, you know, no real emergencies or anything like that to deal with at this point. But again, they are watching the high tide. There is one expected around midnight to 1 a.m. and then another one tomorrow afternoon. Kind of remains to be seen how the tide combines with storm surge to cause flooding in some of these lower lying areas. But yeah, when we drove Gulf Boulevard down to Johns Pass, a pretty good sign that we were pretty much the only ones on the road. You know, I know you see people here fishing, a couple here and there, but for the most part, people did heed the warning here on the barrier island. They either evacuated or if they felt safe, they hunkered down, which is what they're doing right now. We've saw a lot of sandbags up against businesses. The mayor of Indian Rocks Beach tells me just this morning, 5,000 more sandbags or so collected from the city site. So there was an indication that people did take this seriously, but talking to people out there, they are seeing that track kind of shift slightly west. They are optimistic about that, but they are still knocking on wood here. But again, the threat really isn't wind here in Johns Pass and Pinellas County. They are worried about storm surge because they know it really doesn't take much for there to be water in homes, water on roads, water into businesses. It doesn't have to be a hurricane, really doesn't even have to be a tropical storm. The high tide alone could be problematic. That's what they're worried about overnight. We'll stay put here in Pinellas County, give you more vantage points as we kind of travel up and down Gulf Boulevard. We'll send things back to you in the studio.
Chad, it's actually Dennis in the studio. I want to ask you a couple of questions. So, you know, looking at the water coming in, the folks that you talk to, I mean, are they kind of gun shy after Ada? I mean, have you talked to folks who really have gone through it and that's why maybe they're taking this one more seriously?
I think so. And a lot of people, they mentioned Ian just last year, obviously, as we all know, taking that turn toward Fort Myers kind of has people, maybe even some of the old timers out here who have weathered the storm through Ada or Irma or Hermine, some of the other storms, seeing what Ian did last year, making some people a little more hesitant to stay around for Idalia. But you see people in the frame right now, just to the right of where you're looking, coming out here, looking at the waves here in John Pass. So not everyone, plenty of people we talked to, Dennis said they saw the track and they felt pretty comfortable staying put here.
Well, Chad, I'll tell you, because again, that's the area that was hit very hard by Tropical Storm Ada, not Ian last year, but Ada several years ago. And I'll never forget this because it was what we often call just a tropical storm, and yet it brought flooding to areas that had never seen flooding. Now, you're actually at a rather low tide right now. I was checking with Jason, and he said that the Johns Pass high tide is actually not coming up until 3 a.m., 3:30 a.m. And so there's a 6-hour difference between high and low tide. So actually what you're looking at right now, this is kind of low water compared to what you'll be adding about 2 to 3 feet from what it's going to be. So is this water, this is low tide. So is this unusually high for low tide? I mean, this is surge already coming in that's just going to go higher and higher?
For sure, yeah. I mean, you could, as we drove down here, there were oyster beds very exposed. You could tell we are in a period of very low tide, but you can start to see those waves coming in from the Gulf, an indication that while it is low tide right now, we could actually see a good bit of sandbar here along the bank of Johns Pass. We know that that's going to change in those overnight hours in that period from 1 a.m. to 3 a.m., kind of depending where you are on the barrier island. But that's the general arrival for that high tide. And we are getting some lightning as well. We've seen the sky light up several times within the past couple of minutes, which, you know, having been in hurricanes, I know it is a thing, but I have never personally seen it. So it is kind of, you know, remarkable to see the lightning light up the sky and see some of that sideways rain, because we are in a little bit of wind right here. We are standing under the bridge, which kind of acts as a wind tunnel. You might hear the wind over the mic, but if we stepped out from underneath the bridge, there is a fair bit of wind. We can see some of the palm trees blowing a little bit. Dennis.
Well, just comparison's sake, and I'll tell you this, so you're at low tide right now. So high tide tomorrow afternoon will be about 3 feet higher than the water is right now, and that doesn't even take into account the surge that's going to continue to push that way. So imagine where you are right now, bump 3 feet to that, and possibly another 3 or 4 feet from the surge that the Hurricane Center is saying could happen as the hurricane passes by. So reasonably, you could see water 5 feet higher than where it is right now. So show us, in comparison to where they are right now, I mean, how much higher would that 5 feet be compared to where the water is? Would it be where you're standing?
So yeah, if you see where I'm standing, if you look right over the rail, as the waves pull back, you can actually see the sand. You can see this riprap right here, these rocks. Theoretically, 5 feet would put it over these rocks onto the seawall where I'm standing right here and where the people are standing behind me. So yeah, you could start to see some flooding. We're kind of a low point here because of Gulf Boulevard is higher than where we're standing, but you just have to imagine that there are many pockets just like this, where if you added 5 feet of water, you could have water on roads and into businesses and homes. And if people see the track, they see that, you know, it might be shifting a little bit, but talking to the mayors, they say that's what they're holding their breath about right now. It's the storm surge combined with the king tide, and they know there is the one overnight, but as they explained it to me, it won't be as drastic as that one tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah,
and maybe you or Jason could speak to that.
Yeah, it's 1.3 feet lower tonight than it will be tomorrow. But I will tell you, as we come back to me, thanks again, Chad Mills over at Johns Pass. We'll check in with him later on. So I will tell you, yes, officially there's still that 4 to 7 foot prediction from the Hurricane Center, but some of that did have something to do with the positioning of this storm. I mean, you just can't say that a storm might be 100 miles farther to the west or 50 miles farther to the west, and that's not going to have some kind of an impact on the surge. As a matter of fact, and we have this link on abcactionnews.com. It's actually on the home page. And I can't show it to you right now, but if you live in an area where you're concerned about the storm surge, you can go on abcactionnews.com, and there's a story right now that has a link that takes you to the Hurricane Center site, and you can scroll in using Google Earth, and it will show you where your house is and what the expected storm surge is supposed to be. Now, you can't type in your address. You actually have to physically just like zoom into your area. You'll see your neighborhood, and it'll be color-coded, yellow, blue, red, whatever the case may be. And those numbers are lower now than they were 12 hours ago. So it's clear, and this is an experimental model, but it's not based on a forecast by the Hurricane Center. This is actually based on more of a modeling, a computer model for storm surge. And it is showing a lower overall surge in our area than it did 12 hours ago when the track was closer. So as Chad mentioned, with this going farther to the west, that will minimize or at least lower the overall risk of the high side of that 4 to 7 feet in the Tampa Bay area. You know, maybe it's more 3 to 4. It's still going to cause some issues, but every second that this storm continues to move due north, and you see that little what looks to an easterly movement, but it isn't, it's just a wobble, you're going to continue to see the impacts on our area lower, and unfortunately, the impacts on the Panhandle, specifically Tallahassee, higher. So as Chad was showing you, you could see that lightning out there in the distance, right? That's this. That's that right there. This is an outer band. We will never see these winds. This will never be close enough to impact us directly. So we are not going to see sustained hurricane winds. But what we will see in these bands, these are strong thunderstorms. And just like we get in the summertime, we can very often see 50, 60, 65 mile an hour winds in our afternoon thunderstorms, right? Matter of fact, anytime you get notified on your phone, severe thunderstorm warning, it's beeping. Sometimes you ignore them because we're Floridians and that's what we do. But you get a severe thunderstorm warning, that means there's 60 mile an hour winds. So in any of these, there's that potential. And 60 miles an hour, I mean, that's a solid area of wind along with torrential downpours. And we continue to see that threat. In addition, not just the threat of the heavy rain, but also the tornado threat, because the entire area is under a tornado watch. Jason, how long was that watch until?
6 a.m.
6 a.m. tomorrow morning. So we have that watch in effect all night long. So the rain is moving into Manatee County and Sarasota County and Pinellas County, and it's going to continue, although it does appear that maybe some of that heaviest rain is just offshore. So from Clearwater down to St. Pete, pretty much anywhere from, say, Dunedin southward, that's where the rain is, and it's moving due north. So this is going to cover coastal areas. Started in Sarasota, went to Manatee, moving through Pinellas, going to go to Pasco County, and eventually Hernando and Citrus. But still, the heaviest rain will continue, and the strongest winds will be offshore. Still north at 15, 16 miles an hour. So at this point, I would really expect, we'll see how it plays out. I haven't looked at the models yet. At this point, it's kind of like you throw the models out the window and you look out the window because you see what the storm's doing. But I kind of expect the track at 11 o'clock to be shifted even a little bit more to the west. We'll have to see what the Hurricane Center does. But, you know, ultimately, we're expecting this to curve to the northeast because that's what we've been saying all along. But the longer this goes north, the later it turns, and that means the farther west that it's going to go. So let's go ahead and go over to Jason, talk a little bit more about the track and how it impacts us as well as the Panhandle.
Yeah, so there's the track. That's the 5 o'clock update. The next one will come in right at 11 o'clock, sometime around there. The hurricane hunters flying in and out of the storm. They are saying that the eye has become much better formed. It's now closed eye, which means that all sides of the eye wall are exactly what they need to be for the system to strengthen. And that's why we've seen the winds already bump up to 105. It's on its way to 115, possibly by the 11 o'clock, if not sometime into the overnight. And there is the chance that this could even make a run as a top end Cat 3, closing in on a Category 4, which starts at 130 miles per hour. This will be one of the strongest landfalling storms in the Appalachian Bay in modern history. Going back to records into the 1800s, there has not been a storm in the Appalachian Bay that has been as strong as what is forecast here for Idalia as it goes into the Appalachian Bay here coming up into the morning hours. So we'll talk more about specifics up north in just a second. There's a little bit closer of an inspection of the landfall, but like Dennis says, maybe at 11, we might see this bump back to the west. The hurricane force winds, they're going to stay offshore, but we have to watch for some of those tropical storm force, maybe try and sneak up to hurricane force gusts closer to the coast if we get some of these stronger cells to develop within some of these outer bands that are moving through. The forecast is generally for us to stay with tropical storm force conditions. The center where those hurricane force winds extend out only 20 to 30 miles is way too far west, unlike Ian was and unlike Irma was when it moved into the Marco Island area, of course, and then came up through Polk and eastern Hillsborough County to give us those hurricane force winds at this time outside again of those gusts, some of the stronger thunderstorms that are developing. So right now, Bradenton showing up at a 54 mile per hour gust. That's certainly possible because the band that has been offshore is now approaching Bradenton, and we could be seeing these winds really picking up here in this band as we go to the next hour and a half that Dennis was just going over the radar with you. Nearly tropical storm force gusts showing up in Arcadia and Mayaca City, also in Newport Richey and Spring Hill, pushing that 39 to 40 mile per hour mark. Tampa, we're currently sitting at 29. So when does the worst come through your area? Well, it's now through about 3 a.m. that this band, this outer feeder band, is going to be moving onshore, especially I-75 west. The radar will likely be completely covered up with this line of rain, and this is where we could pick up a generous amount of rain too, because it doesn't look like this band is going to be moving east and west much. Once it moves onshore, it's kind of going to park itself here along I-75 as the storm continues to move north, and that could produce 1 to 3, perhaps up to 4 inches of rainfall if we get repeated thunderstorms over the same area, which is definitely a possibility. You fast forward to 2:30 to 3 o'clock tomorrow morning. morning. Notice the eye showing up here in our close-in shot of west central Florida, but it is still way out to our west, keeping those hurricane force winds offshore. But what this map is not showing is that the wind direction by this point has now switched to onshore. And that means that we have a west-southwest wind with 50+ mile-per-hour gusts pushing all of the Gulf of Mexico water onto our beaches, filling it into the area bays. And that's where the storm surge potential really begins to pick up. So as we go from about 10 to 11 o'clock, already seeing that southwest wind return here on our southern beaches. And then as we go past midnight, it'll start to move into our middle area beaches, so Pinellas, Hillsborough County, and the Tampa Bay region. And then going beyond 3 and 4 o'clock into the morning, the center will move far enough north that will switch to the onshore winds here in our northernmost spots. And these are the areas that could potentially run into those high surge values, maybe over 7 feet in some of the region as we look at the latest numbers from the National Hurricane Center. Let me see if I can find that map for you, Dennis, and then I'll get it back over to you to talk more about the surge potential. But the numbers are in with the 5 o'clock advisory. The only spot that changed was Tampa Bay, and that dropped only from 4 to 7 to 4 to 6.
Well, and that's significant, right? I mean, that's because this storm is moving to the west and taking some of that water potential along with it. And honestly, based on the fact that it continues to move west, I wouldn't be surprised if this ends up 3 to 4 with that high tide. Any bit of good news is welcome, because after Ida, and for the folks who don't remember Ida, it was several years ago, just a tropical storm. I catch myself doing that, and I've got to learn, because I remember back in the middle 90s, Tropical Storm Josephine. We had just actually moved here, and I went on US 19, just south of Hudson. And if you know that geography in Pasco County, so this was just a tropical storm, winds of about 50 miles an hour, driving up 19 on the left side of the road, the west side of the road, water was thigh high, and that was at US 19 from just a tropical storm, because the water came on shore in the right angle and flooded significantly. Now, with the storm surge, that water will go back out. It's not like New Orleans, where they're below sea level, and when water comes in, it has to be pumped out. With storm surge with our area, well, the water comes in, and then when the winds shift in the other direction, the water goes back out, and everything flows back kind of to an equilibrium. So we're still looking at that surge issue. The one overnight will be something, but I think the one tomorrow afternoon might be a bit higher. But here's the advantage. We may have caught a break here on this one, because tomorrow at that high tide, that storm is already going to be approaching Georgia. And yes, it is large and it has some deep reach, but as it pulls away, it's going to have less of a push of water into our area. So the high tide at 3 a.m. tonight is the one where I think we'll be most concerned, I guess, in terms of the hurricane itself pushing water in. But at least on that one, we're 1.3 feet lower right off the bat than we will be tomorrow at 3 o'clock. We have some live pics right now from Key West, obviously on the other side. You'd think, well, that's a long way from the center, but they are still obviously getting some surf. I recognize that point, Jason. Isn't that the most southern spot in the continental U.S. with the little thing right there? Yeah, so you're definitely seeing some surf coming into the area down south. I've had a lot of folks ask me about Naples, about Venice, about Fort Myers, areas that were hit so hard with Ian, and they're going to be okay. I mean, everybody's going to be okay with wind. We will not see hurricane-sustained winds. We'll barely see sustained tropical storm in some forces, but we will see those gusts as those bands come on through. So Action News with our continuing coverage of Hurricane Idalia will continue right after this.
Welcome back to our continuous coverage tracking Hurricane Idalia. I'm Wendy Ryan. Hernando County is an area we continue to look at as the hours tick on. Reporter Katie LaGrone is there and has the very latest for us.
I'm Katie LaGrone in Hernando County. We're actually on the edge of Spring Hill, just into the entrance onto Hernando Beach. And you can see this area has been closed off. Deputies have actually been on Hernando Beach all day, strongly urging residents in the area to go ahead and evacuate to higher ground. The area has been under a mandatory evacuation all day. In fact, all low-lying and coastal areas in Hernando County, that's west of US 19, are under a mandatory evacuation. Why? Because of what we've heard from our crews around the west coast of Florida. It's all about that water, water, and more water. Emergency officials are not expecting storm surge in this area. They say it will happen anywhere from 6 to 9 feet over the course of the next 18 hours. So that is why they are telling people to go ahead and seek higher ground. In fact, our hotel is on the east side of US 19 in Spring Hill. The general manager told me earlier today when we were checking in that the hotel is fully booked, and most of the people who are staying there are locals who have heeded the advice of emergency officials to go ahead and make it to higher ground and weather out this storm. I will tell you, we did just come out of this area just to take a look. There are still some people there. We saw a couple walk in the neighborhood. We saw another couple still sandbagging their home. So there's not, at the end of the day, deputies can only strongly urge people to leave. Many have, but some are still around. For now, that is the very latest from Hernando County. Back to you.
Katie, thank you. And let's check back in with our Lydia Vasquez. She has been in Oldsmar throughout the day. Let's go to her live now. And Lydia, I know that area sometimes floods.
Yeah, hey, Wendy, that's kind of the big concern here is that storm surge. So we are on Tampa Road, about 2 minutes or so from the bay, and Tampa Road is quiet. Everyone is off the roads for the most part. A lot of the businesses and restaurants are closed for the last couple of hours. There's a bar here in this area. It's packed with people. They tell me they're open until 3 a.m. and everyone there is saying, they're going to weather out the storm. And I'd say that's about 50-50. We've seen people closer to the water with their homes boarded up, sandbags out, who say they're not taking any chances with this storm surge, and others say, they're going to prepare for the worst and hope for the best. Where we're standing here, it's starting to pick up a bit. It's raining for the first time since around 3 o'clock where we've been, and the wind is picking up as well, about 18-mile-per-hour winds, and it's getting pretty gusty, but nothing more than your typical afternoon storm. So again, it's kind of 50-50 here. People are, either boarding up their homes and have evacuated. They told us they're going to a friend's house. Others gonna, stick it out and see what happens. We're gonna be out here pretty much all night and into the morning and tomorrow as well, continuing to monitor these conditions and talking with people if, they end up changing their plans. But again, right now, pretty calm, rain coming down. Just saw some lightning behind me as well, and the winds are picking up, but really that concern remains from that storm surge. We'll keep you updated. But for now, I'm Lydia Vasquez in Oldsmar, ABC Action News.
All right, Lydia, stay safe out there. We want to check this out. This is brand new video. We just got into the newsroom of flooding in Fort Myers. Of course, you remember that area got hit very hard with Hurricane Ian last year. And now we're seeing more flooding with this storm. Of course, as those outer bands continue to move through, we may see even more damage. But again, this is in Fort Myers, where already they are seeing flooding after the devastation they saw with Hurricane Ian last year. We now want to move to Pasco County, another area bracing for the storm. Our Eric Waxler is in Port Richey and joins us live with the very latest out there. Eric?
Yeah, things very quiet on the west side of Pasco County along US 19, as they should be right now with the mandatory evacuation in place. I saw very few cars, very few people out right now, and it is very calm right now. We are at Nick's Park in Port Richey. This is a popular boat launch spot. Lots of waterside restaurants are over here too. The Cody River comes out this way and you can head out straight to the Gulf, but again, very calm right now, although it does look like the water is starting to creep in. And again, everyone on this side of US 19 is under a mandatory evacuation. That's part of Zone A. There is a voluntary evacuation for Zones B and C. Now, I stopped by Pasco County's Emergency Operations Center earlier earlier, where they are monitoring the storm very closely. They've done this many times before over recent years. They are expecting a storm surge in Pasco tonight around midnight at high tide, anywhere from 6 to 9 feet, and then an even higher storm surge tomorrow afternoon. So many people not only live near the water in Pasco along the coast, but along the Cody and Anclote rivers as well.
So the storm surge this time around, we're still worried about the Anclote, the Elfers area, but we're running the modeling. We're going to see a lot of water in homes along the coast. We do have a couple of neighborhoods that are very prone to freshwater flooding. We're monitoring those. We've got pumps in place already for those areas. They've pumped down a lot of areas. Some of the storm gates have been opened to let the water shed out. But right now, we're just in a waiting game to see what happens.
Yeah, and that's Andrew Fossa, Pasco County's Emergency Management Director. I asked him if, with the storm being so far off of the coast, if he was feeling any kind of sense of relief. He said no, not with that storm surge possibility coming. He said also after the storm passes, there's the threat of flooding on the Anclote River because so many other areas, so many other counties, the water actually makes its way into the Anclote, so the water levels there could rise even a day or so after the storm passes. Here in Pasco County Fire Rescue and the Sheriff's Office, they all have extra personnel on staff along with 911, and 6 shelters are open. But right now, very calm. We are expecting the rain to really start here in the next hour or so. Live in Pasco County, I'm Eric Waxler, ABC Action News.
All right, Eric, thank you. We'll check back with you. Meanwhile, ABC Action News reporter Mary O'Connell is also in Pasco County near Hudson Beach for us this evening. So, Mary, any changes in conditions since we last checked with you a little while ago?
Well, the wind has certainly picked up since we last spoke to you about an hour ago. It's still no rain here, and that's kind of been the scene for the several hours we've been here since earlier this afternoon. We had a little bit of light rain earlier today, but the wind's picking up a little bit. I can tell you that people have cleared out and gone home, so that's good that people are hunkering down in their homes. They had told us earlier today that they were kind of taking those final few moments to kind of embrace everything and the scene and then get back to their homes. Where they had their supplies, their water, their gear, and everything. People had boarded up their windows. We also saw people pull their boats out of the water. But a lot of people just kind of taking in the area here. Pasco County officials did say that anyone that lives in Zone A, they should be leaving, and they had been asking people to really heed that warning and know your evacuation zone because of the threat of storm surge here in the area along the Pasco County coastline. They'd also said that folks who are living in zones B and C should really heed that warning as well. They're asking people, as they expect those conditions to deteriorate throughout the evening, to really stay off the roads. Of course, when winds get too high, emergency vehicles can't be on the roads either. But right now, we're just kind of monitoring these conditions. It's windy out here, but no rain yet, but we'll be out here for the remainder of the evening. Back to you.
All right, Mary, thank you. Yeah, those outer bands are continuing to come in. Moving our coverage back to Tampa, our Adam Walser joins us live on the Riverwalk. That's in downtown Tampa. And Adam, I know you've moved around the city all day long in different parts of South Tampa and beyond. Any changes now as we go further into the evening?
Well, you can see I'm blowing around a little bit more than I was in the last hour, Wendy, because the wind really has picked up. We're starting to see some raindrops, and downtown Tampa has turned into a ghost town. Throughout most of the afternoon, we were seeing people out there in their baby carriages and their strollers and on bicycles, walking, jogging, just enjoying the time before the storm. Maybe they got off of work a little bit early because of the impending storm. But right now, after nightfall, everyone's kind of cleared out, and you're looking right here at the Riverwalk. And anyone who spends any time here in downtown Tampa can tell you this is about the quietest you're ever going to see this, because, of course, people going back and forth to downtown conventions, staying at the Riverwalk Hotel, which is since shut down earlier tonight. Of course, some of the restaurants and other entertainment venues here in downtown Tampa. Right now, it looks like people are heeding the warning, getting inside and hunkering down for the night as this rain is starting to pick up. And of course, the big concern here is in the hours to come in nightfall, when we start to see some of that some of the water pushing in that could push up through Hillsborough Bay. And this is the Hillsborough River up in this area. And of course, with 6 to 8 feet possible, or excuse me, 4 to 6 feet possible, that could put a lot of this area right here underwater within the next several hours. Reporting live from downtown Tampa, Adam Walser, ABC Action News.
Adam, thank you. And finally tonight, Chad Mills has been following Hurricane Idalia. And Chad, I know you're in Johns Pass. Have conditions dissipated out there? Any storm surge yet? How's it look?
So since we last talked a few minutes ago, it is starting to pick up a little bit. The wind is good and steady now, maybe gust of 30, 35 miles an hour. And you can see kind of some of the surge. It's a bit exaggerated, you know, because the Gulf emptying into Johns Pass right here, a lot of water entering this pass. But you see the water kind of nailing these rocks that line the side of the pass, kind of shooting up some of this water up into the parking area. There's actually a seawall to the right of where you're looking that leads out to the Gulf that a lot of people use to walk down to the beach. Just walked down there a few minutes ago. It's off in the distance there in the darkness, but definitely waves hitting that seawall, going over that seawall at this point. I would say within about 30 minutes, it won't be safe at all to even walk out there. You see these waves really starting to intensify as they hit the rocks right here in Johns Pass. As we mentioned, story or the worry here is storm surge, not necessarily wind or wind damage, anything like that. They're worried about the surge coming in as high tide comes in, which Dennis told us a little while ago is around 3 to 3:30 right here in Johns Pass. Where we were earlier in Indian Rocks Beach, it's more around 1 a.m. or so. But in those overnight hours, that's when there is a high tide. They're worried that as the storm surge worsens in that period, the high tide will only exacerbate some of the flooding they could see. Obviously, when you're talking about water, it's a very difficult subject to predict. May not flood everywhere, but it's probably a safe bet to say that we will see some flooding in some areas. A lot of businesses that we drove past up and down Gulf Boulevard did what they can. Some of them chose to board up their windows, but more of them opted for sandbags, stacking them intricately in front of their entrances. Obviously, it's not a cure-all for extreme storm surge, but they hope that if they're in a situation where the surge is bad on the Gulf side and it creeps across Gulf Boulevard, that, you know, those sandbags will help in that scenario. A lot of people did evacuate, but we've talked to dozens who chose to stay put. A lot of the people you've seen here, not from this general area. We talked to some from Pinellas Park, some from St. Pete. They traveled here to sightsee, which is something that Pinellas County does not want people to do. Yes, we may not be facing the full brunt of Idalia, but emergency responders still stretched pretty thin dealing with the hurricane. Nevertheless, they don't want any other accidents or calls that they have to respond to in the middle of perhaps storm surge combined with that high tide. We'll keep monitoring things here in Johns Pass as they do intensify a little bit. As we mentioned a few minutes ago, we did see some lightning in these outer bands. It's almost just remarkable to look at. We saw one bolt in kind of slow motion just trace across the sky, something that I haven't seen in a hurricane before. A lot of the people here watching as the hurricane comes in, amazed by it as well. Again, we'll send things back to you in the studio.
All right. Chad, thank you, and stay safe out there between the storm surge and the lightning. That can be very dangerous. And we want you to stay informed regardless of the situation you're in. We've partnered with 6 different local radio stations. You'll be able to hear ABC Action News on their stations using a battery-powered radio if the power goes out where you live. Our radio partners are right there on your screen, and our coverage continues right after a short break. Stay with us. Welcome back as we continue to track Idalia. Our southern counties have really been feeling the effects of this storm. Our Sophia Hernandez is on Bird Key in Sarasota and joins us now live with the latest. Sophia, are conditions out there worsening yet?
Yes, they are. I feel like every time I check in with you guys, I tell you that the conditions are progressing and they're worsening, but that is really the truth of the matter. The last 2 hours, the rain has just been nonstop. We've seen multiple bouts of lightning, heard multiple rounds of thunder, but really what's been relentless has been those very, very strong winds. I want you to take a look because the best indicators for me to show you these palm trees that they are just blowing in the wind, and you can really see how strong these winds actually are. We've even seen a few puddles or so of rain that has kind of gathered, indicator that maybe some more low-lying areas are seeing that flooding. And right now, currently, we are in an evacuation zone. We are in Zone A in what's considered to be one of those low-lying areas. So, of course, areas that are prone to this rainfall and prone to being more low-lying, they are going to see maybe some more substantial flooding. I will say that at 7 p.m., Sarasota County transitioned from a hurricane watch to a tropical storm warning. But you can obviously see that the conditions here, they're just kind of ramping up now as we speak. They're going to continue to worsen going into tomorrow morning. I can tell you that crews here are on standby. FPL is stationed at the Sarasota Fairgrounds to help any and all customers who need assistance. Thankfully, right now, Sarasota County has not seen or reported any outages, but a little to the north of us in Manatee County, they are reporting some pretty massive outages. One area near Anna Maria Island, another barrier island, they are seeing more than 70 customers affected. So a lot of work that's going to be going into tonight. Again, you can see that wind, it is just picking up, and we of course will give you updates right here on ABC Action News.
All right, Sophia, thank you. We now want to go to our Julie Solomon. She's live in Dunedin with the very latest out there. Julie, it looks like it's a little bit of wind you're hitting, but not as much rain as we saw in Sarasota.
Yeah, not as much rain. It kind of goes off and on here. A little bit of rain. The flagpole over to my right is kind of whipping around, and we're out here along Marina Plaza. This is right by the Dunedin Pier, just, you know, a walking distance from downtown Dunedin. A couple people out here tonight just walking around, riding around on the golf cart. We actually had one guy come over to our truck and he was talking to us for a little bit, and he told us that he actually survived Hurricane Katrina back in 2005. He said he practically lost everything, his place, every sentimental item you can imagine, family photos, and then he relocated to Dunedin and has been here pretty much ever since. So he says he feels fortunate. You know, this hurricane is not a direct hit, obviously, in the Tampa Bay area, but again, just lost everything in Katrina. So you definitely felt for him, and he said he's been blessed ever since he moved to Florida. So the conditions out here, a little bit windy, a little bit rainy. Pinellas County officials are urging people just to stay inside if you don't have to be outside. There is a evacuation order if you live in Zone A in Pinellas County. They're also warning people about the storm surge and possible power outages. Pinellas County government officials said if the power goes out, do not call 911. Instead, contact your local power company and let them know, you know, of the outages. But that is the latest live here in Dunedin. I'm going to toss it back to you.
All right, thank you, Julie. Let's check back in now with Chief Meteorologist Dennis Phillips. And Dennis, you know, I know we talked about power outages. I'm just seeing Duke Energy has almost 1,500 folks still out of power, but that's really nothing considering, you know, some of the power outages we could see overnight.
Yeah, you're right, Wendy, but I mean, I think we need to really look at what's happening with the radar here. And I think this is going to explain, you know, a lot of what I think people at home are wondering about right now. Because, you know, we see this big storm, but it is well to the west, and you just can't ignore that. Now, what is happening right now is the reporters that are out along the coast, they are actually in this rain band, all right? They're in a pretty significant rain band. Winds can easily gust 50 to 60 miles an hour, all right? And the entire viewing area is under a tornado watch until 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. But let's talk about the storm itself, all right? So hurricane force winds extend 25 miles out to the center. That's it. All right. Sustained 75-mile-an-hour winds extend 25 miles out from the center. Clearly nowhere near us. So we've been saying this for a long time. We are not going to get hurricane winds. We're just not. Would we see gusts that high? You know, we get a gust that high every now and again, even in a strong thunderstorm. So those are the hurricane winds. But what about the tropical storm force winds? So tropical storm force winds extend 160 miles out from the center. Just using the measuring instrument from the eye of the storm, going out 160 miles, that makes it to central Hillsborough County. So the measurements of where winds are 39 miles an hour or higher are right there. So if you live east of pretty much Tampa, you're not expecting really sustained tropical storm force winds. I mean, you might get 25, 30, but at the end of the day, there's your storm, and that storm is moving north. At this point, there's no eastward component to it at all. There will be, and eventually when there is, then some of this is going to start to move in. But for the time being, right now, can you hear Jason typing away?
Sorry.
So when you're looking at a storm that's moving due north, again, that is not going to be traveling into our inland counties. So if you live in Polk County, if you live in Hardee, DeSoto Highlands, this is not your storm. And that's great, at least in terms of the sustained tropical storm force winds. You still could see some bands that are strong enough that could even create a little tornado or some gusty winds. But overall, the closer you are to the coast, that's where most of this rain is going to be. And we have had more than our fair share of hurricanes that move on shore and go right through Polk County. So you guys deserve a break. After 2004, when you had Charlie and Francis and Jean and Ivan that all went through Lake Wales, all four of them, you know, I think you've deserved to be a bystander on this one. And for the most part, you will be. So let's take a closer look at our area right now, because Sarasota County, Sarasota to Bradenton, you are getting some heavy rain. You are getting some very gusty winds, okay? Winds are probably 30, 35 miles an hour, maybe even gusting a little bit higher than that. And they're moving very, very quickly. So we go from this area here. And by the way, we do have on our storm tracker mode. So if there was some spin going on around here, we would see it right now. And at least at this point, there isn't. So that's good, because we have that tornado watch in effect until 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. So there's always a chance in these bands that as they move on shore, there can be some spin. So there's Manatee and Sarasota County. Let's go up one. Let's go up to Hillsborough and Pinellas County. And again, you're getting the rain. I mean, it's just steady, solid rain, which is exactly what we needed, by the way, with the drought conditions going on. So that's not a bad thing. And again, as we stop the motion, you are not seeing any spin in the entire area. So even though there is a ton of spin off to the west, because that's all a hurricane is, a giant rotating thunderstorm. So there's lots of rotation where little vortices, little spins happen in them, and that can be a waterspout. Or if that waterspout moves on shore as a tornado, it can have a brief tornado. But again, the wind is not an issue for us. You're not going to see damaging winds 25 to 35 miles an hour. Now, can you get some damage from a severe thunderstorm morning in the summer? Yeah. I mean, a lot of us have had pool cages messed up, you have lanais, you have a tree down. That kind of stuff happens when we get our severe thunderstorms. And within these bands, we could very easily have some wind like that. But we are not going to see the sustained winds, the steady wind at all times. You know, when the reporters are standing out there in the field and the wind's blowing and you see it continuously, right? We're not going to see that. And if we do see anything even remotely close, it will be along the coast. It will not be inland. So there's the latest, still moving north. This is updated hourly, so in about 20, 25 minutes, we'll get a new advisory. We'll see if it's still moving north, but the longer this moves north, the more of a threat this is to the Panhandle. And as Jason mentioned a couple of minutes ago, in history, right, in history, there has never been a hurricane, a major hurricane or just a hurricane, that's a major hurricane that went into Appalachia Bay. This will be the first, because if it misses Appalachia Bay, it's because it went really far west, and that just does not seem feasible. So winds of 105, it's offshore. This will be a strong 3, and I'm telling you, I'm not convinced that this couldn't be 125 and nearly to 130 at landfall. And that would just be a worst case scenario for the Panhandle area, including Tallahassee. You know, a lot of us, we've been talking about this for a while. There's several universities in Tallahassee. You've got FSU, you've got FAMU, you've got the community college there that feeds FSU. So if you have a major hurricane go very close to Tallahassee, there's going to be massive power outages. In fact, Jason, we haven't talked about that for a while. Why don't you kind of go over what it was like with Hermine? But there will be massive power outages for that area, and it's something unlike they've ever seen. So, and why are we talking about this? Because it's only 25 miles. The track is only 25 miles east of Tallahassee, and the Hurricane Center even said, we think we're going to bump that track westward in this next advisory. And because it continues to move due north, I think that's exactly what's going to happen. Jason, why don't you pick it up from there?
Yeah, so like we were talking about back in 2016, Hurricane Hermine, Category 1 with only 80-mile-per-hour winds. I say only because this one is going to be significantly stronger than that. Left a lot of Leon County, which is the county, of course, that state capital Tallahassee is located in, without power for weeks. We're talking about some spots even up to a month without power. Now, for us, back when 2017, when Hurricane Irma moved inland and went through sections of Hardy, DeSoto, and Highlands counties, the center of the storm there had 100 to 115 mile-per-hour winds at that time, and there were places that were without power for 2 to 3 weeks. Some lasted to a month. So that was a much weaker storm, but because the infrastructure is so much different in and around the city of Tallahassee, not necessarily buildings, but there's so much foliage, there's so much more trees up there. It's a much more southern Alabama type feel instead of, or South Georgia feel when you get into North Florida, if you're not familiar with that area, because there's less palm trees, there's more pine trees. It's very densely packed foliage and forested there, and that's what's going to create the issues if this comes into the Tallahassee metro as a Category 2, 3, or maybe even 4. That's when we're going to run into the potential to see significant power outages that could leave the colleges and universities, unfortunately, shut down for a couple of weeks. I can't remember exactly how long Hermine did shut down FSU, but it was for a good amount of time, and that could be the same situation in places like FAMU and TCC as well. So here's your hour by hour for us back here at home, and then we'll talk a little more specifically about what the Tallahassee metro area can expect with landfall tomorrow morning. For us, the storm just too far west. It's finally a break for us, a chance to breathe and lose a little bit of our anxiety about these storms taking these right turns. When do they do it? Because right now it's almost latitude with us in west central Florida. And that's going to continue to move north pretty quickly at 16 miles per hour. So the further north it goes, the quicker, the less of a chance, with basically a zero chance now, that it's going to turn to the right. And a lot of you, some of you even asking me on Facebook, why? Why does this happen? How did this happen? And why is the right turn prevalent in Charlie and in Irma and in Dennis, or in Ian, I should say? It's because high pressure. High pressure is to our east. High pressure is basically a circle. And when you have strong high pressure, you can't get a hard right turn into that. It's going to block it. Talk football terms for FSU. It's going to block it. It's not going to allow it to turn right. If the high was a little farther south, then we could potentially see that turn a bit to our way. But for us, fortunately here at home, it's not south. It's basically parked just to our east. And with it being a circular high pressure most of the time, it has to ride around the edge of high pressure. That is going to cause it to turn right once it gets up to the I-10 corridor, instead of it happening down further south like we have been seeing here these last several systems. So this is by midnight, this band that's moving onshore now with the potential for a few isolated tornadoes, very heavy rainfall at the coast, a couple of inches of rain per hour, not out of the question in some of these heavier storms. That's going to persist here at the beaches from 75 west as we go through about midnight. Fast forward to 2:30, there's the center of the storm, still way too far to our west to have any kind of a concern about hurricane force winds outside of maybe a strong thunderstorm producing some gusts over 50, 60 miles per hour. The sustained winds are just not going to happen with this system being that far west. But there it goes, moving up to the north-northeast, and landfall still subject to change. Dennis mentioned that there could even be a little bit of a swing to the west, but the latest models do try and bring it in more toward, at least this model, I should say, Taylor County. Franklin County is a bit farther west, so somewhere between Franklin and Taylor County is a good bet. The situation here along their coast is not like our coast down here, though. There could be storm surge that exceeds 10 feet along the coast here in the Appalachee Bay, places like St. Mark's, Wakulla Beach, Shell Point, and then once you get east over toward Keaton Beach, Horseshoe Beach, these areas here, a lot of you do some scalloping in these regions. You've been saying you drive up there and do some scalloping offshore of Keaton Beach. But this coastline is much more rural and a lot more swamp and a lot more marsh area. So that's going to take the brunt of the storm surge, but there are those towns that are on the beach. They're pretty small towns, but populations nonetheless, and that's the danger zone for these areas. And this, again, like Dennis had said a second ago, we have never seen in modern records, so our records in Florida go back into the 1800s, so at least in the last 250 years, a storm in the Appalachian Bay that's this strong. If the center, which on this model doesn't show it, but the forecast track at 11 probably will be a bit farther west, if this goes over Tallahassee as a 115 to 130 mile per hour storm, this is going to shut the city down for a good 2 to 3 weeks, if not longer. So that's the concern in the Panhandle, is how strong the system could be, and the fact that everybody that's lived up there has never gone through a storm. Nobody's been alive long enough to go through a storm like this. So this is the first time this area, and everybody that may have 50, 60, 70, 80 years of living there, this is the first time they've ever had a threat such as this. And that's why Idalia is so much worse of a storm in this area. Down south, it seems like the last 10, 15 years, we've just had several hits of storms this powerful. So that's the situation up there, and that's why we're watching things very closely. Dennis, where do you want to go now? Do you want to talk storm surge?
I did want to mention, you were talking about high pressure. I don't want to get too sciencey on anybody, but you were talking about the fact that high pressure was really kind of not allowing that right turn until eventually when it goes around the perimeter of that high pressure. But in addition, what also that high pressure system is doing, to further Jason's football analogy, when a lineman goes behind a running back and tries to force him through the line because he doesn't have enough on his own, he picks up his forward speed. That's exactly what happened here. The storm actually at that point did go faster than it was before. So we haven't talked a lot. Well, I was going to say the 7 day, but we haven't talked a lot about the forecast.
I'll put it back there for you.
Because the forecast, we all know what it's been and what it's going to be for tomorrow. We are going to have rain the first half of the day. I'll tell you, this is such a fast moving system now that by the afternoon, this will already have moved into Georgia, and we're going to see breaks in the cloud cover tomorrow. Tomorrow's big story, without any hesitation, is the flooding potential. We've been talking about that for the longest time. But in terms of our weather into the weekend and beyond, there will still be feeding moisture in Thursday as well. More bands of that storm, not nearly as intense, but we will still see a decent amount of coverage of rain on Thursday as well, just nothing like what we're going to have tomorrow. But at the end of the day, for the folks who are really waiting for things to pick up as they often, as the forecast was saying it would for the last several days, we're going to have these strong bands. Yes, that'll continue tonight and even into Thursday for an extent. But this is not a major issue for the Bay Area for wind, for rain, potentially for a few tornadoes. But the reason it's turning into such an issue for the folks with the storm surge is because it just happens to coincide exactly with the time that we get that full moon, the super moon. There's been a lot of talk about that too. And the water is already starting higher. So usually the tide might be at about 1.3, 1.4 feet. You go to a high tide, might be 2.1, 2.3. It's 3.0 feet. Not overnight tonight. Overnight tonight, we're getting a break. It's 1.7. But as this continues to move north, you see these totals have come down a little bit. Earlier on, they were 4 to 7 feet. Now it's 4 to 6 feet. I kind of expect it's going to go down even a little bit more. We are going to catch a break. Now, not for up here. Up here, there will be monumental storm surge issues. 10 to 15 foot surge where landfall occurs. And that is going to be pretty much every bit as high in some places as it was with Ian last year. So we are blessed. We are fortunate that we're not going to have to deal with that. And even Cedar Key, which for the longest time, the models and the Hurricane Center were saying this looks like a Cedar Key storm. Even Cedar Key is pretty much out of the woods. Now, when Jason was giving the weather a minute ago, I actually just went over and checked the 0Z model data. And because, that's the latest one, the one that we'll be getting with the next advisory. And it is not quite to Tallahassee. So we'll see if the Hurricane Center decides to keep the track just off to the east. There's a look at Cedar Key. We were talking about Cedar Key. I mean, that's not really bad. You're not seeing any wave action yet at all, really. I mean, it looks pretty tranquil. And we have done many live shots days and just pummeled our area. So hurricanes can change the way that we look at things. That storm did not move and just caused a lot of beach erosion. It also destroyed the boardwalk in Cedar Key. That storm did, because it just continued to move because it had no steering currents. This one has that big push, that area of high pressure, that blocking high, and that's located down here, and it literally just forces it north. And right now it is still due north So we'll see the new advisory. Well, we will get an update from the Hurricane Center in about 13 minutes with a new wind field and the direction, but the updated track, which is a very important track. And I know there's a lot of parents, I mean, myself included. My son is actually watching us right now with his roommates on our streaming app because we're giving some pretty solid coverage of the Tallahassee area. And of course, because it's his dad talking to him, so there's probably something there too. But regardless, we're covering it a lot because we know how many people live in the Bay Area who have family, who have friends, who have kids, who either attend FSU or FAMU or live in the Tallahassee area. So I think it's our duty, our responsibility, especially considering right now we're doing okay, that we focus on an area that could truly see a devastating hurricane arrival tomorrow morning. I mean, they're not going to get water in Tallahassee in terms of a surge. They're inland, but boy, oh boy, they are certainly going to get quite a bit of wind and quite possibly monumental wind totals that they have never seen before. So we're going to continue to cover that. We're going to continue to give you an update on all of what's going on with Idalia. But let's go on back to Wendy and see what's going on in the rest of the area. Wendy?
Oh, yeah, we've got reporters spread out all across the coast. Thank you, Dennis. We'll check back with you in a bit. Continuing our coverage now of Idalia, let's go out to Pinellas County right now. That's where our Vanessa Ariza is at the St. Pete Pier, which is often windy, but it looks like you're standing pretty still. How are the conditions out there, Vanessa?
Yeah, you know, the hair was in a ponytail. We've gone, the hair was in a ponytail. It's now into a messy, wet bun right now. You know, I heard Dennis talking. He was saying that those along the coast are kind of in a rain band right now. We have been feeling that, you guys. The wind kind of just shaking here. And with these sailboats here along the St. Pete Pier, they are making music tonight because they are whistling like crazy. That water spinning in the area as well. So it's kind of been like this off and on, maybe about within the past hour. It feels as though the winds have picked up just a little bit. That rain starting to pelt us even more, knowing that we're going live. So very on cue. We haven't really seen too many people walking around here. Actually, just saw two guys walking shirtless, so they're taking it in. But what we have noticed around here is St. Pete Police. They are driving around, just making sure that people are okay. And we also spoke within the past hour with the media representative with Mayor Welch's office. She tells us that hopefully soon we will be receiving a message from Mayor Welch. So hoping to get more information on that to see if there have been any changes. But so far, so good, as we haven't really seen too many people around here. The streets are very empty, so people heeding those warnings. But that wind, it is gusty right now. It is picking up, and that rain following with it. Back to you guys.
All right, Vanessa, thank you. We'll check back with you. Meanwhile, let's check back in with our Lydia Vasquez. She has been in Oldsmar throughout the day, and she joins us live with the latest out there. Conditions not too bad right now. Lydia?
Yeah, hey, Wendy, I'd say a little bit less than what Vanessa's dealing with right now. The rain is slowly starting to pick up. The wind is picking up about 18 miles an hour. We can show you as Eugene, photojournalist here, zooms into the trees behind us, the lights. It's you know, blowing out there. The palm trees, I'd say, are whipping a lot more than that tree you're looking at now. The stop sign's waving just a bit. You know, nothing too crazy out here right now. But again, the big concern for people here in Oldsmar, they've been telling us all day long, is that storm surge. We were over by Ariolds Park earlier today where the water was already coming up through the grass and covering the entire sidewalk onto the bench there. And that was the main concern. I heard people passing each other, telling them to stay safe. And some people are evacuating here to where we're at in Zone B. One of the managers at the hotel told me that they're at capacity. So again, right now conditions, you know, pretty similar to an afternoon storm. But it's that surge that everyone is kind of watching out for. We're not too far from that, so we'll be able to see, you know, what comes of that tomorrow into the afternoon as well. But again, everyone's kind of taking precautions for that. I mentioned earlier that it's pretty 50-50 here in Oldsmar. Some people are boarding up their homes and putting sandbags out. Others right across from the bay there, they told me they're just going to stick it out and kind of see what happens. So again, right now, calmer conditions, a bit windy out here, some rain coming down, but we'll continue to bring you updates of what we're dealing with out here in Oldsmar. But for now, I'm Lydia Vasquez in Oldsmar, ABC Action News.
All right, Lydia, thank you for the update. We want to go out now live to our Katie LaGrone. Katie, you're in Spring Hill in Hernando County. How have things progressed in the last few hours? Are conditions dissipating? I'm hearing the rain for sure.
Right, and you know what? This is actually the first time we've heard the rain, at least at this level, all day. And you can see it's not a really intense rain. It's sort of that annoying kind of spray rain that a lot of us get before, the hurricane. But this is kind of the most active that we've seen the weather since we've been out here. We're about 4 miles inland from Hernando Beach. And of course, it's that coastal area, Hernando Beach, the low-lying areas, actually the entire west side of US 19. This is basically the border, is kind of how it's being described to us. The west side of US 19 is kind of that risky area. The east side, which we're on, is where people are escaping to higher ground. We spent some time on Hernando Beach earlier today. There were quite a few homes that were boarded up, some sandbags. We did see some people out and about, a couple people still at their homes, but for the most part, it did seem like a pretty desolate area. In fact, a county spokesperson tells me proudly that about 80% of people in those coastal low-lying areas, which, by the way, have been under a mandatory evacuation all day since this morning, have gone ahead and left. So that's really, really good news. Here at the hotel that we're staying at, much like what you just heard from Lydia about, this is a booked hotel tonight, and the general manager told me earlier this evening that nearly 100% of the guests here are all locals who have gone ahead and heeded that advice from emergency officials. The big, I hate to sound like a broken record because we've heard it from all of the reporters out tonight. The big concern, of course, is that storm surge here in Spring Hill and along more specifically the coastal area of Hernando Beach. The big issue is possibly 6 to 9 feet of storm surge could make its way. A county commissioner actually earlier today said, look, this is not a matter of if storm surge is going to happen. He says it will happen, and that's basically how they're preparing here. There is some possible, cautious optimism with this sort of westerly track that certainly Spring Hill is not going to get, much like a lot of the other areas that we're covering is not going to get the brunt of this. But still, for some perspective, Spring Hill, the last big flooding event that they dealt with from a hurricane was Hurricane Hermine back in 2016, and that was about 5 feet of storm surge. So if we get closer to that 6 feet, it could pose some challenges for the area, but the county is ready. In fact, they have National Guard already in the area with 2 big water rescue trucks, because the anticipation, or at least the way that they're preparing now, is that there will be some search and rescue efforts tomorrow. That is the very latest here in Spring Hill. Back to you.
All right, Katie, thank you. Good to hear that 80% of the folks near the coast there have evacuated. That's good news. We now move to Pasco County. That's another area bracing for the storm. Our own Eric Waxler is in Port Richey. Joining us now with more. I think you had a little rain and maybe even a little lightning earlier when we checked in with you. Eric, how's it looking now?
Yeah, the weather is definitely deteriorating. It's been relatively calm since we got here a few hours ago, but now we are starting to see some of that rain and some of that wind. You can maybe look up and see with the parking lights there and the palm trees that the rain is falling here. We're at Nick's Park, which is normally a place where people come to launch their boats and head out to the Gulf, and we are seeing the Gulf slowly coming in as we get closer to high tide, which will come around midnight, and that's the concern, is the storm surge in this part of Pasco County, West Pasco County, and US 19 is just right over there. And I have seen in past years flooding that got so far up that parts of US 19 had to be shut down, and so that is part of the fear, along with all the people that live along the water. So people are taking this very seriously. Even though the storm is way offshore, they are really going to be watching the storm surge tonight and into tomorrow. Some people are coming out just to experience a little bit of the storm. We found we've got Ron and Michaela, right? You guys moved here from Ohio last year and saw your first hurricane in Ian. What was that experience like?
It wasn't up here. It wasn't what all the hype was.
Right.
We were a little bit disappointed because we wanted to get that first one out of the way.
Right.
So we're kind of watching this one. This one's a little more scary for us than last year because it's going to hit here. It's already more than it was last year.
Yeah.
So we're a little anxious and ready for it.
Yeah. And so Michaela, you've got who's that? You're FaceTiming with Bella in Ohio. So Bella, can you hear us? How's it going in Ohio?
Great.
Yeah. So what does she think about it? Is she worried for you down here?
Are you? Yes.
She's worried. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling a little nervous, but not much, because in Ohio we dealt with a lot of bad storms, so it's not that bad, but at the same time it's still a little scary because it's a hurricane.
Yeah, well, you guys be safe. You head home because this is a mandatory evacuation area, so people are supposed to be back home and keeping safe as the weather gets worse here in the next few hours. Around midnight is when that storm surge could really start to play a factor here in Pasco County. But for now, I'm Eric Waxler, live in Port Richey. We'll go back to you.
All right, Eric, stay safe out there. Thank you for the update. Next here tonight, Chad Mills has also been following Hurricane Idalia. And Chad, I know you're still in Johns Pass, seeing more storm surge out there. Now I see you bundled up a little bit, so the wind and the rain must be whipping a little.
It certainly is, Wendy. We won't point the camera because we'll get rain in the lens, but just think, in front of me is the bridge. So this is the Gulf behind me, and actually this is the little seawall right here that people normally walk out on for a picturesque view where the pass meets the Gulf. Right now you can see the Gulf kind of coming over this wall. What we have seen over the past 30 minutes or so, these waves just hit the rocks, hit the side of the wall, and that foam just skyrockets into the air as it hits Johns Pass. An indication that storm surge is starting to come in here in this part of Pinellas County. And keep in mind, this is still an outgoing low tide. So this is still kind of the tail end of that low tide, but the tide is coming in, and it is expected to come in over the next several hours into the early morning hours tomorrow. That is the period that people are worried about here, because combine this storm surge with that high tide and you could have flooding in some areas, especially those lower lying areas, maybe areas where the dune structure, the sand isn't as built up. Those more vulnerable areas could be impacted. But again, just take a look. There's actually someone out there right now on the seawall, not advisable as the waves crash into it. People have been doing that all for the past 30-45 minutes, but the situation deteriorating, and we have noticed that the sightseeing has died down here considerably because the conditions are getting worse here in Johns Pass. Again, the time they're worried about here, 3 a.m., 3:30ish, that's when we have the high tide overnight. And then tomorrow afternoon, there's an even higher tide, that tide known as a king tide. They're worried about that as well. You see the Gulf behind me. You might be able to see, I know it's dark, but some of the white caps out there, just fury out there right now. And just remarkable to think that the hurricane isn't right on top of us. It's way out there in the Gulf, and this is the impact from that storm so far out in the Gulf of Mexico. We'll stand by here in Johns Pass, continue to monitor things throughout the island, and bring you another update soon. Send it back to you in the studio. Wendy.
All right, Chad, thank you. Just shows how those outer bands can be quite strong as well. Let's go back to Hernando County. Rochelle Aline standing by out of the Brooksville Emergency Operations Center, and she has the latest from there tonight. Rochelle?
Yeah, we're here in Brooksville outside of the Hernando County EOC, and right now things are pretty calm. I want to show you the flags right behind me. They've been blowing a little bit. You're seeing a little bit of wind picking up, but nothing too crazy. We've had a little bit of light rain here as well. County leaders telling us that zones A, B, and C, mobile homes and low-lying areas, are under evacuation orders tonight. They say about 80% of the 15,000 people that live in those areas have complied, but they're worried about that 20% that have remained in their homes tonight. They're deeply concerned about storm surge. They say it could surge up to 9 feet above ground, and at a certain point, first responders cannot get to you. If you need to evacuate tonight, they do have 4 shelters open in the county. We have those shelters listed on our website, abcactionnews.com. For now in Brooksville, Rochelle Aline, ABC Action News.
Rochelle, thank you. And we want to remind you that you can watch us live on your phone during this storm, even if you lose power. So first, make sure you're charging your phone while you have power, and then download our ABC Action News free mobile app. You can do that right now. Look at your screen. Just grab your phone, open your camera, and then scan that QR code you see. It will take you to our free apps to download, and our coverage continues right after a short break. Stay with us.
And thank you for staying with us here on ABC Action News.
We're providing continuous coverage throughout the night as Hurricane Idalia approaches our state.
Yeah, let's check in now with Chief Meteorologist Dennis Phillips as well as meteorologist Jason Adams. Dennis?
Yeah, so 10 o'clock advisory just came out, and it's now up another 5 miles an hour, up to 110. But even more important is it is not only continuing north motion, it's getting faster. It's now moving at 18 miles an hour. So, I mean, this thing is racing northward, and you can also see the eye is really clearing out right there in the middle. That's just another sign that this is a strengthening hurricane. The pressure now down to 960 millibars. The lower the pressure, the higher the winds. That's the way it works. So the track will be updated in about an hour. We'll see if the Hurricane Center decides to move this a little bit more to the west. The fact that it is still moving due north, and by now the models had all pretty much said it's going to start moving to the northeast. So the fact that it is still moving due north means, I mean, I think there's a legitimate chance they could continue to go back to the west even a little bit more. I just looked at some of the new models, and the models are still kind of going off right about here, which is 25, 30, 35 miles east of Tallahassee. That would be much better for Tallahassee for a number of reasons. One, hurricane force winds only extend about 30, 35 miles from the center anyway, so they'd be right on the fringe of hurricane winds, and they'd be on the west side. That's where you want to be. You want to be on the west side of this line, because if you're on the east side of landfall, that's where the surge is more of an issue, which wouldn't be an issue for Tallahassee, but the winds are certainly more of an issue. And the extreme winds with most hurricanes, and I think this kind of sometimes can be confusing, because when people see this 110, they're like, oh man, there's 110 mile an hour winds for the entire hurricane. In reality, there's probably only 110 mile an hour winds in about a 5 mile area in the hurricane. That's why this, even though it says winds, it's actually maximum sustained winds. So as the hurricane hunters or the buoys or whatever the case may be, what you're measuring with determines how fast the winds are blowing. If they find that one area that has winds of that speed for 60 seconds, that is your highest total. So the reality is that's the highest in a small spot, but in a much larger area, it isn't nearly as extreme. But regardless, if this continues to strengthen, you're looking at a Cat 3, potentially Cat 4 before landfall. But the fact that it is going faster forward means it has less time to get stronger. Does that make sense? So this will be making landfall tomorrow morning, and it probably won't have quite enough time to really crank. But regardless, at the very least, this is a Category 3 major hurricane moving into an area that it really hasn't done this. And we showed you this before. The reason that number's showing up, that 25.8, because that's how far out hurricane winds extend from the center. Look how small that is. So you've got your low there, you've got your eye, and hurricane winds, 75 mile an hour winds and greater. They only extend that far from the center. So all this other stuff is tropical storm force winds. Now, how far out do the tropical storm force winds extend? 160 miles. So that means that we would expect that the entire area west of I-75 will see some tropical storm force winds and probably even sustained winds at 35 to 40 in that ballpark. But the thought and the fear that we were going to have significant issues with wind simply is not the case with this. Now, yes, when those bands, those outer bands come through, and that's really what we're experiencing right now, we are not going to experience the bulk of this hurricane, flat out. So when our reporters are out in the field, and I think a lot of them are expecting the winds to kick up and stay up, that is not what's going to happen. And it's not going to happen for you at your house either, because even if you live along the coast, what you're experiencing right now are the outer bands of this storm. That's not where most of the wind is. Most of the sustained winds are back here, right? So what you're experiencing is literally the edge of the hurricane. And that's all we're going to be experiencing for quite a while. Now, once it eventually does start to turn, then some of this wind on the backside could come in and we could see a little bit higher wind overnight through tomorrow morning. But at this point, what we're looking at here, and there's some very heavy rain from Sarasota to Bradenton. Again, even though we are still under a tornado watch, we are not seeing any spin at all at this point. So that's great news. So that's Sarasota, Manatee County, probably the place that needs more rain than anybody else because the drought is more extreme in these spots. So this is going to help. And then we go north into Hillsborough and Pinellas County. A lot of heavy rain across Pinellas, St. Pete to Clearwater. This is all heading north of Gulf to Bay. This eventually makes it into the northern third of Pinellas. Tampa, Riverview, Brandon, Valrico, Dover, Seffner, Plant City, Fishhawk, Ruskin, Apollo Beach, all of those areas right here, just picking up some steady rain. And you certainly see some lightning. You look off to the west, you're going to see some lightning, but you're really not seeing a lot in your area. Most of it right now is across Pinellas County, in the Bay, and out to the west. And Jason and I were talking just a minute ago. We have not seen any tornado warnings, but there is a tornado watch in effect until 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. So we're not having any really many reports of power outages. The rain are just starting to move into Pasco, as Eric mentioned, and Hernando County. And Citrus actually hasn't had much of anything yet, but eventually it will. So here's a look at Futurecast. This takes us through the evening and into the overnight. And this is about right. If you live in Polk County, this is not your storm. I mean, yeah, you're going to get some gusty winds with a couple of storms, but considering Polk County more often than not seems to get the bulk of these heavy thunderstorms and these tropical systems, that's not the case this go around. You're going to still see some bands come through, as will our coastal areas as well. But as long as this center stays well to the west, I mean, there's it can't happen. So forget about any last minute, oh, might this still turn? No. In fact, at this point, we kind of wish it would turn into the Big Bend area where it's far more rural, more marshy, and less people. Because right now, we're looking at a storm that looks like it's going to move right on into the Appalachia Bay and quite possibly very, very close to Tallahassee. And even tomorrow, you'll still see that rain lingering, the outer plumes of the moisture bands in the afternoon. But later in the afternoon, you're going to see sunshine tomorrow. This is going to be in and out fast. I mean, I think by tomorrow morning, most of the rain will be over. The wind will be tapering off, but we're still going to have, again, that area of high tide from noon to 3. Now, we're going to have a high tide tonight, and that will cause some surge. And maybe even more surge than tomorrow because it's moving so fast, it might be less of an effect by the high tide tomorrow. I think we're timing that one out really well. But obviously the next couple of days, we're going to continue to see a good chance of rain. The first half of tomorrow, less in the afternoon. Thursday, some lingering rain. And then looking ahead to the weekend, we're actually looking pretty good with back to normal weather and temperatures in the low to mid 90s. Jason, you got anything going on that you want to touch on?
Yeah, so you were showing the radar. I want to go back to it really fast just to show you a couple of things that we're looking at tonight here. And we're talking about when the eye passes your latitude, that's when the onshore wind starts to move in. So that's why the surge is not happening right now in most of the area, but it will really start going here over the next couple of hours. And we have 2 to 4, 3 to 5, 5 to 7 foot surge potential here along our coast. So again, with the eye now just beginning to move almost to the latitude here of Tampa Bay, actually the mouth of Tampa Bay right now. It's just now to the west of it by thankfully several miles, 150 miles or so. So that's why we're not looking at the tropical storm force winds. But remember, you got to look at the wind direction. And with the circulation now moving to the north, we've got winds that are still offshore here currently, and that's keeping the surge off the coast in these areas. Now, if we look at the south part of it, this is where we're looking at the surge beginning to move onshore with those winds that are coming in here into these areas. So that's why we've got the surge potential picking up here as we go overnight into tomorrow morning, coinciding with high tides. Thankfully, the highest high tide tomorrow is not when we're at the closest to the center of the storm, which is pushing a lot of the water back toward the beaches. But if you have missed it, or if you're still curious about the latest from the National Hurricane Center, this is the tide forecast, the surge forecast. And in Tampa Bay, we've got it still at 4 to 6 feet. That's down a foot from earlier. And if we can miss the high tide here in the city of Tampa, St. Pete, Clearwater area, which is between 3 and 3:30, which we likely will do, the center will be farther away from us at that point than it is now, then we may be looking at the lower numbers of this. That's good news and bad news because we know back at Tropical Storm Ada, it was a tropical storm, 50-mile-per-hour winds closer to the coast, but it also created a surge with an abnormally high tide that eclipsed 4.5 feet in some areas, which did approach records for Tampa Bay. So in Sarasota County, you've got the onshore winds happening right now as the circulation is to your north. We're still forecasting 3 to 5 foot surge here from Englewood up to Longboat Key. From Longboat Longboat Key up to the Anclote River. This is where we're looking at 4 to 6. And then from the Anclote River to the Chassahowitzka River here, this is where we're looking at the potential for 6 to 9 foot surge. That's why all of Highway 19 in Citrus and Hernando County, if you live west of it, you are evacuated because that surge could get close to Highway 19 here in Homosassa Springs and areas down south to Pine Island. I had some friends in Hernando Beach. They left because of the surge potential here in Hernando Beach. And then once you get north of the Chassahowitzka up through the Denali area, I believe that's the Withlacoochee River. That one is where we're going to start to see the surge increasing because of course it is much closer to where the center wave may eventually make landfall here into the Appalachia Bay. So this is a concern. Our main concern tonight, for the first time in several storms, we're actually on the west side. The center is on the west side of us, so that's allowing us to see a little bit more of a surge threat, whereas the last several storms, including Ian, moved inland, which kept the offshore winds, and that's what kept us from seeing that significant surge potential. So that's what we're going to be watching here heading into the overnight hours. Again, we're also looking for the potential for any isolated tornadoes. I'm going to put the radar in a different mode for you. We'll, of course, show you what it looks like with the rain. That's what you're used to seeing. There's the satellite presentation of the storm. But as we move forward to the radar, that is where we're looking at the rain. But I'm going to switch modes here. I'm going to turn the rain off, and we're going to look at the winds inside the storm, so it may look a little funny to you. But what this shows is if there's any potential rotation with these supercells that are trying to rotate in off of the coast. And right now, I'm not seeing anything that is of concern as far as an immediate threat for a tornado warning or something like that. So it looks pretty good out here as far as that goes. Some wind reports coming in around 47 miles per hour now showing up in St. Pete. So that's the wind increasing. But again, what we're really monitoring is once the center gets to your north latitudinally wise, that's when your winds are going to be coming in onshore. And we're already seeing that happening here in Sarasota and Manatee County. So expect these surge numbers to start to increase. We've got our reporters out there to let us know. I'm also in connection and contact here with my friends at the National Weather Service office in Ruskin. And they're going to send me some information too as it starts to come in as well. So that's the very latest, guys. The 11 o'clock update coming up here in about 45 minutes. And that won't give us the new track. But like Dennis said, we don't expect to see much change, maybe a little shift left or right. But overall for us, it's looking better as far as the hurricane force winds goes. It's still not looking too good for our area, though, for the surge.
All right, Jason, thank you. And as Hurricane Idalia builds toward major Category 3 status, the danger factor is rising in Tallahassee. The storm could cause a lot of trouble for Florida's capital.
Our Jackie Calloway has more from the Leon County Sheriff and one of the students who's sheltering in place right now. Jackie?
Wendy, we've been monitoring traffic cameras stationed along Interstate 10, and we've seen a steady stream of traffic moving out of the Panhandle and heading westbound away from this storm. Idalia's continued westward push has residents headed east out of the Panhandle and counties like Taylor and Jefferson, where coastal evacuations have been issued. In Tallahassee, Leon County Sheriff took to social media tonight, pleading with mobile home residents to evacuate and go to one of the 10 shelters the county has opened.
We have an evacuation mandated in Leon County. So we ask that you're in a mobile home, please seek the shelters. We've got shelters open here in Leon County just for you. And please take advantage of that. At the same time, please understand this storm is on the way.
And we spoke with an FSU student who said he and his roommates had a hard time finding supplies today.
It's just crazy. I've never, like, even during like move-in week and a bunch of times during college, like I've just never seen that many people and that many full carts in the grocery stores. Like there were just carts like overpiled with stuff and like lines just all the way down the aisles.
Now, at this point, Tallahassee's only mandatory evacuation is for those who live in mobile homes. So many others, including students, are staying put. When I spoke with the sheriff's office less than an hour ago, they told me their shelters are not very full. Wendy?
A little concerning. Thank you, Jackie. We want to stay informed, want you to stay informed regardless of that situation. We've partnered with 6 different local radio stations. You'll be able to hear ABC Action News on their stations using a battery-powered radio if the power goes out. Our radio partners are on your screen right now, and our coverage continues right after a short break. Stay with us.
Welcome back. Our team coverage tracking Hurricane Idalia continues.
We want to head out to Indian Rocks Beach in Pinellas County to our Anthony Hill, who's live with the latest out there. Anthony, how are the conditions?
Well, Wendy, as you guys know, we've been out here all day covering this and at least the impacts of the storm. And I don't know if it's one of those illusions. We've been talking about how we're right off of the beach. I know you guys can't see it, and the Gulf is right here. Maybe you can hear it. But we've been talking about the waves all day, and it sounds louder now. I'm not sure if it's an illusion because we can't see it, so it sounds worse. But I don't think it's far-fetched to believe that the waves are actually more intense due to the fact that Hurricane Idalia is right off of our coast or nearly there in the Gulf of Mexico. Another difference is, earlier it wasn't raining as much. Over the past 45 minutes to an hour, the rain has been coming down. Look at this palm tree right here. I mean, the wind is even picking up. I mean, and obviously it's intermittent. Sometimes the wind is extremely strong and then it dies down. Right now, the wind is strong, but we've seen it stronger. We even went into across the bridge into Seminole, and thankfully a lot of people are heeding to the evacuation and they're staying home or they're just not here because we didn't see a lot of people. We did see police presence, just making sure that everything is going all right. We saw one car that may have been in an accident. It seemed like it was in an accident, but all the more reason to, again, stay indoors. And if you're in an evacuation zone, you should be in zone C or above, where we are here and on Indian Rocks Beach. There's an evacuation. They're asking for you to evacuate, rather, as I said before. And one of the reasons why is because where I am in Pinellas and pretty much all along the coast of Pinellas, for that matter, is along the water. And storm surge is one of the concerns. We're expecting storm surge to be anywhere from 4 to 7 feet as Idalia continues to move past us. So yeah, make sure you stay safe out there. We'll continue to follow the latest developments as Idalia passes by us. But for now, I'll send it back to you in the studio.
It'll be soon, Anthony, we promise. All right, thank you. All right, sticking to Pinellas now, our Chad Mills has been out at Johns Pass, a few miles south of where Anthony is. Chad, what can you see from your vantage point? You've been wet pretty much the whole night.
Yeah, Jameson, and we've been monitoring the bridge here in Johns Pass. I want to point something out. When we got here, it was low tide. Tide is starting to come in. You can see that the base of the support that holds up the bridge, that slab of concrete right there. People go across, fish from that sometimes. When we got here, it was dry for the most part. Now you see the waves starting to cover them more and more, an indication that the storm surge is starting to come in here at Johns Pass. And you see the rocks right here. We've been watching them for a couple of hours now as this water shoots in from the Gulf of Mexico into the much smaller Johns Pass. All of that force of the Gulf crashing against these rocks. People have been out here just watching, taking pictures. It almost looks like something you would see, on an Atlantic coast up northeast somewhere where the rough Atlantic crashes into the side of a cliff. That's kind of what we're seeing here in Johns Pass right now. The worry, as Anthony hit on, is storm surge as it coincides with the high tide that is set for about 3:30 here at Johns Pass and about 1 a.m. up where Anthony is right now. And then there's another one tomorrow afternoon. Have to keep looking behind me so we don't get splashed by this surge that's coming in.
All right, that was our Chad Mills reporting. We'll have to check back with them. I think we've lost his shot there, but of course we will check back throughout the evening. And now ABC Action News reporter Mary O'Connell is live in Pasco County near Hudson Beach. So Mary, any changes in conditions since we checked with you last, which was just about 30 minutes ago?
Well, about 15 minutes ago, we had a good amount of rain. It was a steady downpour that we had. Now it's lightened up a little bit, but you can tell that the wind is really blowing here. It's blowing kind of the drops off this awning that we're under here at Hudson Beach. I might be able to step out of the way a little bit so you can kind of get a look at the wind blowing and the rain coming down here, but it had been pretty calm up until about 15 minutes ago. But that's those outer bands that are making their way slowly into the area here. Of course, officials want people along the coastline here in Pasco County to be very cautious of that storm surge. They had been asking people in Zone A to evacuate. Now they're asking people to stay off the roads as the conditions here deteriorate. We'll keep an eye on the rain here. We seem to have a little bit of a lull, but right now we'll send it back to you.
All right, Mary, thank you. Let's go now to Julie Solomon. She's live in Dunedin. And Julie, what are you seeing out there?
We are along Marina Plaza. Right to my left is the Dunedin Pier. Now this is within walking distance from downtown Dunedin. And as Dennis had mentioned earlier, we are seeing the outer rain bands from this hurricane. So heavy rain and then it kind of lets up and then heavy rain again. A little breezy since we're down here by the water. We were over in downtown Dunedin earlier. No wind there at the time. It wasn't even raining. But again, we're being hit by those outer bands. Pinellas County officials do have a mandatory evacuation for people living in Zone A or low-lying areas or mobile home parks. They were told to evacuate earlier today. They're also encouraging people to just stay inside, don't go outside if you don't have to. We've seen a couple people drive around, a couple people want to walk the pier and just check out the conditions, but they're really urging you to just stay inside if you don't have to be outside. They're also warning people about the possible storm surge and also that there may be a possibility of power outages. But again, some light rain right now, a little bit of wind, but really we're just getting hit with those outer bands. That is the latest here in Pinellas County. I'm going to send it back to you.
All right, Julie, thank you. And Hernando County is one of the main areas we've had our eyes on here now throughout the whole night.
Our Katie LeGrone joins us live in Hernando. And I know about 80% have evacuated in flood zones A, B, and C. Katie, you told us earlier, still 20% of the folks there riding out the storm. How are the conditions?
Yeah, you know, I really think that that's a big headline out of Hernando County is sort of that significant number of people who have left those low-lying and coastal areas. So that's really, really good news. You know, this is the first time I've got my rain hood on. If that tells you about conditions, it's a more consistent kind of rain, but certainly nothing. You know, we're not being pounded at this point, but definitely more consistent. You know, the big issue, as you've heard from, I think every single reporter you've gone to this evening, is about that storm surge. And here in Hernando County is no exception. They're looking at 6 to 9 feet of storm surge in those low-lying areas. Now, that's specifically Hernando Beach. And so that's the other side of US 19. That stretch of road is US 19. West side is the problem. The east side is sort of the safe ground. In fact, a lot of the people from the west side have come here to the same hotel that we're staying at here on the east side of US 19, and these are all mostly local people who are going ahead and heeding the advice. And so we were over on Hernando Beach earlier this evening. You know, there's a pretty desolate area at this point. We did see a couple people who have decided to stay, quite a few homes that were boarded up, some sandbags, but it's that 6 to 9 feet of storm surge that would be very specific to that area that really all county eyes are on. In fact, the road leading to Hernando Beach is closed to the public. Basically, you need to show paperwork that you're a resident there before you can go. And again, that area is under a mandatory evacuation. So good to hear that many people have left. But you know, they're ready. They're prepared. They're sort of looking at the track as we all are, and sort of breathing a very cautious kind of, sigh of relief that maybe this is certainly not going to be what we had originally anticipated that it could be. But here in Hernando County, I know county leaders, county emergency officials are absolutely preparing for sort of a worst case type of scenario. I mentioned, about a half hour ago or so that the National Guard is already on scene here. A couple dozen National Guardsmen are ready to deploy. They've got the big water rescue trucks in the event that search and rescue efforts are needed. But, again, the big, I think, headline right now, at least out of Hernando County, as we are starting to get a little bit more of a significant or more consistent rain, are those evacuations that people are heeding. And again, we're all just waiting to see what the storm surge looks like overnight during high tide, and again tomorrow afternoon during high tide. That's the very latest. Back to you guys.
All right, Katie, thank you. And continue our coverage of Idalia. Let's go back out to Pinellas County now with our Vanessa Arise at the St. Pete Pier. Vanessa, lots of rain and wind there.
Yeah, it feels as though that wind has definitely picked up right now. We got under kind of an overhang right now. We're at dock boards on their side patio area, so kind of like a wind tunnel right here. But that wind definitely picking up, and the water is hitting the seawalls ferociously. And you can see with these palm trees here, the wind, how fierce it is right now. And Allison, I don't know if you can just kind of point over to the sailboat right here, just swaying. It is a massive sailboat, and that wind is taking over. A lot of whistling going on out here. There are a couple people, some young kids who said they were going to go down the pier. Some of them said that they could only make it about halfway because this wind is so strong. Now, within the past 15-30 minutes, Mayor Ken Welch had released a video trying to give an update as far as what has been going on. He said that since 5 o'clock, St. Pete Police, they have been driving around the area, specifically in those flood-prone areas. There is a mandatory evacuation for Zone A. That is about 330,000 people. Mayor Welch telling people who are out there, hey, look, if you are out on the streets, please go back into the comfort of your own home. This storm is going to bring with it the water, the winds, like we are seeing right now. Go ahead and take a listen to what he had to say.
And we need everyone to take this storm seriously. We want residents to please stay in their homes, stay alert, and wait for the message from officials that it's safe to leave.
And Mayor Welch also telling people, hey, look, tomorrow morning when you wake up and you think that the storm is done, it is over with, until you get the all clear from city officials, from county officials, that you are good to go, you're good to leave your home and get out on the streets again. He said, please stay inside of your home, because these winds, as you can see behind me, they are fierce right now. They don't want to have to go and rescue people. They don't want to see any severe injuries out there. So if you can, just stay in your home until you get the green light from city and county officials. Back to you guys.
All right, Vanessa, thank you, and stay safe out there with that wind. We want to have you stay informed regardless of the situation. We've partnered with 6 different local radio stations. You'll be able to hear ABC Action News on their stations using a battery-powered radio if the power goes out. Our radio partners are on your screen right now, and our coverage continues right after a short break. Stay with us.
Thank you for staying with ABC Action News.
We're providing continuous coverage throughout the night as Hurricane Idalia approaches our state. Let's check back in with Chief Meteorologist Dennis Phillips with the latest. And Dennis, something I just learned tonight, storm surge, of course, is the focus for the Bay Area for this storm. But high tide differs in time depending on where you live, right? So not everyone's going to have that storm surge at the same time.
100%. Yeah, that's exactly right, Wendy. It's all based on which water you're talking about, whether it's more north, south, east, or west. And usually just covering the Bay Area, there's about a 2 or 3 hour difference from one spot to the next. If you're talking one that's maybe 100 miles or 75 miles away from each other, it makes sense. As the water moves, it's going to be hitting one place first before it gets the other place, right? So yeah, that high tide is going to be a major factor overnight and again tomorrow with the storm surge. But again, we're now about 15-ish minutes away, maybe sooner, from a new track from the National Hurricane Center. And it's an important track, not for us. We've been saying this for most of today. This is not our storm in terms of hurricane winds. We're seeing some outer bands, and that's really all we are going to see. Some tropical storm force winds west of I-75, certainly. But what's really important is if we continue to see a northerly track, that would more than likely put the Panhandle more at risk, specifically Tallahassee. The 5 o'clock advisory, the track was about 30 miles east of Tallahassee. In fact, let's look at it. So this is that 5 o'clock advisory. Now, the 11 o'clock advisory, the track was about here. The 5 o'clock advisory, the track was about here. The Hurricane Center in their discussion even said we may be forced to bump the track more to the west at 11. And if that were the case, you move it over this way, then all of a sudden you're getting right into Tallahassee as a powerful Category 3 hurricane moves in. Now, water obviously will not be an issue, but wind will be. So that's something we're watching very closely. It will have no impact on the Bay Area other than a lot of us have kids in schools at FSU, at FAMU, and this is going to turn out to be a pretty scary thing for a lot of folks out there because they will lose power. The power will probably be out for a prolonged period of time. You have to wonder if classes are going to get canceled for a prolonged period of time. I mean, it's really the real deal. They have really never seen, ever in recorded history that we have, dating back to the 1800s, a Category 3 major hurricane going into Appalachia Bay. And they will with this one. In fact, it's possible it even could sneak up to a 4. I don't think so, only because we are not seeing a lot of explosive development right now. But over the last every hour, it's gone up 5 miles an hour, and it's still not going to make landfall until mid-morning tomorrow. So it is a possibility. Now, look how far out these bands extend, way down past the tip of Florida. As a matter of fact, down toward Cuba. So this is the area of rain that we are seeing. It's also the reason that we're in a tornado watch. And yet, interestingly enough, and this watch remains in effect until 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, we have not seen even a sniff of any kind of severe weather. I mean, nothing. We have not seen any rotation, which is kind of interesting considering you have a giant rotating thunderstorm 150 miles offshore, but we have not. And yet we still have that tornado watch all night. So let's go ahead. And there it is. You can see the counties, pretty much the entire Bay Area under that tornado watch until 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. So we zoom in. There's your eye, very well defined, still moving due north. There's the eye wall right around it. Hurricane force winds extend about 25 miles out from the center. It's getting stronger. It may be 30 or 35 with the next advisory. I think that's probably pretty reasonable. But when you see those brightly lit colors and lightning around that eye, that is a sign that it's still intensifying. So as we look at our area, we are not, nor will we experience anything around the core of that storm. The only thing we are going to experience in our area are these outer bands. So what does that mean for us? Well, these outer bands are kind of like our summertime afternoon storms in terms of the wind. So it's very possible we could see winds of 45, 50 in the summertime. When you get an advisory on your phone that says there's a severe thunderstorm warning, that means there's 60-mile-an-hour winds. So if we get any warnings in our neck of the woods with that kind of wind gust, I mean, it's certainly going to blow around quite a bit of stuff as our afternoon storms do. The difference is the rain extends all the way up and down the coast. So we're not seeing any spin. That's a good thing because that's the last thing I know. You don't want to be laying in bed. You're laying in bed and all of a sudden, beep, 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 tornado warning. I mean, that's the last thing you want. And then throw in the fact that you might have your power going out. There's about 12,000 people without power right now. And we'll actually take a look at our power outlook index. It kind of tells you where we expect there could be additional power outages. So what do you do if the power's out and you have no way to follow up on what's going on? Well, we've got you covered. See the ABC Action News app, and we'll put up a full screen graphic. There it is. If you scan this right now with your phone, if you lose power, you can still watch our broadcast. A lot of folks are watching us on streaming right now. It's the new thing, right? So you can watch our broadcast streaming on your phone. Keep charging your phone, by the way. Remember that right now. Always keep it plugged in, because if you lose power, you're going to have a tough time. But you'll be able to watch it. And it's a big difference being able to see where those tornado warnings are and where these weather warnings are, as opposed to just kind of hearing an app that might wake you up if you were dozing off. So download it now. We say that because it really is helpful in severe weather events. All right, let's go back to the radar, because as we go off across Manatee and Sarasota County, I mean, you're picking up some solid rain. Now, there's the good news out of this. This is the area that was in, for whatever reason, over the years, over the decades, Polk County seems to get nailed time and time again. This go around, this is not your storm. You're going to get some wind, maybe a little bit of wind with some rain in those outer bands, but Pinellas and Hillsborough also picking up some solid rainfall totals over the last several hours. Pasco County, you're also seeing some of this heavy rain right now. It hasn't quite made it as heavy into Hernando and Citrus, or Sumter for that matter, but eventually it will, because all of this is moving north. So you are going to see this outer band for several hours. So wait a minute, why so long? Because the storm is moving due north. So that band is not going to move east-west. That band is going to stay right along the coastline. Rainfall totals. This is some good news. Now, granted, the heaviest rain is offshore, but areas that really needed it, 2.5, 3 inches of rain so far, with a lot more on the way. There was a bullseye because this last 24 hours, and last night after midnight, man, it opened up in Citrus County. There was lightning until 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. I was still updating social media for the hurricane, and I remember seeing all that lightning. It lasted until a good 2, 3, 4, even into Pinellas as well. So there's the good news, all of the rain. Now, in terms of the hurricane force winds, and this graphic illustrates it perfectly. There's your hurricane force winds. Look how small it is. There's your tropical storm force winds up to 74. And there's your lower end tropical storm force winds, which are covering the Bay Area right now. As this moves north, you start to see there was a little bit of a turn to the northeast right there. That's what we're anticipating. But honestly, the models were expecting it sooner than now, which again is why the track continues to move west. So overall wind numbers, this is what you can expect. Along the coast, look for winds gusting to 50 to 55 miles an hour. And by the way, these numbers are not from the bands. These are actually from the system itself, okay? So Pinellas County, mid-50s. 40s across the rest of areas, 30s the farther you are inland. So not the kind of wind that is going to do damage. It really isn't. And then by tomorrow in the afternoon and evening, the winds slowly begin to taper off. A real windy day tomorrow, breezy in the afternoon or into the evening. But unless you get a strong thunderstorm right on top of you, you're likely not going to get any damage out of this. It's all about the water, and we've been saying this now for days on end. This is what I was talking about. If you look at the timestamp, this is a prediction of where the power outages could occur. The yellow color is a low risk. You've got orange at moderate risk, bright orange high, and red severe. And all this does is kind of look at where the bands and the strongest storms set up. So through the early morning hours, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., we still will expect some isolated to scattered power outages, and that'll continue until probably around 7 or 8 o'clock. So that's kind of why I thought it was a good idea to download your app if you do lose power, and then you'll at least be able to keep an eye on stuff. Let's go on over to Jason. You can talk about hour by hour what can expect, and again, of course, talking about that storm surge issue.
Yeah, so Futurecast doing a great job right now pinpointing exactly where that band is that you just went over on the radar. It's basically lined up now from Northport, Venice, Englewood, all the way up almost to Crystal River. Not quite there yet, but we've got more rain headed your way as it's just now becoming pretty heavy in western Pasco County and also coastal sections of Hernando County. County. So this is 11:30 right now here in about 45 minutes. The radar pretty much looking the same. And like Dennis said, there won't be much momentum to push this band east because the storm is moving north. So this band's going to park itself basically along maybe just east of I-75. I don't even think it honestly goes in this far. It's until the storm starts to make a right turn once it gets into the Appalachian Bay area, which is around sunrise tomorrow morning, that we'll begin to see these bands really beginning to shift in our inland spots. So if you're wondering, how's it looking in Polk County or Highlands County? You guys are great. And like Dennis said, take a break, and you deserve it because you guys have been hit really hard over the last 2 decades with a lot of storms that have missed coastal areas and didn't get nearly as hard of a hit to the coast. So this is what it looks like by 5:30 tomorrow morning. I-75 west, we continue to see the scattered storms rolling through here. If you look at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, this is when we could potentially see a landfall somewhere from Franklin County east to Taylor County. That's the Appalachian Bay from the Forgotten Coast over to the start of the Nature Coast. This is where we're looking at the potential for not only a landfall, but of course 115 plus mile per hour sustained winds, gusts that could be up to 130. If the storm gets even stronger than that, those numbers may increase. And then of course the storm surge, maybe as high as 10 to 15 feet here from the Franklin County coast west through Jefferson and Wakulla counties coasts up in the Tallahassee region. And that could be rivaling what we saw with some of the surge at Fort Myers Beach during Hurricane Ian last year, as it was a Category 4 storm. That just goes to show you how much more susceptible the coast is in the Appalachian Bay versus areas to the south. In fact, let's take a little bit of a jog to the north and show you what we're talking about. It's a much more shallow area here in the Appalachian Bay. Plus you have a coast that's concave. So as the water's coming in, it all piles up to a point, and that point would be somewhere in and around the St. Mark's area, which is where we usually see the highest of surges here when we have storm systems. Also, you remember back in Hurricane Dennis, I believe that was back in 2005, it made landfall in Navarro Beach in the western panhandle, but we had a surge of almost 9 feet here in the Appalachian Bay with a hurricane that far away. Again, it just goes to show you how vulnerable this area is, and we're taking one of the strongest storms in recorded history for this part of the world and this part of the Sunshine State, and potentially having records not only for the strongest storm, but maybe even some of the highest surge as well. So that is the very, very significant concern here up in Tallahassee. Let's get back here to home. Want to talk about some of those current wind gusts. I have a friend at the National Weather Service office. We've been messaging back and forth with each other, and so far the winds have generally been between 40 and 50 miles per hour. St. Pete, the latest gust now at 47. So we're certainly in tropical storm force winds, that is for sure. And we're looking at 39 mile per hour gusts currently here in Venice and Mayaca City, Spring Hill, and Newport Richie. Hernando up in northern Citrus County. Not looking at tropical force sustained winds yet, but we are going to get to that point as the center continues to move to the north. So if you're wondering, timing wise, when you can start to expect to see some of these stronger winds, this is 10:30, fast forward to midnight, and we're looking at those 45, 50 mile per hour gusts on the Hernando County coast, as well as Pasco County's coast. So from 19 west, better chance to get into those tropical storm force range, closer to 17 or 75, and east over toward 301. This is where we're looking at those winds roughly into the 30 to 40 mile per hour range. Fast forward to 4 a.m., 50 mile per hour gusts potentially here at Hernando and Citrus County's coast. That's when the center is going to be closest to you all as it continues to move north. And then by 7:30 into the morning, those gusts will slowly start to come down as the storm begins to pull away from the area. Let's go a little farther south. We'll talk about here in Pinellas and Hillsborough County in the Tampa and St. Pete Clearwater metro area. Now through midnight, 50 mile per hour gusts. Again, we just showed you 47 at the St. Pete Airport here at Albert Ridditt Airport in South St. Pete. So this is where we are looking at those gusts already approaching 50. We're going to hold here through midnight, but since the storm is basically just now due west to us, if you put a latitude line here, we're looking at the storm due west now of Tampa and St. Pete. Once it starts to get farther north, that's going to put more distance between us and the center, and these winds should begin to start to come down by sunrise. 40 to 50 mile per hour gusts still at that point, but more likely 40 to 45. Now, if you're farther south, you've already started seeing some of these gusts up to 50 miles per hour, and we're going to hold here as the storm continues to move north. But the difference in our southern spots right now compared to areas to the north is the wind direction. We've got the winds coming back in off of the Gulf of Mexico right now. It's southwest. Earlier today it was offshore, and now we're also gearing up for our high tide here from Anna Maria Island south as you get to Longboat Key, Siesta Key, down to Venice, Nokomis, Inglewood, Casey Key, Turtle Beach, all of my favorite areas here that I love going to the coast. We are looking at your winds strongest now, heaviest rainfall too. Like Dennis showed you, this is one positive thing to all of this is that we're finally getting a big deficit put into the drought here with 1 to 3 inches of rainfall so far. More to come. But notice as we go to midnight, still looking at those onshore winds, 50 plus miles per hour. And then through 4 a.m., the onshore winds continue at 50 plus miles per hour. More likely gusts than the sustained winds, but that's strong enough that it's going to continue to funnel in all this water here into our bays inland waterways, our estuaries, our freshwater rivers that go in here, and that could give us even some significant surge potential well inland away from the coast. So that's the current setup now. Again, the storm continues to move slowly to the north, I should say quickly to the north, honestly. It's a much faster moving storm. To put this into perspective, Dennis, when we had Hurricane Ian moving into Sarasota, Charlotte counties, it was moving at 6 miles per hour. We're now looking at this one 16 miles per hour. So that's also going to reduce the longevity of it compared to nearly 24 hours of dealing with Ian back in.
Yeah, there is some good news out of that because it will have less time to intensify over the very warm waters of the eastern Gulf. So that's a good thing. And as Jason also mentioned, I mean, the fact that it is moving north so quickly, it's going to be over the area less, so it will be in and out faster. So that limits the risk in some areas of a flooding potential of a tropical system of any kind of hurricane. If you remember, many, many years ago on the other side of the Gulf, there was a tropical storm and a hurricane called Harvey. They had about 45 inches of rain because it literally sat there for days on end. So we are just I'm looking over at the advisory. There's not a new one yet, but we are literally minutes away from the updated advisory. I would expect at that point we're probably looking at a Category 3 major hurricane. I mean, right now we're 1 mile an hour shy of Cat 3, so let's be honest, for all practical purposes, it is a major hurricane. And more importantly, we're going to see what that track is, because I think at this point, the Hurricane Center, I would guess they're not even using the modeling as much anymore. At this point, you can use some high resolution modeling, which is better in a short-term coverage, but at that time, it'll also be a little bit more accurate. So as it continues to move due north, you have to wonder if that track is going to be a little bit more to the west. So I'll toss it back to Wendy and Jameson, but again, we'll bring it back to us in just a matter of minutes when we get that updated track, because I know there are a lot of parents of kids in Tallahassee right now waiting to find out exactly where this storm is going to make landfall. Guys?
We're going to go back to you shortly. All right. Thank you, Dennis. Tampa International Airport just released this video to us of crews working to protect TPA from the storm's impacts. TPA is currently closed, of course. The airport will reopen after damage assessments are made, which begins as soon as it is safe to do so. Officials say they hope TPA's complex drainage system will help keep the water off the runways, taxiways, and airfield facilities, or help any floods recede quickly so they can get back to normal operations at some point tomorrow.
And now let's go back to our crews live in the field all up and down the coast. We have seen their shots change over the last few hours for sure, seeing more wind and rain, especially in the last hour or so.
Yeah, Adam Walzer has been moving around the city of Tampa for us all day now. And Adam, you're on Bayshore Boulevard right now. We know that's an area that floods easily in any storm.
That's right. You know, Dennis was talking about those afternoon and evening thunderstorms. I've gotten caught out in them here on Bayshore Boulevard, and it only takes just a few minutes to get some big puddling like what we see right here at this intersection. It's already starting to see water on the ground. There's some sheriff's deputies out here making sure that everything is safe and trying to mark this puddle so that people don't fly down here and end up getting hydroplaned. But right now we're seeing the rain coming down hard in droves. We're seeing the wind picking up. We're getting some of those big gusts that Dennis was talking about earlier. And looking out on the bay, we're starting to see some white caps. It's kind of hard to see because it's so dark there. But up against those buildings behind us, we are starting to see the the bay really churn, presumably as the storm gets closer and that water is pushed from the Gulf into the bay. This is the area that is a special concern here in the Tampa area, pretty much all of South Tampa, low-lying areas where it's not that much higher than sea level, particularly around Bayshore Boulevard, Ballast Point just to the south of here, over across to Davis Islands, Harbor Islands, and the downtown area of the Riverwalk. We've been to all these areas today. So far, we haven't seen a lot of people really panicked about it. We did see some people putting down sandbags to make sure that if that water gets high, it doesn't get inside their homes. But right now, we're seeing not that many people out and about as they were earlier. So hopefully people are heeding the warnings and staying inside and staying out of danger. Of course, only a little bit of water on this road can make it extremely treacherous. You can hydroplane, you can have an accident, so it's best just to stay inside. Reporting live from Bayshore Boulevard, Adam Walser, ABC Action News.
All right, Adam, thank you. And as Dennis promised, we just got that update from the Hurricane
Yeah, we
Center.
did, and it's not great news. It's kind of what we expected. The Hurricane Center now believes this will be Cat 4 upon landfall around 7:30 tomorrow morning. We now have a pressure that's dropping down into the 950s. It's still moving due north, and this was kind of what we expected. We have not seen that northeast motion yet, so the longer it stays north, the more west the track would be. It is still at 110 miles an hour, so it's actually just 1 mile an hour, still shy of major, but it is moving into an area where the conditions appear really favorable for additional development. All right, here's the latest track. Again, I don't see any changes in the warnings in our area, but what you do notice, and again, eventually goes into the Carolinas, but I want to take a closer look because this is the important part for folks in the Panhandle. The track, you can see landfall probably around 7 a.m. tomorrow morning, right there, because this is 8 a.m. And by 8 a.m., it is already actually pretty much right on top of Tallahassee or just off to the east, possibly, of Tallahassee as a Category 4 hurricane, winds of 130 miles an hour, so 3-4. So this, and this isn't going to change. I mean, there's not going to be any last minute change. Matter of fact, the only thing it could change is it maybe if it got a little stronger, which I don't think it will, because that's actually pretty aggressive. That's forecasting a storm to get 20 miles an hour stronger in 8 hours. So that's about pushing it. So I think that will be about the max of what we're talking about. But again, latest advisories come in, don't see any changes in the watches or warnings for our area, but the track, and not a dramatic change to the west, but maybe they moved it about 10, 15 miles to the west, closer to Tallahassee. So at this point, it's just a matter of seeing how the overnight plays out as this storm continues to strengthen. Jason and I will take a closer look at this data, and then we'll come back to you in just a couple of minutes. Guys?
All right. Thank you, Dennis. We now move to Pasco County, another area for bracing for the worst of this storm.
Our Eric Waxler is in Port Richey and joins us live with the latest from there. Hey, Eric.
Hey guys, yeah, we're starting to see, I guess the most substantial wind and rain, although it's still not terrible here. But as we look around, you can see the rain is finally coming down pretty hard here in Pasco County. We are just west of US 19, the area that is the evacuation zone A that is cleared out, and I think people have done a pretty good job. US 19, I haven't seen very many cars out the last few hours. And all the businesses started to shut down. A few people have come by here just to get a look, although as you look out where the Cody River goes out to the Gulf, there's not a whole lot to see as we look out into the darkness. But we have seen the water really start to come up as we get closer to high tide, which is supposed to hit here around midnight. If you look, you see that orange cone out there. That's about where the water was a few hours ago when we got here. And now look how much farther it has come up. Now, storm surge is the big fear here. It is not going to be the wind and the rain. It is the storm surge. And in past years, I have covered many storms here in Pasco County, and I have seen just devastating flooding, whether it was in Elfers, not too far from here, that was flooded out, people having to be rescued by boats. I've seen what it does to communities, so we can only hope that the storm surge does not cause those kind of issues here tonight. And the high tide at midnight, while that will be substantial and could cause some storm surges tomorrow afternoon, that officials and of course our own Dennis Phillips has been saying over and over again, that could really cause some issues. And the other thing in Pasco County too is all the rivers. You have the Cody River, which is right here, and then the Anclote River. And over the years, depending on a combination of rain and conditions, we have seen those areas really flood, and that's what led to the Elfers neighborhood, which is really low down, just completely flooded out. People had to be rescued in boats. So those are all things that people in Pasco County have dealt with in the past, and they hope not to be dealing with tonight, but we'll see what happens in the hours to come. But again, the rain's starting to come down harder here. Hopefully everybody's at home and secure and safe for tonight, and we'll see what the rest of the evening holds. But for now, live in Port Richey, I'm Eric Waxler, ABC Action News.
Eric, thank you. And we want to remind you now that you can watch us live on your phone during the storm, even if you lose power tonight.
Yeah, make sure to download our ABC Action News free mobile app. And we also want to mention, make sure you charge your phone and all your electronics too, so in case that happens soon. And you can do that right now. Grab your phone, open your camera, and then scan that QR code you see on your screen. It will take you to our free apps to download.
And we've also partnered with 6 local radio stations. You'll be able to hear ABC Action News on their stations using a battery-powered radio. If your power goes out, our radio partners are right there on your screen. Our coverage continues right after this short break.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Hurricane Idalia. We want to go to ABC Action News reporter Mary O'Connell live in Pasco County for us near Hudson Beach. So Mary, any changes out there in conditions where you are?
Yeah, the rain and the wind have certainly picked up again in the last 15 minutes. It ebbs and flows a little bit, but you can see here behind me in Hudson Beach that it's coming down pretty steadily. And this is, like Eric had mentioned previously, probably the most substantial rain we've seen in our area since we've been here since earlier this afternoon. Of course, you see that wind, you see that heavy rain that's coming down right now, these outer bands that are, hitting our area. The Pasco County Sheriff had said that they're continuing to check waterfront communities for signs of flooding. They had asked people earlier to evacuate those, low-lying areas, the Zone A, and the concern was for that storm surge in the coastal communities here in Pasco County. They're asking people, as you can see here, it would probably be very difficult to drive on the roads. They're asking people to stay off the roads, stay inside with all those supplies that you hopefully had gathered over the last couple days, and just hunker down as this storm passes. But we're going to continue to monitor it out here. For now, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Mary, thank you. Meanwhile, the entire city of Crystal River is in Zone A. So tonight, everyone there really preparing for a long and potentially scary evening.
We want to welcome in ABC Action News reporter Michael Paluska to our coverage tonight. He's live along Crystal River this evening, where storm surge estimates are going to be as high as 11 feet. Mike?
Jameson, Wendy, you know, hearing those estimates is terrifying, especially with this coming in the middle of the night. It's already super dark here because we're along the nature coast. If you've been to Crystal River, you know how beautiful it is. This is the river right here. Earlier today at high tide, because of that king tide, the water was already coming up over this seawall. And, you know, just before sunrise, we were able to talk to the mayor here, Joe Meek, and he told us that really, as everyone's mentioning, here in particular, storm surge is a big problem.
Our biggest concern is storm surge, and we're hoping that we get fortunate. We're seeing the storm move a little bit further to the west, but right now it's just way too early to tell, and all the computer models are still showing us having a significant storm surge.
So it's really wait and see tonight, and we talk about that super blue moon. So we're going to have our next high tide, which isn't as high as the 4 o'clock one from this afternoon, 5:04 a.m. And then the next tide cycle that he's really concerned about is that 4:44 tide. Right now, the water's going down. I didn't think it would go down this much as we're here. We just saw about 10 minutes ago a Citrus County sheriff actually come right by this road here along the Plantation Inn, this hotel that we're at. It is empty here. Everyone that is staying here, some tourists that got trapped here, they are very concerned about what's going to happen. These are the boat slips here, and if we look across the water, Reed Moeller will sort of show you these homes here. That deputy was looking into those homes with a flashlight, trying to see if there's any looters. No one should be out, especially in Zone A. And what's crazy about, you know, what you mentioned in the opening, you know, the city hall is at 4 feet. They know that's going to flood. And so this morning and this afternoon, they were going up and down the water with their boats. We heard deputies in the neighborhoods on the loudspeakers telling people to evacuate. And from what the mayor told us, people are responding, and he feels as though the message is getting out. 11 feet. Let's show you what 11 feet would look like. Probably to the top of the roof of that home right there. Looks like a nice single-story ranch. If the water was over the seawall this afternoon, as soon as this storm comes in, Jason Adams telling me we're going to start to get that offshore flow initially, but when it makes that turn, we're going to get the onshore flow. The water's going to start piling up. So really our 0 hour for when we think maybe we'll have to evacuate the first floor of where we've kind of set up is probably between 2 in the morning to maybe about 7:30 when it makes landfall up wherever it does in the Big Bend area. We're up on this second floor, about 20 feet we calculated, and there's a couple of other news crews here, so we've also positioned our car so it's out of this storm surge zone so we can go out tomorrow morning and of course show people the damage. But the main thing tonight here in Crystal River is waiting to see where it goes. If it keeps ticking, obviously bad for Tallahassee, but if it keeps ticking that way, it'll be good for folks here. It's crazy to think how low they are and that the entire city of Crystal River is in Zone A for an evacuation, but people seem to be getting the message, and that's the best thing tonight. So we're going to be out here all night tonight. My shift just started, and it will end sometime tomorrow whenever there's nothing more to report on, or it won't end tomorrow. And we'll just be live the whole time. For now, we are here along Crystal River in Citrus County. Michael Paluska, ABC Action News.
Hey, Mike, it's Dennis in the Weather Center. I want to mention something. So we were talking a lot about Tallahassee because the new numbers coming in, and they're not good. They're not good at all. I remember it was years ago. You did a live shot in Tallahassee as a storm came in, didn't you?
I did. I was actually in downtown Tallahassee. We were on our way for Hermine up when it was sort of coming in as a Cat 1. We were actually on our way to St. Mark's that flooded, but we couldn't get there because there were too many trees down in the road. So we actually had a tree almost fall in our car while we were heading to St. Mark's. So we went up to Tally to be safe. But we went to St. Mark's the next day, and I know that's what you're really concerned about, that Appalachia Bay area. St. Mark's was flooded all the way up the road when we were able to finally get there. And that was a Cat 1, so that's what I've been concerned about too tonight, being there and seeing what happened to St. Mark's with that Cat 1, and then you know, depending on that track where that surge comes in, that's probably what you're worried about too.
Well, I am, but truth be told, I'm not going to lie. My son's at FSU, and you know, there's a lot of parents that have kids at FSU and FAMU, and the latest track came in, and it's not good. I mean, it's a track pretty close to Tallahassee as a Cat 4 hurricane. I mean, minimal Cat, strong Cat 3, a big hurricane either way. So I guess my question to you is, you know, sharing with parents right now who are watching, who are at this point deciding what do I do? Do we hunker down? Do we move west? I mean, I'll get into my thoughts on that as well. But could you explain a little bit about what you saw in the Tallahassee area? Because I remember the live shot. It was in the middle of the night, and you were out there, and the winds were really blowing. Could you kind of share what kind of impacts they had in terms of the trees down and the power outages, and if it was something that you considered was a safety hazard for the people in that area when that storm was coming through?
Absolutely, yeah, Dennis. We had posted up in a parking garage, and it was only a few hours into the storm, just a couple of bands, and we were in the parking lot. I believe it was around midnight, and the power to the entire city of Tallahassee went out. So we were in the pitch dark in this parking lot, and the wind was howling so much. Even with that Cat 1, we had leaking coming through the ceiling of the parking garage that we were in, so we had to move. But all of the tree limbs that were down were on power lines. We actually had to wait behind some power crews to get to St. Mark's as they cleared it to go through. I think the best thing right now, I mean, is to hunker down. As you say, you know, you hide from the wind, you run from the surge. For parents out there with kids, you know, you got to be concerned, obviously. But in that area, in that urban area, as long as they're not going out and as long as they're very cognizant of those trees that might be near their dorms or might be near their off-campus homes, and put themselves in positions that are away and can look at which way the wind's going, so they're in a house farther away from those hazards. That would be what I would be doing with my family, especially having all your pillows and everything in the bathtub. Trees scare me a lot. I've covered so many trees that have fallen on cars when I worked up in Atlanta, which is called like the city of trees. And Tallahassee has just as many, if not more, trees than Atlanta, and they would fall on cars, fall on homes, and they're just everywhere. So I don't know what your advice would be for them to go now, since the event's happening, or if they can go to a place now. It's pretty calm here. It's going to be calm up there for a while that doesn't have as many trees around it.
Yeah, and that was a Category 1 storm. This is forecast to be a Category 4 hurricane upon landfall. So yeah, Mike, thanks a lot. Great information there. I mean, I remember that live shot well, and I remember thinking how many trees were going on in Tallahassee. So let's talk about this, okay? Because I know that there are right now a lot of parents freaking out, thinking, what is going to happen to my child? Are they in the dorms? Are they in an apartment? Or whatever the case may be. So there's a couple of lines of thought. And I just had a conversation with my son about this very thing. So first of all, you think to yourself, there's also very heavy rain and very squally weather out ahead of the hurricane that is about ready to move into the Tallahassee area, into the northern Gulf. So that's already there. So if you're thinking last minute, this doesn't arrive until 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, do we still have time to get out? Do you really want to get in a car and go on I-10 when the traffic could very easily be bumper to bumper and you might literally be stuck on I-10 because of a traffic? We had some pictures. Jackie Calloway mentioned this earlier on. We had some pictures from some people earlier today where literally it was bumper to bumper. The cars were stopped on I-10. And I have a feeling when this advisory has just come out that there's going to be a lot of people heading out. Now, you might want to suggest to your children, maybe there's a shelter nearby if you don't feel comfortable where they are. But Mike hit the nail on the head. And this is the thing that we have preached since day one. You hide from the wind, you run from the water. The overwhelming majority of injuries and deaths from a hurricane come from water and surge. And that will not be an issue in Tallahassee. So you guys know me, I'm pretty transparent with my family life, with my kids and whatnot. And I'll tell you what I did. I told my son to stay put. I told my son that if the winds start to really kick near a window, you go in the bathroom, as Michael just said, you go in the bathtub, you shut the door, and you ride it out for a couple of hours. To me, as a parent, and I'm not suggesting you do the same thing for your kids. I'm not doing that. I wouldn't do that. I'm just saying, in my opinion, I feel you'll be safer riding something out in your home, in your apartment, in your dorm, wherever the case may be, as opposed to, one, getting in a car, going in traffic, riding through storms as it is, maybe not even with a hotel out there. You would want to go west, by the way, if you're going to go anywhere. You definitely don't want to go south or east. But at the end of the day, it's a decision that I think a lot of parents are mulling right this second. But also one more thing, and then we'll get into our weather, which obviously pales in comparison to what's going on. You need to call your kids right now You need to text your kids right now and have a conversation with them, because I think we all know with kids, they're invincible. They don't really think about what needs to be done because usually the parents have done it for them for the first 18, 19, 20, 21 years, whatever the case may be. We've always made the decisions, right? In this particular case, you need to share with them the ways that they need to stay safe. And one of which would be you go into an interior room away from windows if we are looking at what appears to be, and I've been saying this now for 6 hours, this thing's going to be very, very close to Tallahassee, and there will be hurricane winds. Now, that does not mean they're going to get the Cat 3 or 4 winds. Be really clear about that. Hurricane force winds extend 25 miles out from the center. That's 75 mile an hour winds. There's probably only a 5, 6, or 7 mile area that actually has these winds that are going to go 120 to 130. It's a small area, but you at least want them to know what to do if that area goes on top of where they are. All right? So I know you're here to watch what's happening to us locally, but I also know we have a ton of viewers watching right now on streaming, because this broadcast is on streaming. Tens of hundreds of thousands of people watching. I've seen the numbers. And as well as watching at home, we have a lot of people with kids up in that area and family members. And so it's a conversation I want you to have right now. I want you to contact their kids. And on my Facebook page, if you scroll down, there is a list of about 35 things that they can still do. Some of them it's too late, clearly, but there's a lot of things that they can do to prepare for if there is the power outage. You know, dealing with the flashlights and dealing with the water, filling your bathtub up with water, filling anything up with water, putting it in the freezer if you can. So these are all tips on my Facebook page. In fact, you know what I'll do? After I'm done right now, I'm going to go ahead and repost that. So it'll be the top thing on my Facebook page, and you can share it with them or have them go on my page and see it, because there's some stuff that can be really, really helpful in terms of not just riding out the storm, but here's the other thing, and I promise I'll be done at that point. Not just riding out the storm, but the aftermath. Because I guarantee you, none of your kids, and none of us, or most of us, have not gone through the aftermath of a major Category 4 hurricane, because it is absolutely the worst. I mean, you have no power for weeks. There's going to be a ton of trees down, and there probably, if this plays out the way it could, I'm guessing classes could be shut down for a foreseeable future in many places, if you can believe that. But if that is the case, they may have a tough time getting home for a little while, because there's going to be so many trees down. So they're going to have to do what they're going to have to do to be okay until they can get home. And it all depends on just the routes that they can go. I mean, maybe they could go west and then go up around. I mean, there's ways to do it. But these are things that you need to think about right now and reach out to your kids. Because this is going to make landfall tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock. It's going to be really close to Tallahassee, and it's going to be a major, major storm. And I want to go over to Jason now, because Jason went to FSU. He knows that area like the back of his hand. Yeah. So maybe you can give some more insight for parents right now who are obviously freaking out, wondering what's going to happen with their kids.
Yeah, and like you said, I think this is going to be historic. It is definitely the strongest storm in the Appalachian Bay that we have ever seen in modern history. Records in Florida go back to the 1800s, so we've never seen anything like this. And anybody alive today has not seen a storm move into the Appalachian Bay like we're seeing out there over the next 12 to 18-hour period. So FSU, FAMU, they're right next to each other in southwest Tallahassee, just to the north of the airport. Tallahassee's a pretty small town. It's a small town. It's our capital city, but it is a pretty small town. A few 100,000 people live there. Building codes, obviously after Hurricane Andrew, the building codes were all updated. So any building that was built after the 90s, of course, we've seen the building codes improve there as well. So the newer buildings in Tallahassee are just fine. Of course, there's a lot of building on FSU and FAMU's campuses, so thankfully those buildings should be just fine. The problem in Tallahassee is it's a much smaller town, and there's only one way in and one way out, basically. You have I-10 that goes through there. You got a couple of out places that you can go. One will take you to Dothan, the other will take you up to Thomasville, Georgia. So there are a couple of routes that if they do decide to leave, that they can go to. But like Dennis suggested, we suggest going west, because if you go north or east, they're going into the path of the storm. And with the storm moving at nearly 20 miles per hour and increasing forward momentum, this will likely increase the time stamp, decrease the amount of time that they have to go into the east and northern sections. So if you do go west, look for places like Dothan. You got Mariana, places that were hit pretty hard by Michael, even down toward Panama City, and then back west to Crestview, Pensacola, Navarre, Destin. These areas are all potential places that if you did go west, you could potentially find a place to stay. Also, one of the issues with Tallahassee, especially outside of downtown in Leon County, is it's one of the most densely forested areas within the state of Florida. If you've ever driven from Jacksonville to Pensacola on I-10, it's one of the most boring drives that you will ever do because there's absolutely nothing to look at except trees. And when Hurricane Michael went through Panama City and Mexico Beach and then went up to the I-10 corridor, still to this day, 5 years later, 6 years later, you can see exactly what we call the Michael scar of going through that area, because all of the trees were, if they did not get knocked over or sliced in half, they were all debarked. There were no tree branches left on them. There were no leaves left on them. All those trees coming down, of course, hit the power lines. So that was a Category 5 storm. This is going to be a Category 4 potentially at landfall. And it's also going to be the strongest storm to ever move into the Leon County area, including Tallahassee. So back in 2016, you had Hurricane Hermine. That was the Category 1 that Paluska and Dennis were just talking about. That had 80-mile-per-hour winds, and it put a lot of Leon County without power for several weeks, talking 2, 3, almost 4 weeks that some people had no power. So that's what we're looking at with this situation. I think the buildings will be fine, even at a Category 4 strength. If the center goes over downtown Tallahassee, the buildings should be fine. It's the trying to get power back and trying to get things back to normal that are going to take a long time. Because again, we've never seen this happen in this part of the Sunshine State before. This is a record-breaking storm on a multitude of platforms, but for us in Florida and for me as an FSU alumni, it's extremely disheartening to see that this is what's happening. So with that being said, we're going to keep you posted on it. We're going to keep talking to our friends and family between here and Tallahassee. And if you do have a kid that's there, a student that is there, like Dennis said, you kind of need to treat this as if it's a tornado. We always talk about a tornado warning. You get to the lowest level of your home, put as many walls between you and the outside winds that could possibly be picking up debris and lunging it at the building. You almost need to treat it like it's a tornado warning. So if you can get to the bathroom, put some blankets and pillows over top of you, and then you can ride out the storm. With it moving at 20 miles per hour, we're talking about a window of about 1 to 3 hours for the worst part of the winds. This isn't slow moving like Hurricane Ian was, that was crawling at 6 miles per hour. And unfortunately, people were stuck in the eye wall for 4 to 5 hours, even up to 6 hours. Some people were stuck in the eye wall because of how large Ian's eye was and how slow it was moving. So with that being said, I think there are going to be significant consequences of this storm as we look into the Tallahassee metro area. And again, it's going to take quite a bit of time for that area to recover after this. I also want to give you an update too on the storm surge potential. So while it hasn't changed for us and our storm surge, which is just now getting underway, and we're going to talk more about that, the storm surge potential in Tallahassee unfortunately has jumped up, at least east of Tallahassee. You don't have to worry about the storm surge in the city because they're far enough inland that it'll go stay well south of them. But for the Appalachee Bay, the new numbers are now 12 to 16 feet of surge. If you remember back with Hurricane Ian, I hate to compare hurricanes, but we saw what Ian did with a 15-foot surge in Fort Myers Beach. We could see very similar scenes to that. The difference, though, is Fort Myers Beach, Naples, so populated, 400, 500,000 people living there. That is not the case here along the coast in the Appalachee Bay. Significantly lower population, not as much infrastructure, not as much buildings and commercial businesses, but there are some towns like St. Mark's, there are some towns like Horseshoe Beach, Keaton Beach. These are some areas near Alligator Point as well, Shell Island, Wakulla Beach, that may have some big time damage that's going to be coming out of this storm. So that's the very latest with what's happening with the update that came in at 11 o'clock. That update, though, did not change the numbers for us here from the Chassahowitzka River up to the Withlacoochee River. This is Citrus County, still looking at the potential for up to 11 feet of surge. 7 to 11 is the area that we're looking at. With the storm shifting a little more west, and Dennis has been talking about this all day, the farther west it goes, the lower these numbers will be. So our fingers are crossed that while we don't want to see any surge, the chance is that with this storm being 150 miles away from our coast, even with the onshore winds now beginning to move in, that it could be far enough away to keep these numbers on the lower side versus them being up on the higher side. Want to show you the radar here at home too, because we are looking at some pretty strong storms in some areas. You're probably hearing some rumbles of thunder. We got a lot of lightning, and of course we are still looking at the potential for a few isolated tornadoes. That's what the red box is. Tornado watch is in effect until 6 a.m. So where we're looking at the potential for a few isolated tornadoes tonight is going to be in these bands that are coming on shore here through Sarasota and Manatee counties. Good news though, I'm looking at multiple sources, including on a radar app that I have on my phone, and I'm not seeing anything that is picking up my interest as far as any kind kind of an imminent threat for a rotating supercell. There are a couple of areas of some spin, but I think overall what these storms are doing, producing those tropical storm force winds, thankfully not hurricane force winds because those hurricane force winds are staying offshore, but this is what it looks like on the radar back here at home. Now though, I want to show you one more point and then I'll get it over to Wendy and Jameson for an update. There's the eye. Here's where we are in Pinellas and Hillsborough County. So the eye is now at our latitude, which means our winds are beginning to shift back to onshore winds. All day today, it's been offshore. The water rises we have been seeing have been associated with the king tide. That high tide earlier this afternoon led to street flooding in Fort Myers Beach. We saw it in Shore Acres in St. Pete. And also I had a friend on Longboat Key, the north end of Longboat Key, where the bay water came back in on the backside of Longboat Key just from the king tide. Well, now we're taking the high tides happening here within the next 3 hours, and we've got the winds that are funneling onshore and pushing all the water back to the coast. This is going to start to allow those water levels to climb, and we have high tide generally between 12 and 3. It's different in every spot here on the beach because that's just the nature of the way it goes. But over the next 3 hours, we'll watch and see how high these water levels start to rise. Hopefully, again, staying on the lower end of the scale, but the potential is there from 2 to 4 feet here from Sarasota County south. 3 to 5 feet from Englewood up through, we'll say the middle of Longboat Key, so right at the Sarasota-Manatee County line. 4 to 6 feet for Pinellas and Hillsborough County, including all of Tampa Bay. And then we'll see the 6 to 9 and 7 to 11 foot surge as the eye comes up and moves those winds back onshore. So right now up north, we still have an offshore wind, but down south, we've got the onshore wind, and that's where the surge is going to start to pick up. So that's the very latest, guys. We'll get it over to you, Jameson and Wendy, for an update.
All right, thank you, Jason. We'll check back with you. We're continuing our team coverage now of reporters up and down the coast, and we go now to Chad Mills. He's been following Hurricane Idalia as well. Chad, what can you see from your vantage point? I know you're in Pinellas County. You've had really quite a bit of rain all evening long. How is it now?
Well, Wendy, we are still on the Madeira Beach side of Johns Pass. The rain has died down, the wind has died down, but the tide is coming in. Surge is starting to happen as well. We joined you a couple hours ago. You could see all of these rocks. You could actually see the sand in Johns Pass as the waves pulled back. Now you definitely can't see the sand, and the rocks are starting to be covered by the water as well. You know, we actually have been broadsided by waves. We have protection. We have a rail in between us, but we have been hit by several of these waves over the past couple of minutes as the water comes in from the Gulf into Johns Pass. People we've talked to here, they've seen the track moving west slightly. They're hoping that means the surge won't be as bad here, but the X factor in all of this, as Jason just mentioned, are the king tides that we are experiencing right now. We are set for one in just a couple hours. You can definitely tell the high tide is coming in. Of course, there's one tomorrow afternoon as well. If you look back toward those commercial fishing boats, you can see the waves having a bit of an impact even back there into the Intracoastal Waterway. That one there swaying with the waves back and forth. There have been people on that boat for the past several hours. One can only assume they are making sure that it is tied properly, because that's a big boat right there and one behind it. So definitely a lot of wave action here in Johns Pass as you know, we anticipate more storm surge and this incoming high tide. We have talked to officials though, and they say for the most part, no calls, things pretty quiet right now. Basically, you know, they saw a great amount of buy-in from people who live on this barrier island. A lot of people showed up at Indian Rocks Beach to collect sandbags. They passed out some 5,000 sandbags today alone. Other coastal communities passing out many sandbags as well. And just driving Gulf Boulevard, we've seen just so many businesses also heeded the warning, stacking up those sandbags. And driving down Gulf Boulevard as well, we didn't see much traffic at all. Of course, you see the occasional sightseer out here taking in the waves as they hit these rocks here at Johns Pass. But all things considered, we're barely alone out here. If not alone, many people seeking shelter in their houses here on this barrier island at this point. So that's some good news. But again, a certain amount of unpredictability, uncertainty about what this king tide will mean for certain lower lying areas of this barrier island. Some of these areas, as Jason mentioned, flood on a good day during a king tide. Throw in that storm surge and you could see localized flooding in places. We're going to stand by here, monitor the situation here on the barrier island in Pinellas County. We'll send things back to Jameson and Wendy in the studio.
Chad, thank you. And our team coverage tracking Hurricane Idalia continues.
We want to head out to Indian Rocks Beach in Pinellas County to our Anthony Hill. So, Anthony, are conditions deteriorating? No, it looks like things are still a bit calm where you are.
Yeah, it's calm now, Wendy, and that's the thing. I guess that's what's to expect when there's a hurricane. It's calm now, but just 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago, it was a downpour. We all got rained on, and yeah, so, and this is, I guess, what's to be expected as Hurricane Idalia makes its way. Literally, if you guys at home or however you're watching, the Gulf of Mexico is right in back of me. There is water, there's ocean back there. And one of the things that we've noticed, or a few of the things that we've noticed as we get into the later hours, the wind is more intense, there's more rain, and the waves sound more intense. Another thing that we noticed that is standing out to us is that, as I said before, we're right suspended above the beach. The water was some distance between where our live hit position is and where the water began. Right now, it's pretty close to us. We're gonna estimate it's about 50 feet from where we are right now. And that's one of the reasons why this is a mandatory evacuation zone, because officials are concerned that if people stay here, the storm surge could be dangerous for people. If you don't know, there are a lot of houses that line this beach, and there's a road right in front of us, so not far-fetched to believe that, you know, it could be inundated. Better to be safe than sorry. Another thing that we did, we went right across, about an hour or so ago, we went right across the bridge into Seminole just to see how things were going. And thankfully, there were not a lot of people on the road, if any at all, which means that a lot of people are heeding to what officials are recommending, which is to stay home and get to your evacuation zone if that's what you need to do. We did see a single car accident, not exactly sure what that was about, and law enforcement just making sure that everything is under control. But yeah, as you said, it's calm right now, but who's to say how it's going to be in another 10, 15, 30 minutes. But for right now, I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio.
Anthony Hill reporting live for us tonight. Anthony, thank you. Our team coverage continues now in Oldsmar.
And that's where we find our JJ Burton. JJ, how are conditions where you are?
Just like Anthony and Chad are saying, where they have the rain and then the rain stops and then it's windy. Just like that here. We had a lot of rain a couple minutes ago. Now it just stopped and there's some wind there behind us. And we're in Oldsmar. We're in on Tampa Road. The road is basically empty now. No one really out there. No cars except for emergency vehicles. We do know this is Zone B right here, so this isn't a mandatory evacuation zone, so we're safe where we are. Zone A is a few blocks from here. That is a mandatory evacuation zone, but a lot of those homes are boarded up and they have sandbags and things like that. But that's what we're seeing out here right now. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, JJ, thank you. And we want to remind you that you can watch us live on your phone during the storm, even if at some point you lose power.
Yeah, but first, charge your phone and your laptop, any electronics that you have, in case you lose your power, and then make sure that you download our ABC Action News free mobile app. You can do that right now. Take a look at your screen. Grab your phone, open your camera, and then scan that QR code you see. It will take you directly to our free apps to download.
And we've also partnered with 6 local radio stations. You'll be able to hear ABC Action News on their stations using a battery-powered radio if the power goes out or if you're in your car. Our radio partners are right there on your screen. Our coverage continues right after a short break. As we come back on the air tonight, we're going to take you some live video of Cedar Key. You can see the rough surf, heavy surf there tonight. That was an area that was originally in the bullseye, the path of Hurricane Idalia, but now it looks as though that track is trending way further west toward the Tallahassee area. But at the same time tonight, Cedar Key still starting to see the effects of Hurricane Idalia as it makes its way north. For anyone impacted by Idalia, it's important that you're familiar with a few key items in your home.
Yeah, especially for flood insurance coverage, so you know exactly how much you may have to pay out of pocket. Our Jackie Calloway joining us now with the details on that. Jackie?
Well, first off, if you have some sort of documentation of the pre-storm condition of your home and your most valuable possessions, it's going to make the process of filing a claim so much easier. If disaster hits, you don't want to be left in the dark about any gaps in your policy coverage, so you need to know your policy limits. Now, your property insurance covers almost any damage a home and its contents might sustain, but not rising water. Your flood policy only covers flood damage. You'll find the key information on your declaration page. It will tell you everything, how much coverage you have and how much your deductibles are.
It's really helpful information to have if you have a claim after the storm. The other thing that an insured can do before the storm is find out information on how they can file an insurance claim if they have damage. If there's a phone number, if there's an app, if there's a website they can use with whoever their carrier is.
Now, for people who are underinsured or uninsured, FEMA offers assistance. Now, this assistance is intended to meet your basic needs and supplement disaster recovery efforts. It does not make people whole. You can find more information on that at FEMA.gov. Jameson.
All right, Jackie, thank you. And as we continue to track Idalia, our southern counties have been feeling the first effects of this storm.
Our Sophia Hernandez is on Bird Key right now with the latest there.
I'm Sophia Hernandez in Sarasota County. We are currently in Bird Key, one of the barrier islands that has been deemed an evacuation zone. And as of 10 p.m. Tuesday night, the conditions have just continued to gear up. You can obviously see some of these strong winds. Take a look at the palm trees, a great indicator for how strong these winds are. The rain has been relentless since about 7 p.m. on Tuesday, and that is when we changed from a hurricane watch to a tropical storm warning. You can see on the ground there some areas, some water pooling. Some areas that are in more low-lying communities might be experiencing some potential flooding as well. We have seen some bouts of lightning and thunder, which will continue to strengthen into tonight and die off on Wednesday morning. Of course, Sarasota County officials are asking residents to please stay safe. They have 12 evacuation centers that are open, and they're asking areas like Bird Key, who are in Zone A, to please find a place to stay and stay protected.
All right, Sophia, thank you. And thank you for staying with ABC Action News. Here we're providing continuous coverage throughout the night as Hurricane Idalia approaches the state.
And we want to go to our reporter Rochelle Aline, who's checking out the conditions in the Spring Hill area of Hernando County.
I'm Rochelle Aline in Brooksville. We're actually outside of the Hernando County EOC right now, and conditions are calm at the moment. I want to show you the flags right behind me. We've seen them blowing on and off through the night as the wind picks up, but nothing too crazy at this point. We've also seen a little bit of light rain. Right now in Hernando County, evacuation zones A, B, and C, low-lying areas and mobile homes are under evacuation orders. County leaders tell us about 80% of the 15,000 people who live in those zones have complied. They've left, but they're worried about the 20% that remain. They're deeply concerned about storm surge. They say at the height of the storm, that water could reach up to 9 feet above ground. And they say at a certain point, first responders won't be able to get to you. If you need to evacuate, they have opened about 4 shelters. For those locations, you can head to our website, abcactionnews.com. In Brooksville, I'm Rochelle Aline.
Hernando County is one of the main areas we've had our eyes on throughout the night.
Yeah, and our Katie LeGrone also joins us live in Hernando County. And with most of the folks there evacuated, I know Rochelle just mentioned 80%. I have to think it feels probably pretty empty out there. So how are conditions, Katie? It looks like they seem to be dissipating as we speak.
Yeah, we've had a couple little pockets of some pretty healthy squalls of rain, sort of those but I think it's those outer bands, of course, that are making their way up north. I think this might be actually sort of the worst of it as the storm continues to move north. Rochelle was at the EOC. We're here in Spring Hill, so we're about 4 miles inland from Hernando Beach, which is that big concerning area. It's really the west side, the entire west side of US 19 that makes up those evacuation zones A, B, and C. We were actually out there earlier today where we saw, the majority, as Rochelle mentioned, have left that area. There were quite a few homes that were boarded up, quite a few sandbags in front of homes. But, we did see some people still there. There were people that were still sandbagging the front of their homes, and there were quite a few boards that were going up as well. But, as she mentioned, it's the storm surge, and we're not going to know what that actually looks like until high tide, which is about 3 a.m. this morning, and then again tomorrow afternoon if more of that surge, continues during high tide tomorrow. I did just get off the phone with the county spokesperson. I asked him, hey, are you guys sort of hearing anything, seeing anything at this point? But right now, and he said no, and that's essentially what we're noticing too. The streets are obviously very quiet here. The hotels are full. In fact, the hotel that we're staying at, I heard, the receptionist say, sorry, we're booked, about 5 times before I walked out here for the live shot. So that kind of tells you where things stand here in Spring Hill. But again, all eyes are on what that storm surge could possibly look like over the next couple hours. That's the very latest. Back to you guys.
All right, Katie, thank you. And one of the impacts of Hurricane Idalia we will be monitoring all night is how many homes across the state have lost power.
Yeah, and Duke Energy actually serves the largest number of people in the path of Hurricane Idalia. I want you to take a look now at Duke Energy's outage map. The utility is reporting a little more than 6,500 customers right now without any power. 3,800 of those are in Pinellas County.
Another 1,500 people in Gulf County, which includes Apalachicola, are without power. TECO is reporting less than 100 outages in Hillsborough County. We'll, of course, keep you updated on those numbers as the night goes on. And Wendy, important to point out here as we're talking about Tallahassee and Idalia, kind of putting a mark right in that area tonight, or I should say overnight into the morning, is that FSU, FAMU, TCC have all canceled classes until at least Tuesday after the holiday break. Obviously, they see this head-on collision coming, and when you get a Cat 3, maybe even to Cat 4, you're going to be without power for a little bit. And I wouldn't be surprised to see some of these kids, once the storm passes, heading back home probably for a long weekend.
Not to mention no power, but probably some severe damage because of the wind. So let's check back in with Chief Meteorologist Dennis Phillips to get more on what could be really a Cat 4 at this point if it hits exactly where it's headed now.
Yeah, and that would be about 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. Forward speed is really, really ramped up, moving north at 18 miles an hour. You've got a very visible eye there. I mean, this storm is really, this is one of those situations similar to Ian from last year in the sense that, if you remember, and I've been on Facebook, and I just shared, by the way, on my Facebook page, the list of precautions, list of things that you can do as a storm's coming. And I said, if you thought about it, you might want to share it with people up in Tallahassee because they've still got a few hours to get some of that stuff done. But if you remember with Ian, I mean, everybody kept looking at the track. First it was the Panhandle, then it was the Big Bend, then it was Tampa. And then last minute, it went down toward Fort Myers. I mean, not last minute, it was 36 hours, but still, I think a lot of folks really thought it was going to the Bay Area for a while. Charlie was last minute. Charlie, 6 hours before that storm turned, the line, the official forecast was right smack into Tampa as a Category 4 hurricane. 6 hours, that's all it was. And then it made that sudden turn and went toward Punta Gorda instead and caught a lot of folks out off guard, you know? And you hear people say, well, they were still in the fan. They were still in the cone of uncertainty. And you're right. I mean, I think people, and we're learning storm after storm after storm, we're learning that anywhere on the west coast of Florida has to at least be prepared and take it seriously in case something happens. But, you know, usually in Florida, that turn is to the right. It's usually in that direction. In this particular case, it's a track more toward the west. And Jason and I have been talking about this because there was an area of high pressure that we knew was going to be there. Eventually it was going to weaken, and that's why the storm was going to turn. But that high hasn't weakened yet. Matter of fact, it's probably not going to weaken until we see landfall tomorrow morning. So this north or maybe just east of due north is going to continue right on through landfall. And it's moving into an area with pristine conditions for development. So right now, it's still Cat 2 technically, winds of 110 miles an hour. 111 is Category 3, so for all practical purposes, it's a major hurricane. And the Hurricane Center is still saying it could intensify 20 miles an hour by landfall, which would make it a Cat 4. And that is certainly a possibility. It hasn't in the last hour, but again, at the very least, we're looking at a major hurricane making landfall. And at 11 o'clock this morning, the track was a good 40 or 50 miles east of where it is now. But instead of it curving to the right, the track went more toward the left. And unfortunately, that track is now very, very close to Tallahassee. It's still a little bit to the east, but at this point in time, when you're within 6-7 miles, you know, then all of a sudden you're very close to the eye wall where the strongest winds are. So at this point, the official Hurricane Center forecast brings this onshore as a Category 4 hurricane tomorrow morning about 7 or 8 o'clock and very, very near Tallahassee. As a matter of fact, the Hurricane Center's new experimental model, the one they released this year that was supposed to be 15% more accurate than any model they've had in the past, those models are actually even a little further to the west than this one is. So my point is, and I spent a good bit of time about this at the top of the hour, if you have family, if you have friends in Tallahassee, they may have gone to bed thinking this is going to hit Cedar Key. But at this point, that's not on the table anymore. This storm is going very, very close to Tallahassee tomorrow morning in the Appalachia Bay. And as Jason and I have been talking about, that has never happened. There has never been, in recorded history, there's never been a major hurricane go into the Appalachia Bay, and we're going to have one tomorrow. And there it is. And for us, right now, what we're seeing right now is pretty much all we're going to see for the weather. And it's going to last for several hours. The storm is moving due north, right? So check out this moisture plume. It is going due north as well, right up and down the west coast of Florida. So we will continue to see rain, heavy rain at times, right on through the overnight. Are we going to get hurricane force winds? We are not. Are we going to get hurricane force wind gusts? I guess it's possible in a couple of spots, but probably not. Are we going to get sustained winds of 60 or greater? We are not. What we are going to see is this rain, heavy rain at times with a tornado watch in effect. We have not had one actual tornado warning yet, which is surprising. Jason and I were talking about this because, I mean, this is a giant rotating thunderstorm, and you would think in this area we would see more, but we haven't. So that's good. And hopefully it stays that way all overnight. So you're not going to have to worry about hearing your phone alarm go off and saying, tornado warning in Hillsborough County. I mean, it's enough to scare you beyond belief, right? And at this point in time, we haven't really had a ton of power outages. We've had 13,000, and there have been some folks that have seen more than others. And I still think we're going to see more because these bands of rain, any of them can have winds of 45, 50, even up to 60 miles an hour, which is what a severe thunderstorm warning is. Man, I mean, this is the eye. There's the eye wall. You can see it is really becoming one of those classic, difficult to comprehend hurricanes with a Cat 4 getting stronger right upon landfall. And that is where we are right now. Not going to say anything like Michael, because Michael was probably once in a generation. Michael went from a 1 to a 5, right, Jason, in about 24 to 36 hours. I don't think this one's going to have any time to do that. It probably will be a 3, but you're still talking about a college town in some ways. In a lot of ways, it's a college town, obviously. And you've got college kids that probably aren't paying much attention to what's going on. And all of a sudden, you now have parents frantically trying to get in touch with these kids saying, in 7 or 8 hours, you're going to have a Cat 3 or a Cat 4 hurricane coming very, very close to where you are. So again, I did post that list of preps if you can get to them. And it's just a matter of, we always say you hide from the wind, you run from the water. So hunkering down, people are going to get through it. Afterwards, as Wendy said and Jameson said, there's going to be a lot of trees down. There's going to be a ton of power outages, pretty much the entire area. And I wouldn't be surprised if that lasts for weeks, not days. Not for us. For us, we are getting rain. We'll continue to see rain for several hours. This entire area of rain moving south to north. You'll get breaks like we've seen, and then you have another band coming on in, and this is going to rain off and on all night. Our winds have been gusting up to about maybe 45 in a few spots. Most areas, not even that, and inland areas, Polk County, Hardee, DeSoto, Highlands. This is finally a storm that you don't have to worry at all about, because most of the time when our storms come in from the west, they go across the state and barrel right through Polk County and Hardee, DeSoto, and Highlands. This one you get a break, fortunately. And even Spring Hill and even Citrus County now picking up just some very, very steady rain. And this is going to continue for several hours. So those predictions of 4 or 5 inches of rain in many spots, I think, are going to verify anywhere from I-75 westward. Inland areas, not as much. These are the new numbers. And again, this is a graphical interpretation of what the Hurricane Center issued at 11 a.m. or 11 p.m. rather, a couple minutes ago. There's your hurricane force winds. That's it. So that's a good thing. It gets a little bit larger as the storm gets a bit stronger. And again, that track takes it, unfortunately, really, really close to Tallahassee as a hurricane. Let's go on to Jason with another update on this. And again, our big concern, because obviously as Bay Area folks, our biggest concern will be the storm surge issues. And Jason, even that is going to be dropping a little bit the farther west that this storm goes. And that's good news for us, too.
Yeah, the farther away from the center, the less air that's being pushed against our coast, which is, of course, pushing the water into our bays, our waterways, our inland spots. Some of the rivers also flooding well inland because of this. So the farther the center goes away from our coast, that's less of the strong winds, what we call fetch, which is the wind over the ocean moving toward the coast. If we can lower the fetch strength, we can lower the height of the water rises. And I just texted a friend here at the National Weather Service. I'm waiting for them to get back to me. I know they're extremely busy as well, to start to see if we're getting those water rises reported, because all day today, prior to the Idalia moving to the north, we've had offshore winds. So right now, of course, you see the circulation here. North of the circulation, you have winds coming off of the coast. South of the circulation, the winds are moving on the shore. And that's what we're looking at, increasing and piling up the water toward the beaches and eventually giving us the storm surge concerns. We also are approaching high tide now. This is the first of 2 high tides for the day tomorrow between midnight and 3 a.m. The next one sometime late morning and early afternoon, depending on your exact location. The next one, though, is the highest of the 2 high tides. So thankfully, we're not dealing with this here in 12 hours, because that could certainly exacerbate the height of the increasing surge. But right now, even at high tide, because we, of course, have been dealing with king tides, we call it blue sky flooding, if you've ever heard that before. And if you haven't, we see that often here in Florida, especially in Miami, Tampa, St. Pete, because it's flooding that happens from water rise in the Gulf or the Atlantic because of sea level change and things of that nature. But also, we're looking at no rain out there, hence the blue sky. So that's what we've been seeing today. That's all due just to the tidal forces between the moon and the earth. And that has been lifting the water up, giving us some localized flooding. Well, now you add winds being pushed on shore at the same time of these higher astronomical tides, then that's what's leading to us having these concerns here. So as the storm goes north, your winds switch out of the south and then more southwest, and they'll be in the southwest direction all the way through the day tomorrow before we finally see Idalia moving far enough north that we're no longer going to be looking at an influence from its winds. So at this point, she just texted me as I was talking a second ago. They haven't seen any of the water rise reports too crazy yet, anything too high, but we are getting reports of water breaching some of the dunes at the beaches and also on the bayside areas. Earlier today, we were seeing waters coming in on the backside of the islands here, the barrier islands. So the storm surge report forecast, it didn't change for our area with the update at 11 o'clock. If you missed this, though, at 11 o'clock, the National Hurricane Center now forecasting 12 to 16-foot surge north of Crystal River. So this does not include anybody here in the Tampa Bay area, but we are increasing the surge potential here with it being a Category 4. We're hoping, and Dennis and I are really keeping our fingers crossed, that we're going to see the lower end of these numbers because the storm is so far west. We're talking about being 150 miles away. And when Ada produced its surge, it was a tropical storm, but Ada was just off of our coast during an astronomical high tide, and that led to the 4.5 foot rise that water rise that we saw at that point. So again, we're fingers crossed. We may be escaping a surge bullet here. We just don't know yet until we really get into the high tide time frame, which is again over the next 3 hours. We're here all night for you, and as soon as we start getting those reports of flooding, we will definitely relay that information to you all. Jameson, Wendy.
We now want to check in with our Adam Walser, who's live in Tampa.
Yeah, and Adam, you're on Bayshore Boulevard now. We know that's an area that floods pretty easily in any storm.
That's right, it certainly does, and with the king tides, we see that. We were over the we were on the American Legion post on Interbay just yesterday, and we saw evidence of that king tide. We saw the water coming up, and right now we're seeing the high tide and this water coming in probably from the storm, some of that storm surge. We're starting to see it really churned up here. A lot of water coming onto the sidewalk, as well as into the street here. And of course, a good thunderstorm can cause Bayshore Boulevard to flood. And we've seen on and off rain throughout the night, and of course this high tide and the storm surge coming in. So that is going to be one of the main concerns here, and we're going to see how it shakes out in the next few hours. But it certainly has changed a lot in the last few minutes as far as looking at how churned up the bay really is. And it does look like we're seeing some evidence that some of this water is coming into the bay and making its way over the walls, potentially causing some problems here on Bayshore Boulevard. Certainly no one wants to be out here driving around on Bayshore Boulevard anytime tonight, because this could be extremely hazardous as this comes into the road and starts to pile up. We're already seeing some spots here throughout South Tampa. So that's it from Bayshore Boulevard. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Adam. It looked like some folks in the area were just looking up just to see the choppy, waves and all that, to see how much the flooding was going to start. We want to go now to ABC Action News reporter Mary O'Connell. She's live in Pasco County near Hudson Beach. So, Mary, how are the conditions where you are?
It's really windy here, and this is probably the most substantial wind and rain we've seen since we've been out here. We've been out here since about 3 o'clock. You can tell it's really blowing at this point, and the rain is really coming down too. I'll step out so you can really see it come down. It's been steady for, I'd say, the last hour 15 minutes. And the biggest concern here in Pasco County for those coastal areas is that storm surge that we've been talking a lot about over the last couple days. The Pasco County Sheriff's Office said that it was checking, coastal communities that are more prone to flooding, and Zone A and different low-lying areas were asked to evacuate earlier before this storm. Of course, now the Sheriff's Office is asking people to stay off the road because nobody wants to drive in something like this right now. It's quite windy, and you can see that rain really coming down. We had talked to folks earlier today, and they told us that they had gotten their supplies, their water, their batteries, their propane for their grill, all things that they need to make sure that if they were to lose power, that they'd be able to sustain themselves for several hours until that power, comes back up. And you can see these gusts of wind that are coming here. It's certain that we're going to be able to be dealing with some power outages at some point or another here in Pasco County. But we'll continue to monitor these conditions. Right now, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Mary, thank you. And continuing our coverage now of Idalia, let's go out to Pinellas County with our Vanessa Ariza. She's been at the St. Pete Pier for us tonight. Vanessa?
Good evening to you, Jameson. That wind has remained steady here, as has the rain. We've moved a little bit from the pier. We are now in front of the Vinoy, and we wanted to show you these massive boats and just how heavy that wind is right now. It is rocking these massive boats like little toys in the bay here. And every now and then we have seen the water come over these barrier walls here. So it has been pretty steady here with the wind and with the rain. And just to give you an idea of how powerful that wind can be, with these large boats behind me, they are just rocking like it is nothing. Now, a few hours ago, Mayor Ken Welch releasing a video just to give an update on the process that they have taken in order to keep everyone safe. As of 5 o'clock this afternoon, St. Pete Police have been monitoring the areas, specifically the flood-prone areas. And also, if you have not heard yet, all areas that are in Zone A, mandatory evacuations, including manufactured home. That is about 330,000 people, according to Mayor Welch. And he says, if you can, please stay home until you get the all clear. And that's not going to be until at least tomorrow. And he said, even tomorrow morning, early afternoon, even if the skies are blue, until you get the clear and go ahead from them, please do not go and venture out to see what happened. Go ahead and take a listen to what he has to say.
You may wake up tomorrow and see sunny skies and think the storm is over. The highest impact for storm surge, however, is Wednesday around 2 p.m. Even though the storm track has shifted a little bit to the west, we still project 3 to 6 feet of expected storm surge.
And they do have crews on the ready to go if there are power outages, if there are areas that need to be cleaned up. Mayor Welch also saying their public works department were out earlier today trying to clean those storm drains just in case there is an area that is prone to flooding, that hopefully those drains will be cleared so it won't be as bad if there is an excess of water. We'll toss it back to you.
All right, Vanessa, thank you. Just a few minutes ago, we showed you live pictures from Cedar Key where high surf is already being seen in that area. And that particular area sustained millions of dollars in damage back in 2016 from Hurricane Hermine's 9-foot storm surge.
Yeah, that area could see more surge overnight as Hurricane Idalia passes by. Let's check in now with Forrest Saunders for the current conditions in Cedar Key tonight. Forrest?
Well, guys, what I can tell you is that we've seen the wind and the rain slowly start to pick up here. In fact, I've started to get prunes on my fingers because we've been standing out in this rain for so long now. And the conditions are expected to worsen as we get through the evening. One of the reasons why it's so concerning out here is because Cedar Key is exactly what you think it is. It's an island community. Now, we have moved further inland than the last time we spoke to you, and that's because it was getting too dangerous. There is only one road to and from that community, and it's a bridge, and that bridge could shut down if the winds get too high. You've got the storm surge as well to worry about. That's a huge concern for these communities because, listen, if the water gets too high, it can inundate that entire town. So city officials have asked everybody to leave the low-lying areas of Levy County, including Cedar Key. They asked everyone to be out by 4 p.m. today, but unfortunately we've heard that in Cedar Key, approximately 100 people decided to stick around. 100 people wanted to ride this storm out. Yes, Idalia has moved further and further west in those updated forecasts and those track models, but that does not mean that this community is out of the woods because, as you heard, that storm surge is up and down the Gulf Coast. It can be anywhere, and we do not know where this storm is going to make landfall eventually. So it's something that we are continually monitoring. People here, I hope, are taking things very, very seriously because this is a potentially life-threatening situation, guys.
All right, Forrest Saunders reporting live for us tonight in Cedar Key. Forrest, thank you. Let's go live now to Julie Salomon. She's live in Dunedin. Julie, what are you seeing there tonight?
Well, Jameson, just a couple minutes ago, it was a little breezy out here. It actually felt pretty nice because you could feel that the humidity had dropped, but now we're getting hit with one of those outer rain bands of this hurricane. You can see the rain just coming down here. There's a lot of palm trees in this area. We're within walking distance from downtown Dunedin, which is over to my right. And then over here is the marina and obviously the Dunedin Pier. Earlier tonight, we saw a couple people walking around. We spoke to a couple people. I actually met a guy who said he lost everything in Hurricane Katrina back in 2005, and that's what eventually brought him here to Florida. We saw some law enforcement patrols making the rounds earlier tonight, but Pinellas County government officials are really urging people to just stay inside. They're saying that these conditions obviously are going to deteriorate overnight. They're concerned about, some possible power outages and the storm surge. So they're just urging people to just stay inside and not be driving around just to check out the conditions. That is the latest live here in Pinellas County. I'm going to send it back to you.
All right, Julie, thank you. And we want to remind you that you can watch us live on your phone during the storm, even if you lose power.
Yeah, and first, we want to remind you to charge your phone and your laptop before you lose power. And then, of course, make sure you download our ABC Action News free mobile app. And you can do that right now. Just grab your phone, open your camera, and scan that QR code you see on our screen. It will take you to our free apps to download.
And we've also partnered with 6 local radio stations. You'll be able to hear ABC Action News on their stations using a battery-powered radio if the power goes out, or even in your car. Our radio partners are on your screen right there. Our coverage continues right after a short break. Welcome back, and thank you for staying with ABC Action News.
We're staying on the air to bring you the very latest on Hurricane Idalia as it approaches Florida. And want to show you live conditions now in Clearwater Beach from our camera on top of the Hyatt Regency Hotel. You can see that the surf is kicking up. It looks like maybe the storm surge is getting a little bit higher, it looks like. And Dennis, I know we've talked about this on and off, that the high tide is obviously a different time, different area. What time is it there at Clearwater Beach? Do you think that it'll hit?
Yeah, about 3 o'clock, and this is the first high tide. Now, we're kind of fortunate in the Bay Area, believe it or not, in spite of what's going on off to our west. But the highest tide is not the one coming up. The highest tide is tomorrow. Now, I've heard a lot of city officials say, you know, tomorrow's high tide is going to be even worse. Well, by tomorrow, this storm is going to be in Georgia when it's a high tide. It's moving very, very fast. So there is certainly the possibility that the impacts will be lower because the storm will be so far away. Now, granted, it is still a very large storm and there still will be impacts. And the high tide tomorrow between noon and 3 is that 3.0 foot high tide. The one over the next couple of hours is 1.7 feet. So it is a little bit lower, and that certainly will help. So we will see. I'm inclined to think that the numbers tomorrow may not be quite as rough as they could have been, because originally this storm was just about to have made landfall and maybe moved inland a little bit by noon. But for, again, now, as fast as it's going to be in Georgia. So for our area, we're just hearing reports of about a 60-mile-an-hour gust in St. Pete. So we are certainly seeing some heavy wind gusts. But remember, what we're really seeing right now is just some glorified thunderstorms. Now, what do I mean by that? The main area of this hurricane, the bulk of the wind, is out in the Gulf, 150 miles away. So what we're seeing, the outer bands of that, in a sense, is really just some thunderstorms that develop in the fringe. Think about our summertime thunderstorms. Severe thunderstorm warning is issued on your phone. You get the warning. What does that mean? 60-mile-an-hour winds. So you can argue that what they had in St. Pete was a severe thunderstorm, although there's not a lot of lightning out there. There has been some. This is the updated track. And by tomorrow morning, I mean in 8 hours, this will have already made landfall. And the Hurricane Center is saying as a Category 4 hurricane, right on the fringe of a 3 to a 4. Landfall probably occurring at around 7 a.m. because this is actually inland a little bit. In fact, let's take a closer look. There it is, very close to Tallahassee. This is going to be huge in terms of the track and how the impacts on Tallahassee are going to be. Lots of trees there. You would expect widespread power outages. And look, we've been talking about this for at least 4 or 5 hours. When we started talking about the track moving west, we had a feeling the Hurricane Center would go west with it, even more so at 11 they did. So it's 3 straight tracks now that they have pushed this west somewhat. So the message that I'm trying to get to a lot of concerned parents out there, because I'm reading them on social media, I get it, there's a lot of parents who are frantic thinking about their kids with a Cat 3 or even a minimal Cat 4 moving through the area. The old expression holds true, and it is so very true. You hide from the wind, you run from the water. The overwhelming majority of issues and injuries from hurricanes are from surge, are from water. They're not from the winds with the storm. If the kids stay in their dorms, if they stay in their apartments, they're going to be okay in the overwhelming majority of our area, in that area rather. For us, we're getting none of this wind, 0. I mean, we've had a 60-mile-an-hour gust, and again, that's really about it. We might see a few more, but we are no way going to get sustained hurricane force winds. That was off the table 12 hours ago, maybe 18 hours ago. But right now, tomorrow morning in Appalachia Bay, this is going to be one for the record books. There has never been a major hurricane go into Appalachia Bay. And not only will it be major, the Hurricane Center is saying it's going to be 1 up from major, which is 3. They're saying it's going to be a Category 4 hurricane. So it is going to be a very long night for parents in the Bay Area who have family and friends in Tallahassee. It's going to be a long night for the kids at FSU, at FAMU. And I can only suggest, if you're texting your kids, just reiterate with them, hide from the wind, run from the water. There will not be any surge issues inland in Tallahassee, nothing to worry about there. If things get really rough in their apartment, dorms are usually pretty safe. Those are strong built dorms, a lot of new dorms at FSU as well. However, if they're in apartments, and a lot of folks are, a lot of kids are, You want to tell them to stay away from the windows. Little things like that. If it gets really rough, you go into a bathroom. You go into a bathtub. You go into a shower stall. You have some pillows with you if it gets really bad. I mean, that sounds like tornado safety, doesn't it? And again, most buildings are going to be just fine. So I want to remind the folks who are getting a little nervous, very nervous about that, who just dropped their kids off from school in the last week or so. But I'm really serious about that. For ones who are considering getting out of Dodge and going west or going east or going north, it's just not the right play. At this point, there's already more heavy weather going in, and the last thing you would want to get is to be stuck on I-10 trying to get out of town and running into a parking lot or an accident, and then you can't go, and then you're literally trying to ride through a hurricane in your car. So my suggestion to your kids and your family, I posted this on Facebook, I've been giving advice in terms of hurricane lists and preps that they can pull last minute, is stay put and hunker down. And by tomorrow, 9, 10 o'clock, this will be over because it's going to be in and out very, very fast. So again, let's talk about our area. We are still in a tornado watch until 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. And as the storm moves north, so does the rain along our coast. I mean, this is great news for us. We have been needing this kind of rain forever. And I think most areas are going to be a real solid area of 3 to 5 inches of rain. Now, there will be some that are going to get a little more. There's going to be some that less. But at least for the time being, this tornado watch, we have not seen one cell. Jason, I don't know. Have you seen any cells with rotation? I mean, I just haven't. So we're looking at what is a powerful hurricane, but at least we are not seeing in the Bay Area at this point any kind of even anything close to the signature of a tornado. So rains will continue, the winds will continue, 40, 45, gusts of 40 to 45, as high as 60 in St. Pete again in the last hour. A lot over the Bay right now, moving into eastern and central Hillsborough County from Tampa to Riverview, Fishhawk, Brandon, over to Sun City, Apollo Beach, Ruskin, picking up some very heavy rain, certainly some wind with it, but nothing that's really damaging. I mean, nothing like that, and we're not going to see that. Matter of fact, the way I see this, the only way that we see any kind of damaging wind would be if there happened to be an isolated tornado that would pop up. And again, we are in that watch for another 6 hours. And then the rains continue across our northern counties as well. And because this storm continues to move due north, this moisture plume continues to also move due south to north. And I don't think it's going to end anytime soon. Overall winds, there are your hurricane force winds. And I'm going to say one more thing and then toss it over to Jason. So this storm is going to move onshore in Appalachia Bay and be very, very close to Tallahassee in some way, shape, or form. Hurricane force winds only extend 25 miles. It's very little. It may go as high as 30, but still not particularly high. And the extreme winds, the ones that are really going to do some damage, the majority of those winds are 75 to 90. It's Cat 1. You're not going to see any issues with that. There's only going to be a sliver, a very small spot, 5, 6, 7 miles, that could have winds up to those numbers we showed you of 120 to 130. So overall, that will be in a very, very isolated spot. But it's still something that has to be taken seriously, considered. And that's why we're trying to get the message out to not just our folks, but to folks watching up north, because I know there are a lot of folks watching us on our streaming app right now in the Panhandle and all over who are preparing for this storm. And by the way, there are some people saying, well, how could they not see this coming? It's the same thing that goes on in Florida many times when a hurricane's coming. It happened with Ian last year. Folks in Fort Myers were on the fringe of the cone. And the message we continue to try to preach is if you're on the west coast of Florida, there's a chance something screwy can happen, and maybe it goes a little east or maybe it goes a little west. But the exact track has been pretty right on the entire time. But this go around, instead of veering to the east, it's veering to the west. And Jason, so this is something now, as fast as it's moving, there's no way this is going to change, right? I mean, this is pretty much locked in, give or take 10 miles either way of where landfall is going to occur.
Yeah, and also for those that may still have that anxiety about a hard right turn for our area, think of one of the cargo ships coming in past Egmont Key. Say it's moving at 18 miles per hour. Right now, do you think it's going to make a hard right turn, just stop and make a hard right turn and come into Tampa? Like, that's not what's going to happen. It takes momentum and physics to slow things down and then eventually turn, which is what will happen north of the area. But for us in particular, this storm system is at our latitude now here in Tampa Bay. And that means that the eye, if it were to try and do that hard right turn, it would immediately have to stop and that's just not physics. That just doesn't happen that way. So that momentum north 17, 18 miles per hour continues. And again, we're on the eastern side of it, which of course is giving us the squally weather. And that squally weather finally producing some gusts that are of note. We had a 61 mile per hour wind gust here within the last hour at SRQ Airport. So of course that's the Sarasota Bradenton Airport. Let's see if any of the new numbers coming in. 53 now in St. Petersburg. So these squalls that are coming in with the very heavy rainfall, they're able to pull in some of those stronger winds aloft down to the surface within those bands. So we're seeing these strong tropical storm force winds, but they're in gusts. They're not the sustained winds, the ones that are persistent 40, 50, 60 miles per hour. So these are just mainly our gusts that we're looking at. 30, 40, good bet for most areas. Notice our inland spots only into the mid 20s right now. So no significant wind for those of you inland, even though you are under a tropical storm warning here from Polk County south to Highlands and DeSoto counties, or I should say Hardee and DeSoto counties. Highlands, you are actually not under a warning at this time. So if you are still concerned about the winds, we've got the strongest winds closest to the coast right now with those 50, 55 mile per hour gusts showing up in St. Pete, and then the 61 mile per hour gusts that we had recently reported at the airport just within the last hour here at SRQ. We're going to hold on to these 50 to 55 mile per hour winds in Pinellas County within the bands of rain coming on shore as we continue through the next 2 to 3 hour period. Notice as we even go to 4 o'clock, there is still the potential for us to see some gusts here at 50 miles per hour. But once you cross the bay, you're on into more friction. You get away farther from the center, which has the strongest winds, and we see those winds actually dropping significantly. So I-75 east, likely seeing the subtropical storm winds versus I-75 west, where we're going to see these passing that tropical storm force, that 39 mile per hour threshold. And then by the time you get up tomorrow morning, 7:30, 8 o'clock, or if you're going to stay up with us all night and watch our coverage, we're looking at those gusts beginning to subside pretty quickly. And then tomorrow afternoon, 20, 25 mile per hour gusts, maybe occasionally up to 30 as we start to lose the wind, but we're still going to hold on to some scattered areas of rainfall as we go through the day tomorrow. Not widespread like we're seeing out there right now. For the Nature Coast, those stronger winds are just now heading your way. Remember, the eye is just now perpendicular to us here in Tampa Bay. So as it continues to move north, your winds are going to increase with those bands as well. So overnight tonight into early tomorrow morning, you can see 45 to 50 mile per hour gusts showing up here. Earlier forecasts over the last 24 hours show that we could see stronger winds in Citrus and Hernando counties, especially west of 19. But with the storm wobbling more west, that is taking away some of the strongest winds. And hopefully, as we get through tomorrow morning, we're going to get reports here of these surge levels a lot lower than what the anticipated higher numbers ended up being here over the last few days. If you're inland, like I'd mentioned a second ago, here's Polk County. I know a lot of interest here for you all because, of course, how very impacted you all have been by all these strong thunderstorms and strong hurricanes over the last decade. We're looking at quiet conditions for you all again, maybe gusts up to 40 miles per hour and some of the stronger bands that are sneaking inland now, but overall the threat is not expected here to be anything that's too significant with power outages becoming widespread or anything like that. Not the case for you. And then here we're getting the strongest winds right now. Again, 61 mile per hour wind gusts here in Bradenton and Sarasota. We're going to hold here with the strong winds for a few more hours, but the storm pulling away from you all. And again, the farther away from the center, the winds start to lighten up. We're also looking at the surge starting to lessen here over the next couple of hours. We're basically at high tide now for a lot of our southern spots for the next couple of hours. And we have the onshore winds here. So in these areas with the 40 to 50 mile per hour gusts that are out of the south-southwest, that is an onshore wind, and that's still piling up the water. So we're in the heart of the first high tide. Next high tide tomorrow afternoon when the storm is farther away hopefully bodes better for us as far as getting us those widespread surge problems heading into the afternoon as well. And then last but not least, those of you in Hardee, DeSoto, and Highlands counties. Highlands County, you are not under any kind of a tropical storm alert right now as far as hurricane warning or tropical storm warnings. You're the only spot here in West Central Florida, and that's because the winds will not get to tropical storm force in these areas outside of a thunderstorm or a band that comes through. But overall, not a big wind threat here for you all. Great news because, of course, after Ian, many of you were without power for weeks, and that will not be the case with Idalia. We are not looking at that being the case for you all in these areas. So again, power outages, we're watching for them. Overall, haven't seen too much in the way of high numbers. I'm also looking at some water levels now in Naples, about 2.5 foot surge happening in Naples right now. So that's the 2 to 5 forecast that's in our southern spots. So as we go farther north, it looks like we may see our numbers start to verify if they're verifying farther farther south. If we put this in motion for you, though, this is over the next 6 hours as far as where there could potentially be power outages based on some of the squalls, the strong winds, and the thunderstorms. And when we showed you this with Ian, we had a huge swath of high and severe outages in our southern spots. There's barely any low spots showing up, and those numbers right now significantly lower than what we did see back with Hurricane Ian. So here's what it looks like rainfall-wise. Of course, over the next few hours, this is what's still to come, another 2 to 4 inches of rainfall on top of the 1 to 3 that has already fallen here for the western part of the coast. Again, east of I-75, significantly lower rainfall totals, but still looking at upwards of an inch or two at a minimum in our inland spots, but maybe up to 5 to 6 inches in a few isolated locales. And then, of course, with the storm moving into Tallahassee and beyond, this is where that stretch of heaviest rainfall is going to be, where they could pick up upwards of 10 to 12 inches of rainfall. As we look at your hour by hour here, moving forward for the next few hours, we've got those solid bands here setting up over I-75 and west right now. Like Dennis said, not seeing any kind of a significant rotation risk at this point. Let me check and double check that. And yeah, we got a couple of storms that are trying to get a little frisky, but I'm not seeing anything that's of a concern right now as far as the tornado potential. By the way, here in downtown Tampa, it is pouring out there right now, some of the heaviest rain so far, and this band is somewhat stationary. So this means that we're going to hold this heavy rainfall right over top of the city for about another half hour to 45 minutes. And this is where we could pick up 2 to 4 inches of rain just within some of these bands as they're moving out there. So we are under a flood watch. We haven't really talked a lot about that, but we are under a flood watch for the potential for us to see some water rises, especially in these vulnerable, more urban areas that have a lot of infrastructure, a lot of pavement and concrete. We see it in South Tampa every time we have a thunderstorm in the summertime, it floods. So if you're one of those prone areas that floods from our regular thunderstorms, with the excessive rainfall from some of these heavier bands, that could continue to be a risk for you tonight. No flash flood warnings, that's good news. And again, we've got this band rolling through. We'll get a little bit of dry weather coming in, and then we'll see these bands filling into the southeast of the center. This is all going to fill in with more scattered showers and thunderstorms and then head to the north as we go through the remainder of the evening. So that's the very latest right now. We've got another update from the National Hurricane Center coming up in 30 minutes. Potentially it could be a Category 3 at that point. Right now it's a moot point, though, because 110 is Category 2, 111 is when we start with Category 3. We'll keep you guys posted as we continue tonight. Wendy?
All right. Thank you, Jason. We'll check back with you. Meanwhile, the entire city of Crystal River is in evacuation zone A, and everyone there, understandably, preparing for a long and potentially very scary night.
Yeah, ABC Action News reporter Michael Paluska is live along Crystal River, where storm surge estimates are as high as 11 feet. Mike?
Hey, Jameson. Hey, Wendy. Yeah, those estimates obviously are extremely concerning, but the mayor we talked to said he's feeling fortunate now as the track ticks up towards the more Big Bend, Tallahassee area. We're at a hotel here where there are guests, people that were tourists. Obviously, this is a beautiful place if you've ever been to Crystal River. The manatees here are unbelievable. More than 1,000 come in the wintertime, and we are right along Crystal River. We'll try to give you a perspective with this light. If we could zoom in to the seawall. We already reached our low tide around 11 o'clock, and now the tide is coming back in. This is a good sign, at least now, because it is lower than we thought it would get. So it did start to go out and hasn't been coming in. In fact, we haven't really had much weather here. This afternoon, we had one of those big bands come through, like a couple hours ago, like a while ago, 3, 4 o'clock, where it got super heavy out here, and it's been calm. This is probably the most rain I've seen. We've had hardly any wind out here. Obviously, we know that's going to change. We're in the northern part of our coverage area, and so we know that we'd be some of the last ones to feel the effects. A home over there, if you think about the storm surge, 11 feet, it would probably be somewhere near the top of those windows or possibly the roof. No one wants to see that. We're hoping that the numbers do not verify, given the difference in the track and then the modeling that we're going to see with storm surge. We've had a lot of deputies in this area coming around earlier today on their boats, but they're still out tonight monitoring this area, and they have been going and looking into different homes, making sure there aren't any looters. One came past our hotel, and they are also going through telling people to evacuate. We actually think that from what the mayor's telling us, people are getting the message. The city of Crystal River is at about 4 feet, and we know City Hall's at 4 feet. It's flooded before with the superstorm in March of 1993, the no-name storm. So really, it's a wait-and-see attitude at this point. We know it's going to start picking up. In fact, this is the most rain I've been in and the most wind. And if my photographer, Reed Moeller, comes back to me, we can kind of recap what we've been seeing out here. You see this little area right here where these boats would be docked here to go to the Plantation Inn. all empty. We saw people pulling their boats out. We know that their docks are empty, so that's good news. A 7 to 11 foot storm surge, these little pylons right here, they're not going to stop that boat from coming over and ending up right here where I'm standing. So we think people here are getting the message, but we're not anywhere close to being out of the woods yet, just because the storm is just perpendicular to Tampa. We haven't had any of that onshore flow that we're expecting because it's still, Hurricane Idalia is still heading northward. So we feel very fortunate now, but we know that later, maybe 3, 4 in the morning, we're going to start to get that turn. And that's when we're really going to start to see exactly what's happening here with the king tide and all of that stuff. So people are getting the message. We are in a zone A. And as I mentioned, just to reiterate, if there is a storm surge that comes in, we have a safe place to run to upstairs on the 2nd floor. And we're going to be out here covering this for you. Jameson, Wendy.
All right, Michael, thank you. Stay safe out there. We now move to Pasco County, another area being affected by Hurricane Idalia right now.
Our Eric Waxler is in Port Richey and joins us live with the latest from there. Eric?
Hey guys, yeah, it had been relatively quiet here, but in the last couple hours, the rain, the wind has definitely picked up, although we're in a little bit of a lull now, but just a couple minutes ago, we had one of the heaviest downpours that have gone on here tonight. We are at Nick's Park in Port Richey. It's a popular boat launch spot, lots of waterside restaurants and homes. The Cody River actually comes out this way, and you can just head straight out to the Gulf. And it's the storm surge coming from the Gulf that people here in Pasco are really concerned about. Everything on the west side of US 19 is the evacuation zone, the mandatory evacuation zone. We have seen some people coming by to just get a look and see what there is to see. Really not much at this point. You're kind of staring out into the blackness. There's a truck coming by to say hi. Meanwhile, earlier I stopped by Pasco's Emergency Operations Center where they are monitoring the storm very closely. They've done this many times before in recent years. They are expecting a storm surge in Pasco tonight. And again, as high tide comes tomorrow, that it could be anywhere between 6 and 9 feet. Many people here not only live near the water, rivers.
So the storm surge this time around, we're still worried about the Anclote, the Elfers area, but we're running the modeling. We're going to see a lot of water in homes along the coast. We do have a couple of neighborhoods that are very prone to freshwater flooding. We're monitoring those. We've got pumps in place already for those areas. They've pumped down a lot of areas. Some of the storm gates have been opened to let the water shed out. But right now, we're just in a waiting game to see what happens.
All right, that was our Eric Waxler reporting. Obviously, we lost his live shot there. We'll hope to check back with him in just a bit. Meanwhile, ABC Action News reporter Mary O'Connell joins us live in Pasco County near Hudson Beach. Mary, are you feeling the effects of Idalia?
Absolutely. We're not too far from where Eric is, and it's really coming down right now. You can see it's blowing pretty hard, and the rain is just coming down torrentially at this point. If you take a look behind me, you can probably see it in that light, just how bad it's coming down here. This is not something that anyone wants to be out in right now, especially on those roads. The biggest concern here that folks had here in Pasco County, of course, was that storm surge for the coastal areas. Zone A had been under a mandatory evacuation. Zones B and C were under a voluntary evacuation. The Pasco County Sheriff had put out not too long ago that they had stopped to help a disabled vehicle. They also had put out that they were checking waterfront communities for signs of flooding and urging people to remember that they're under a storm surge warning. Of course, we'll have to wait and see for that. You can see this is really coming down here off to our right, which we're not going to pan that way because you won't be able to see much of it because it's very dark out in that direction, but the water's just beyond, and you can tell that the wind is really pushing that water away. We spoke to people here earlier this afternoon when the conditions were not like this. They had told us that they had gotten all their supplies together, from water to batteries, to charging up their devices. We had spoken to a woman who has been in this area for more than 20 years, and she said she felt pretty confident that she was prepared for the storm. Her advice to other people would be to not panic, and the big thing she said that she sees after all of these storms is that communities wrap their arms around the people in need. Of course, we would expect to see that from whatever comes from this storm, but for now we're going to keep an eye on these conditions out here, and we'll send it back to you.
We'll come back to you shortly. Thank you, Mary, and continue our coverage of Idalia. Let's go to Pinellas County.